Martial Peak, Chapter 5108, Battle Between Souls. Having fought with Yang Kai several times, He Yuan was now aware that the other man was proficient in the Tao of space, which could be utilized to swiftly escape from his enemies. That was the reason Yang Kai could always shake off his pursuit. Presently though, Yang Kai's consciousness was sealed off in this space. Since he was unable to use his biggest strength, he was basically trapped. Keep him alive. Don't kill him, He Yuan ordered. He still remembered Mu Guang's order that Yang Kai had to be captured alive so that he could replace Nian to preside over the construction of warships. If he killed Yang Kai here, he wouldn't be able to explain himself to the royal lord. Following his command, the surrounding consciousnesses exuded powerful forces which then blasted at Yang Kai. Every territory lord had a few dozen feudal lords who had their own fiefs, and Kong Chan was no exception. He had about 30 feudal lords who had their own fiefs, therefore roughly the same amount of consciousnesses belonging to feudal lords were here. If these feudal lords came across Yang Kai in their physical bodies, they wouldn't dare to provoke him. After all, a large number of feudal lords were killed by Yang Kai recently. Despite being a 7th-order human, he was more powerful than any 7th-order master they had dealt with before. However, this space was transformed from the black ink nest consciousnesses, so the feudal lords didn't have to directly face Yang Kai. They could achieve their goal simply by confronting Yang Kai's consciousness. That was the solution that they came up with after Yang Kai went missing previously. It was a trap targeted specifically at Yang Kai. This wasn't the only trap though, as similar traps had been set up in every territory lord's territory. In other words, whichever territory lord's territory that Yang Kai headed to, he would fall into the same trap if he dared to make use of the black ink nests. The only difference was that only Kong Chan's territory had He Yuan assuming command. The other territory lords' territories only had feudal lords who were patiently waiting for Yang Kai to show up. With that said, regardless of whether there was a territory lord around or not, as long as Yang Kai stepped into such a trap, he would never be able to run away. He could only escape by defeating all the consciousnesses here, but that was practically impossible. These consciousnesses exuded powerful forces as a tide of violent energy soon formed in this special space and shot towards Yang Kai like a tsunami. This became a battle between souls. Yang Kai couldn't help but turn solemn. He had never expected that the Black Ink clan would deal with him using such a trick, nor was he aware that the space transformed from the Black Ink nest consciousnesses could trap a person's consciousness inside. Nevertheless, since he had fallen into the trap, he had no choice but to act accordingly. Fortunately, he was no ordinary open heaven realm master. Faced with the tide of powerful attacks, Yang Kai's consciousness appeared small in comparison. It seemed that he would directly perish the moment the waves struck him. He Yuan, who was watching on the side, couldn't help but be worried. What if Yang Kai couldn't withstand this bombardment and was killed directly? It had to be noted that if a consciousness passed away in this space, its body back in the Black Ink nest would become a soulless husk. It was just a matter of time before such a person would die. While He Yuan was watching with concern, Yang Kai's consciousness was drowned in the tide. All of a sudden, an explosive power burst out from Yang Kai's consciousness and warded off the strike. He was as unshakable as a rock. An astounded He Yuan exclaimed, "Impossible!" If he were in Yang Kai's place, he wouldn't have been able to fend off the joint assault of 30 feudal lords. According to his estimation, the best outcome would be that Yang Kai's consciousness was instantly injured. Once that happened, he would lose the ability to fight. Presently, following He Yuan's order, a large number of Black Ink clansmen were rushing towards Yang Kai's real body. As Yang Kai would be unable to flee, they could easily capture him. However, the sight before He Yuan's eyes was simply unbelievable, for Yang Kai had flawlessly defended himself against all the attacks from the feudal lords' consciousnesses. How was that even possible? Why was a 7th-order human's soul so powerful? Although the feudal lords didn't use their full powers following He Yuan's order, the sight before the latter's eyes was still inconceivable. Besides He Yuan, these feudal lords couldn't believe their eyes either, and they promptly exerted more force with their attacks. the tide rose again and became even more violent. Yang Kai's consciousness was finally affected. Faced with the bombardment of the Black Ink clansmen, he felt his spiritual energy being drained rapidly. He couldn't endure attacks of such intensity for long. Fortunately, Yang Kai had obtained the soul-warming lotus when he was just a budding cultivator. Over the years, his soul became much stronger than other cultivators in the same realm because he had continuous nourishment coming from the soul-warming lotus. Furthermore, his spiritual energy had increased significantly after he obtained Yu Rumeng's primordial yin. It had to be noted that charm demons were the best when it came to utilizing spiritual energy, not to mention that Yu Rumeng was a demon saint at the time. Although he was just a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master now, Yang Kai's soul was on par with an 8th Order human masters. That was the reason he could ward off the tide of the feudal lord's consciousnesses on his own. In this space, a consciousness was the manifestation of one's soul, so the stronger a person's soul was, the stronger they were in this place. On top of that, most of the Black Ink clansmen were not experts in using their souls. However, Yang Kai reckoned that the Royal Lord's secret technique that was exclusive to the Royal Lords must be a form of soul technique. These feudal lords were basically trying to show off meager skills before an expert by trying to fight Yang Kai with their consciousnesses alone. With that said, even though he could temporarily defend himself from the bombardment, he couldn't persevere for long. After all, he couldn't endure the barrage of attacks forever, regardless of how impenetrable his defense was. Furthermore, his consciousness was trapped in this special space, so he had no idea what was going on in the outside world. If the Black Ink clan seized the chance to harm his physical body, he wouldn't even be able to defend himself. Therefore, after tentatively defending himself for a moment, he decided to act ruthlessly. The Black Ink clansmen, who were ready to channel more of their powers to suppress Yang Kai, suddenly felt chills running down their spines. Before they could figure out what was going on, Yang Kai's aura flared up. His powerful consciousness slowly solidified in this special space and turned into a soul avatar. What astonished these feudal lords was that this soul avatar was holding a saber. The feudal lords were befuddled while He Yuan was flabbergasted. Over the years, they had never seen a consciousness that could take on his true form in this place. The communication between consciousnesses had always been accomplished in a kind of intangible form. How powerful must a person's soul be in order to actually take on a visible, almost solid form? What made them feel despondent was that they had no idea why there was a saber here. How did Yang Kai bring an artifact to this space where only consciousnesses were supposed to exist? Was this a special skill unique to the humans? They had never interacted with the humans' consciousnesses before. However, the Black Ink nests belonged to the Black Ink clan, so why was a human in a favorable position in this place? The feudal lords thought that the saber was an artifact Yang Kai brought to this place, and in fact, they weren't wrong. However, this weapon was no ordinary artifact. It was a soul-type artifact. It was the Emperor artifact, Soul-Splitting Saber. This was an artifact that Yang Kai had obtained all the way back when he was still in the Hung Luo star field. He was still weak at that time, so this Emperor artifact was of great help to him when it came to killing his enemies. However, as his strength increased, this Emperor artifact was no longer useful to him. He simply kept Soul-Splitting Saber in his soul and had not used it for years. It never crossed his mind that he would use this Emperor artifact again one day. Although this Emperor artifact was too weak compared to his current realm, it was better than fighting against the feudal lord's consciousnesses with only his raw spiritual energy. After all, he was on his own while the Black Ink clansmen came at him in large numbers. With the soul-splitting saber in hand, Yang Kai felt his murderous intent surging and grinned. "Don't worry. I'll make this quick." The moment he finished speaking, he brandished his saber as a cold light slashed across this special space. Yang Kai's powerful spiritual energy allowed the light of the soul-splitting saber to fill the entire space. Following the attack, the consciousnesses of 4 feudal lords died in silence. At the same time, the feudal lords, who were respectively in charge of 4 Black Ink nests in Kong Chan's territory, collapsed to the ground. Although they were still technically alive, they were now completely immobile. The destruction of their consciousnesses meant that they wouldn't survive for long. The power of the saber astonished the feudal lords. The barrage of attacks, which was the agglomeration of the feudal lords' consciousnesses, instantly weakened. With most of the pressure lifted off, Yang Kai slashed with his saber again. This time, the feudal lords promptly dodged the attack, so only 2 were killed. Still, they were shaken to the core after witnessing the power of the saber twice. They initially thought that they could easily capture Yang Kai with this trap, but they had never expected that this human was actually so ferocious. Even though he was in a trap set up by the Black Ink clan, he was still the one slaughtering them. Faced with the threat of death, the feudal lords' consciousnesses tried to flee from this place in a hurry. After all, none of them wanted to be killed, especially when Yang Kai was chasing after them with his strange saber. To their dismay, though, they soon realized that they were unable to leave this place. The moment Yang Kai's consciousness barged into this special space, it was completely sealed off. Only He Yuan, who was in charge of this place, could open it again. Apparently, He Yuan didn't have the intention of opening this space. The turn of events not only startled the feudal lords, but also He Yuan. He had never expected that instead of harming Yang Kai, the trap they had set up in advance became a battlefield where they were the ones being slaughtered. Nevertheless, he soon came to his senses. Seeing that the feudal lords' consciousnesses were trying to run away from Yang Kai, he roared, "Stand and fight! We must not let him flee this time." This chance was hard to come by, and if they let Yang Kai escape, He Yuan didn't have the confidence to trap him again. Regardless of the price he had to pay, he had to defeat and capture Yang Kai today. The next instant, He Yuan took the initiative to charge towards Yang Kai. His consciousness, which was even more powerful than the rest, clashed with Yang Kai. Yang Kai's consciousness, which had basically replicated his true form, was caught off guard and staggered backwards upon impact while the light around him also dimmed. Martial Peak, Chapter 5109, Ray of Hope for the Black Ink Clan. The instant Yang Kai was attacked, he responded with his saber. He Yuan's consciousness promptly backed off, but he couldn't be as quick as the saber light. Struck by the saber light, He Yuan groaned in pain like an injured beast. His powerful consciousness weakened in an instant, and it was obvious that he was wounded. As horror overwhelmed him, thinking that he was doomed, He Yuan heard something crack. As his consciousness refocused, he realized that the saber in the hands of Yang Kai's avatar had shattered upon impact. An elated He Yuan roared at the feudal lords who were running away. "His weapon has been destroyed. Do not fear." Upon hearing that, the feudal lords turned around and realized that, just like what He Yuan had said, the saber in Yang Kai's hands had fallen apart for some reason. In an instant, they become energized. The consciousnesses were all essentially naked, so the feudal lords were stunned when they saw Yang Kai summoning a saber. After He Yuan was done barking, he madly activated his power and charged towards Yang Kai. Seeing that, the feudal lords promptly assisted him. At that moment, Yang Kai was immensely pressured. In the end, the soul-splitting saber was just an emperor artifact. Although it had been nurtured in his soul over the years, its original quality couldn't be changed. It couldn't bear the power of Yang Kai's spiritual energy, so 3 strikes had been its limit. Therefore, before Yang Kai could kill all of his enemies, the saber broke apart. Presently, with He Yuan leading the charge, the attacks from the feudal lords' consciousnesses came right at Yang Kai in a continuous manner from all directions. Regardless of how powerful Yang Kai's soul was, he couldn't possibly bear such a bombardment. Seeing that Yang Kai's consciousness became immobile, as though it had been suppressed, the feudal lords struck their opponent harder, determined to take him down. Yang Kai was aware that he was in an unfavorable position. It had to be said that the Black Ink clan had come up with a brilliant method to deal with him. In such a place, space principles were practically useless. This was purely a contest of the strength of their spiritual energy. He had to quickly come up with a solution, otherwise, he would be doomed. At the most critical moment, Yang Kai realized that since he could summon the soul-splitting saber to this place, what about the soul-warming lotus? the soul-warming lotus was a supreme treasure, so if he could summon it, there wouldn't be any suspense regarding the outcome of this battle. However, he had never summoned the soul-warming lotus to fight his enemies before. Usually, he would only counterattack when others attempted to invade his knowledge sea, so the idea of summoning it hadn't crossed his mind. As he thought about this, a seven-colored light burst from his figure. When the feudal lords, who were bombarding Yang Kai with their attacks, saw the light, they were bewildered. He Yuan had no idea what was going on either, but through his battles with Yang Kai, he came to realize that this human had all sorts of tricks up his sleeve. Therefore, the moment the seven-colored light appeared, he felt that something was off and promptly shouted, "Take him down now." As soon as he finished speaking, he focused all of his power and charged towards Yang Kai. At this moment, he had no choice but to ignore the royal lord's order that Yang Kai had to be captured alive. Whether Yang Kai could survive this strike would depend on his luck. Following He Yuan's order, the feudal lords wouldn't dare to hold back any of their strength and madly attacked. Invisible attacks came right at Yang Kai from all directions and drowned him. However, the seven-colored light only became brighter and soon filled the space. The feudal lords watched apprehensively while He Yuan turned solemn. A moment later, the storm subsided as the originally noisy space fell silent. A lotus that radiated a light of seven colors abruptly appeared in the place where Yang Kai previously stood. The lotus spun gently, exuding an aura that the black ink clansmen coveted. "What is that?" one of the puzzled feudal lords asked. Although he had no idea what this seven-colored lotus was, he could clearly feel that it was hugely beneficial to any black ink clansman who could possess it. "Where is he?" There was another feudal lord who was concerned about Yang Kai's whereabouts. Other than the seven-colored lotus sitting in the place where Yang Kai previously stood, the human himself was nowhere in sight. "I suppose he's dead. Although he is strong, he couldn't possibly survive that bombardment." "Well done. That human was too arrogant as he had no regard for us. He deserved his death." Besides these feudal lords, He Yuan also believed that Yang Kai had perished. Yang Kai had indeed showcased powerful spiritual energy, but regardless of how formidable he was, he couldn't possibly stave off the joint attack of all the feudal lords and He Yuan. However, if Yang Kai was really killed, how was He Yuan going to explain himself to the royal lord? This was giving He Yuan a headache. Also, what was this seven-colored lotus that Yang Kai had left behind? While he was puzzled, the flower petals of the spinning seven-colored lotus started to unfurl, and as that happened, a figure revealed itself. Seated among the stamens, this person radiated a vague glow. Upon making out the person's face, He Yuan was shocked. That was because not only wasn't Yang Kai dead, he wasn't even wounded. How can this be? He might have been lucky enough to have survived the bombardment of attacks, but how was it possible that he wasn't injured at all? Could the strange lotus have blocked all their attacks? Before He Yuan could figure it out, Yang Kai's soul power burst forth. The power of this soul was as magnificent as the ocean and as profound as the abyss. As the mass of spiritual energy increased in intensity, the special space started trembling. "It wouldn't be polite if I didn't offer a gift in return. Please accept this." The moment the clear voice reverberated across the space, clearly discernible spirit energy turned into visible saber lights that pointed in all directions as they hovered above Yang Kai's head. Faced with the saber lights, the feudal lords felt chills running down their spines. As soon as Yang Kai finished speaking, the spiritual energy saber lights shot out in all directions and mercilessly rained down on them. The feudal lords were horrified as they all scrambled to escape or defend themselves. Nevertheless, their efforts were futile. As the saber lights swept across the space, half of the feudal lords' consciousnesses were destroyed. Even He Yuan was struck by two saber lights and roared in pain. The surviving feudal lords' consciousnesses all trembled in fear. He Yuan knew that if they let Yang Kai attack again, all of the Black Ink clansmen here would be killed. Yang Kai's soul was unimaginably powerful. Besides that, he had a lot of special offensive skills when it came to the soul, something that the Black Ink clan were not aware of previously. Ignoring his own injuries, He Yuan launched another attack in an attempt to turn the tide. Seeing that, some of the feudal lords joined in and made a move. However, the incident that took place the next moment sent He Yuan into a state of despair. The attacks of He Yuan and the feudal lords were all blocked by the seven-colored lotus. As a result, Yang Kai wasn't harmed one bit. Now, He Yuan could confirm that the reason Yang Kai was safe earlier was that the latter had this strange seven-colored lotus. He wondered what kind of treasure it was that could defend against so many spiritual energy attacks. Even a territory lord like him was unable to hurt Yang Kai despite having personally made a move. The defensive strength of the seven-colored lotus was simply impenetrable. With the protection of the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai had no more worries. As his spiritual energy condensed into another attack, he slashed out at the surviving Black Ink clansmen. More and more of the feudal lords were eliminated, and inside the feudal lord Black Ink nests in Kong Chan's territory, numerous bodies passed out and collapsed to the ground. These feudal lords no longer reacted regardless of how loud the other Black Ink clansmen called out to them. Within moments, fewer than 5 of the original 30 feudal lord remained. These consciousnesses were running about madly as Yang Kai relentlessly chased after them, completely powerless to counterattack. He Yuan's aura was also weakening by the breath. It was not possible to use any kind of technique in a pure clash of spiritual energy, so in such a place, it was hard for He Yuan to use his formidable strength. Finally, one of the feudal lords shouted, "Sir He Yuan, we can't persevere any longer. Please open this space, otherwise, all of us will die." He Yuan was unperturbed though, for he firmly believed that the seven-colored lotus wasn't as impenetrable as it seemed. He thought that by exerting more force with his attacks, he could shatter the lotus defense. However, his goal was still not achieved after so many of the feudal lords' consciousnesses perished. Regardless, their defeat in this place didn't mean that the Black Ink clan had lost. They still had a chance to turn things around. That was because the moment Yang Kai entered this space through the Black Ink nest's power, He Yuan managed to ascertain his whereabouts. This could be achieved easily, for Yang Kai made use of a feudal lord's Black Ink nest to come into this space. Just by finding out which Black Ink nest it was, He Yuan could effortlessly discover where Yang Kai was. After all, the fiefs and Black Ink nests of the feudal lords were fixed. Therefore, the moment Yang Kai's consciousness entered this space, He Yuan ordered more than 10 feudal lords to rush over to Yang Kai's location. He Yuan's initial plan was to damage Yang Kai's consciousness so that this team could easily capture him in a weakened state. However, things were not going to plan. Not only was Yang Kai not injured, but he had also made use of a seven-colored lotus to commit a massacre. They were not in a favorable position in this special space, so it was inevitable that so many feudal lords' consciousnesses were wiped out. Nevertheless, as long as Yang Kai's consciousness was trapped here, he couldn't return to his body, and the team that He Yuan had sent would soon capture Yang Kai. That was the reason He Yuan refused to open this space despite the fact that so many feudal lords were injured or dead. There was still a ray of hope for them to turn things around. With that said, regardless of how swift the team of feudal lords were, it would take them at least 4 hours to arrive at the Black Ink nest where Yang Kai was located. Could He Yuan persevere for another 4 hours? He had no idea, but he knew that there were not a lot of feudal lords' consciousnesses left. Once they were all dead, he would have to face Yang Kai alone. Despite the fact that a lot of feudal lords were killed, He Yuan continuously channeled his power to attack the seven-colored lotus in the hope that he could shatter its defense. There was no doubt that the outcome was disappointing for him, as the seven-colored soul-warming lotus was so impregnable that even a territory lord like him couldn't hope to destroy it. Martial Peak, Chapter 5110, Unconstrained. Shrieks were heard reverberating across this special space, each one representing the demise of a feudal lord's consciousness. He Yuan felt his heart sinking. When the last feudal lord's consciousness died, Yang Kai slowly turned around. While standing on the seven-colored soul-warming lotus, he stared dispassionately at He Yuan's consciousness. The tide of spiritual energy swirled around Yang Kai like a violent storm. "You're the only one left, He Yuan. Are you ready to die?" Yang Kai stepped towards his enemy, the seven-colored soul-warming lotus following closely. He Yuan roared, "You'll pay for underestimating me." Despite the ferocity in his tone, it was apparent that he was just acting tough. Just now, he had joined forces with more than 30 feudal lords, but they still couldn't hurt Yang Kai at all. Instead, they were the ones that were wiped out. More than 30 feudal lords had died, and he was the only one left now, so how was he supposed to be a match for Yang Kai? The only thing he could do was to stall for time so that the team he had sent could capture Yang Kai. After a sneer, Yang Kai said, "Let's see how you're going to make me pay then." Upon finishing his words, he drove the soul-warming lotus to charge towards He Yuan. A flustered He Yuan promptly ran away. While relentlessly chasing after him, Yang Kai mocked him by saying, "Didn't you say you'll make me pay the price? Is this how you do it? It's an eye-opener for me, Sir He Yuan." He Yuan was thoroughly ashamed and had the urge to stop in his tracks and fight it out with Yang Kai, but he didn't have the courage to do so. His consciousness was already wounded after the exchanges of moves with Yang Kai. If his injuries were exacerbated, he would have to get into a black ink nest and recuperate for a long time. Therefore, he did his best to avoid fighting with Yang Kai so that he wouldn't get hurt. Yang Kai wasn't a fool, so he soon realized what the other man was trying to achieve. "Are you stalling for time?" Certainly, He Yuan wouldn't respond to him, but his silence only confirmed Yang Kai's speculations. After giving it a thought, he figured out the other man's plan. "If I'm not mistaken, there should be some black ink clansmen coming to capture me. Am I right?" He Yuan finally responded, saying, "You can't flee. Surrender without a fight now." Yang Kai sneered, "We'll talk if you can survive." Upon figuring out He Yuan's plan, Yang Kai certainly wouldn't waste any time on him. He was worried that his physical body would be harmed by the black ink clansmen coming to attack him, so he exerted even more force with his attacks. Although He Yuan was trying to dodge, it was hard for him to do so. Left with no choice, he had to exchange moves with Yang Kai several times, which resulted in his aura weakening even further. On the other hand, with the protection of the soul-warming lotus, Yang Kai became increasingly ferocious, abandoning all semblance of defense and only attacking. Barely an incense stick later, He Yuan realized that he could no longer persevere. His consciousness was badly wounded. It would take him several hundred years to heal this kind of injury. If he clashed with Yang Kai again, his consciousness would be destroyed, just like what happened to the feudal lords. Despite his unwillingness, there was nothing else he could do. He had paid a huge price, losing more than 30 feudal lords and suffering horrible injuries himself. However, he still hadn't managed to capture one seventh-order human like Yang Kai. This was the biggest humiliation in his life. Nevertheless, things had come to such a point where he could no longer turn things around. If He Yuan still didn't give up, he would be killed by Yang Kai before the team of feudal lords he sent could capture him. Therefore, at the last moment, he promptly decided to escape. Just as Yang Kai dashed forward with his violent tide of spiritual energy, he realized that He Yuan was nowhere in sight. At the same time, this special space, which had been locked since his arrival, was reopened. He ran away. Yang Kai ground his teeth, thinking that it was such a shame. If he could keep fighting with He Yuan, he had the confidence to kill the latter's consciousness. Unfortunately, He Yuan was the one who could decide whether he would open up the space, and he didn't give Yang Kai a chance to kill him. Killing a territory lord would be a huge contribution. By doing so, not only could it significantly weaken the Black Ink clan's power, but it could also reduce the possible casualties of the human soldiers on the battlefield. Although Yang Kai had killed a territory lord before, he had joined forces with Bai Yi at that time to do so, and Zhu Feng, the territory lord in question, was already badly injured. Despite that, it had still been a perilous situation. In the end, Yang Kai managed to deal a lethal blow to Zhu Feng only by resorting to his dragon bead. The chance to fight with He Yuan this time was rare, and it was impossible to have such a chance again. However, even though He Yuan had fled, It wasn't like Yang Kai had achieved nothing. When he was dealing with He Yuan just now, he managed to ascertain his whereabouts. If he raced after him now, he might be able to kill him. Therefore, the instant Yang Kai realized that He Yuan had fled, he quickly retracted his consciousness and dashed out of the feudal lord's black ink nest. It was silent all around him with no black ink clansmen in sight, so he turned to look in a particular direction and shot into the sky. As space principles undulated, Yang Kai charged forward swiftly. About an hour later, he saw a group of black ink clansmen rushing over in his direction. What surprised him was that this team was entirely composed of feudal lords, about a dozen in total. This was obviously unusual. The strongest black ink clansmen had left to deal with the human army from Yinyang Pass, and although there were still a lot who stayed back, and Yang Kai had come across many of them recently, it was the first time he saw a group that consisted of only feudal lords. This powerful team was obviously tasked with capturing Yang Kai. Was this the arrangement He Yuan had made? When Yang Kai was dealing with He Yuan earlier, these feudal lords must have been heading in his direction. Unfortunately, they came too late as the battle in the special space had ended long ago. They were still on their way when Yang Kai happened to run into them. It seemed that He Yuan was really located in that direction. While Yang Kai had discovered the team of feudal lords, the other party had certainly seen him as well. These feudal lords, who were moving at full speed, were flabbergasted as they stopped in their tracks and got ready to fight. Recently, Yang Kai had sent a shockwave across the Black Ink clan. All the teams that had come across Yang Kai were destroyed. Although they were all feudal lords, they still didn't have the confidence to defeat Yang Kai here. However, this human's consciousness was supposed to be trapped inside the Black Ink Nest network, and they just had to go over and capture his body. So, why was he here? Had He Yuan failed in his attempt to injure this human in that special space? Before these feudal lords could figure it out, Yang Kai was seen turning into a ray of light and charging towards them. Before he even arrived, his spear turned into countless shadows. The instant both parties clashed, the feudal lords exclaimed and grunted, feeling that the violent force had torn their defenses apart. In an instant, they were all blown backwards. Yang Kai directly moved past them and left this place without turning his head, soon disappearing from sight. The place was in a mess as black blood and black ink strength scattered everywhere. The feudal lords looked around with horrified expressions. 3 of them were killed by Yang Kai in the blink of an eye, and the rest were injured. It seemed that this human was even more powerful than they had heard. The surviving feudal lords were glad that Yang Kai didn't intend to kill them. They had no idea why he was in a hurry as he only attacked them once and left, otherwise, all of them would have lost their lives. One of the feudal lords suddenly realized something. Is he after Sir He Yuan? When the feudal lords heard that, a myriad of expressions came over them. Even if that was true, there was nothing they could do. Now, they could only hope that He Yuan could capture that human, otherwise, all the Black Ink clansmen in Mu Guang's royal domain would be humiliated. It only took Yang Kai another hour to rush over to a certain feudal lord's fief. The feudal lords guarding this fief were startled upon seeing Yang Kai, and before they could figure out what was going on, they were easily killed. When the only 2 feudal lords were dead, the other Black Ink clansmen in the fief certainly wouldn't be able to counterattack. Yang Kai directly barged into the Black Ink nest and searched around, but He Yuan was nowhere in sight. However, some of He Yuan's aura was left in the chamber inside the Black Ink nest, which suggested that he had been here not long ago. After dashing out of the Black Ink nest, Yang Kai caught a horrified high-rank Black Ink clansman by the throat and asked in a grim voice, "Where's He Yuan?" The high-rank Black Ink clansman breathed out a puff of black ink strength in an attempt to corrupt Yang Kai, but an unperturbed Yang Kai simply exerted more force with his hand and broke the other party's neck. He then caught another Black Ink clansman and asked, "Where's He Yuan?" Having witnessed what happened just now, the Black Ink clansman replied in horror, "I have no idea where Sir He Yuan went. He left in a hurry just now." In what direction did he head? The Black Ink clansman quickly pointed in a particular direction. Yang Kai tossed him away, and by the time the Black Ink Clansman landed, he had lost his life. In the meantime, Yang Kai shot into the sky and raced after He Yuan. Since He Yuan had fled, it suggested that he was badly injured, and he had speculated that Yang Kai would come for him, otherwise, he wouldn't have immediately run away after leaving the special space. Although Yang Kai had promptly pursued, he was still too late. Even if Yang Kai chased after He Yuan now, he might not be able to find him as the void was too vast. He also wouldn't have any solution if He Yuan was determined to hide. However, he wouldn't want to miss this rare chance. It would be best if he could kill He Yuan, but there was nothing he could do if he couldn't find him. One day later, Yang Kai stopped in his tracks somewhere in the void. Although he had searched around a large area for the entire day, he still hadn't discovered He Yuan's whereabouts. He felt that it was such a shame. With that said, it wasn't necessarily a bad thing for him. Most of the Black Ink Clansmen had left Mu Guang's royal domain to fight with the humans from Yinyang Pass, so there were not a lot of them left in this place. The territory lords who stayed back had to assist Mu Guang to deal with the old ancestor from Yinyang Pass, so they wouldn't have time to hunt Yang Kai down. Previously, he had to put his guard up as He Yuan was relentlessly pursuing him. Now that He Yuan had gone into hiding though, no one else in Mu Guang's royal domain could restrain him. In other words, Yang Kai could basically go anywhere in this royal domain. Given his mastery of the Tao of space, he wouldn't fall into danger as long as he was cautious enough. At the thought of this, he turned to look in a particular direction and grinned. Martial Peak, Chapter 5111, Destroying Black Ink Nests. Kong Chan's home territory was located in a dead universe world where there was a magnificent mid-rank black ink nest. Over the years, the black ink strength that had been emanating from the black ink nest had enveloped everything. There were over 1 million Black Ink Clansmen living in this place, which was just as flourishing as He Yuan's territory. The strongest and most competent Black Ink Clansmen had left with Kong Chan to intercept the human army, so although there were some feudal lords around, the rest of them were mostly high-rank and low-rank Black Ink Clansmen. Over the past few days, a slight sense of tension could be felt among the Black Ink Clansmen in Kong Chan's territory. Rumor had it that a human named Yang Kai was on a killing spree in Mu Guang's royal domain. He had already destroyed 2 territory lord Black Ink nests, and his next target was Kong Chan's. Most of the Black Ink Clansmen didn't believe this rumor. As far as they were concerned, even though the humans were strong and resilient, they couldn't resist the corruption of Black Ink's strength. Therefore, they had been hiding in their great passes all these years. Faced with the Black Ink clan soldiers, they could only defend themselves. How was it possible that a single human had barged into the Black Ink clan's territory and even destroyed Black Ink nests belonging to the powerful territory lords? One day, though, a 30,000-meter-long creature, which was covered in scales and radiating a golden light, arrived at this place, wielding a giant spear in its claws. The horrifying pressure this creature exuded sent chills down the spines of these high-rank and low-rank Black Ink Clansmen. The humongous creature descended from the sky and forcefully swept his spear across the territory lord's Black Ink nest. The Black Ink nest, which had stood in this place for tens of thousands of years, given birth to countless Black Ink Clansmen, and provided a resting place for all the Black Ink Clansmen who were born here, was cut in half with just one strike. As the Black Ink nest fell, Black Ink strength gushed out of it like a flood. The Black Ink Clansmen in Kong Chan's territory were naturally flustered. The feudal lords promptly shot into the sky to repel the enemy. However, the Black Ink Clansmen, who were much larger than ordinary humans, appeared as petite as ants in front of this behemoth. The terrifying creature didn't even spare these feudal lords a glance as he opened his mouth and spat out a horrifying flame. In an instant, many Black Ink Clansmen were slaughtered. Kong Chan's territory was set ablaze, and countless Black Ink Clansmen perished. The terrifying creature flitted across the sky, and wherever he went, he easily killed all the Black Ink Clansmen within his reach. On top of that, he swept his claws across all the shops that were filled with resources. The moment his claws came into contact with the shops, they simply disappeared. Barely a cup of tea's time later, Kong Chan's territory was dyed with black blood. The Black Ink clansmen tried their best to resist by bombarding the creature with their attacks. Their attempt wasn't effective in the beginning, but soon, the creature grunted in pain as his blood scattered about. The battle didn't last for long. Only an incense stick of time had passed from when the terrifying creature appeared to when he was forced to retreat. Despite that, over 100,000 Black Ink clansmen had lost their lives and Kong Chan's territory had been destroyed. Innumerable amounts of resources and manpower were lost. What sent these Black Ink clansmen into despair though was that Kong Chan's Black Ink nest was thoroughly destroyed. Black Ink nests were the foundation of the Black Ink clan. It could be said that all the Black Ink clansmen living in this place were nurtured by this Black Ink nest. To them, Kong Chan's Black Ink nest was profoundly important to them, a symbol of their very lives. But now, this Black Ink nest was destroyed. Although it was still alive, it would inevitably wither after it was cut down by the giant creature. Soon, this Black Ink nest would perish. These Black Ink clansmen were furious as they vowed to get their revenge, but how were they supposed to look for the colossal creature? After breaking the siege, the creature abruptly disappeared. Furthermore, after the Territory Lord's Black Ink nest was destroyed, all the feudal Lord Black Ink nests in Kong Chan's territory died. The information network had been disabled, so their ability to coordinate their efforts was severely hampered. Meanwhile, Xianxia was hiding inside a Black Ink cloud and recuperating. In the past, he would be nervous when he recuperated as he was worried that He Yuan would find him. However, he didn't have to worry about that now. In the Black Ink nest space, he had severely injured He Yuan's soul. Just like him, He Yuan was probably hiding somewhere and recuperating, so he wouldn't dare to mess with Xianxia. He should be glad that Xianxia stopped trying to look for him. Without any territory lords around, Xianxia wasn't afraid of the other Black Ink clansmen given his current strength. In such a situation, his presence in the Black Ink clan was like a flood dragon plunging into an ocean or a tiger in the mountains. He was simply unstoppable. Several days later, Xianxia dashed out of the Black Ink cloud and headed straight in a particular direction. Although he ran into some Black Ink clansmen on his way, he easily killed them off as they were no match for him. Sometime later, he arrived at a new territory lord's territory. He had destroyed 3 mid-rank Black Ink nests already, so the Black Ink clansmen were obviously aware of his plans. Knowing that he had targeted the Black Ink nests belonging to the territory lords, the Black Ink clansmen resisted in an even more ferocious manner. The instant Xianxia assumed his Grand Dragon form, the feudal lords, who had been hiding, rushed out to deal with him. Upon seeing so many Black Ink feudal lords, Xianxia counted and realized there were over 100 of them. Despite being a Grand Dragon, Xianxia still felt apprehensive. He was indeed powerful and able to escape from a territory lord as he was no match for such a master. However, there was no way he could defeat 100 feudal lords in a frontal clash. Xianxia had no idea whose territory this was, but from the looks of it he knew that all of the feudal lords who stayed behind had gathered together in this place to defend the territory lord's Black Ink nest. It was no wonder that when he arrived at a feudal lord Black Ink nest to ascertain the location of the territory lord's Black Ink nest earlier, he faced no organized resistance at all. That was because they were all waiting for him here. After a moment of hesitation, Xianxia still charged at the feudal lords, who apparently hadn't expected that he would be so unrelenting. Seeing that the 30,000-meter creature was coming at them with a gigantic spear, the feudal lords instinctively dodged. The Grand Dragon directly plowed through the feudal lord's lines, forcefully enduring the attacks that came at him. Dragon blood splashed everywhere and dragon scales were shattered and broken, while some unlucky feudal lords were instantly killed as they came into contact with Azure Dragon's spear. With that said, the casualties were insignificant compared to the total number of feudal lords in this place. Regardless, Xianxia just had to break through their blockade. Ignoring the attacks coming from behind, he directly struck the territory lord's Black Ink nest with his Azure Dragon spear. After a long time of dealing with the Black Ink clan, Xianxia came to realize that the Black Ink nests were actually quite frail. Basically, the Black Ink nests were defenseless. Even if he was in his human form, he could easily destroy a black ink nest with one strike, not to mention in his grand dragon form with the azure dragon spear in his claws. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't need to get tangled up with these feudal lords. His target had always been to destroy the territory lord's black ink nest. As a grand dragon with the azure dragon spear, Yang Kai's attack was unimaginably destructive. Following the strike, the black ink nest collapsed to the ground. Yang Kai didn't even take another glance at it as he flew across the sky above the prosperous city and spat out dragon breath, instantly killing tens of thousands of weaker black ink clansmen. The 100 feudal lords were relentlessly pursuing him from behind as they continuously cast violent attacks at him in an attempt to take him down. Although Yang Kai did his best to dodge the attacks, his figure was too massive, so almost all of them struck him, causing him to tremble and roar. In such a situation, he couldn't possibly rob the shops as a moment of delay would greatly exacerbate his injuries. Despite thinking that it was such a shame, he had achieved his main goal. Therefore, Yang Kai did not hesitate to shoot into the sky and leave. The feudal lords were still chasing after him. However, after Yang Kai returned to his human form, he manipulated space principles several times and easily shook off his pursuers. Since Yang Kai was nowhere in sight, these feudal lords had no choice but to give up. They turned around and saw that the black ink nest was withering and could not be saved. Although they had caused some damage to the Grand Dragon, they didn't manage to make him stay behind, and he had successfully fled in the end. Another territory lord black ink nest was destroyed, and all of the black ink clansmen in Mu Guang's royal domain were alerted. No one knew when Yang Kai would jump out of nowhere and make a move on another territory lord's black ink nest. More importantly, no one knew which territory lord black ink nest would be his next target. Based on this experience, though, they understood that even 100 feudal lords couldn't stop Yang Kai from destroying a black ink nest. It wasn't that they were unable to defeat Yang Kai, but that he could break through their formation and head straight to the black ink nest, though he would be injured in the process. Presently, the royal lord and several territory lords were dealing with the old ancestor from Yinyang Pass while He Yuan had gone missing. The feudal lords couldn't find anyone who could take charge, leaving the entire royal domain leaderless and flustered. Now, the only thing the feudal lords could do was to gather together around their respective territory lords' black ink nests and wait. They had to prepare should Yang Kai launch a surprise attack on them all of a sudden, and they could only hope that they could stop him or kill him on the spot eventually. Therefore, in Mu Guang's royal domain, every territory lord black ink nest now had over 100 feudal lords surrounding it. Through the territory lords' black ink nests that hadn't been affected, they constantly exchanged information and reported on Yang Kai's whereabouts. The territory lords' territories neighboring the black ink nest that Yang Kai previously destroyed were the center of attention. They speculated that Yang Kai's next target would be one of those territory lords' black ink nests. Therefore, countless weaker black ink clansmen were sent from these territory lords' territories to search for Yang Kai. As time passed, Yang Kai was still nowhere in sight though, and the pressure on the black ink clan intensified. Based on past experiences, Yang Kai would go into hiding every time he destroyed a black ink nest, but when he reappeared, he would stir up a bloody storm. Martial Peak, Chapter 5112, I Can Give It a Try. The Black Ink Clan speculated that Yang Kai was probably hiding somewhere to recuperate. After all, every time he appeared, he would be wounded. However, it wouldn't take him a long time to recover. The human named Yang Kai seemed to have an incredible restorative ability. Regardless of how badly injured he was, he could always recover in 10 days to half a month. Based on the information they had gathered from the Black Ink disciples, this kind of restorative power must have something to do with his Dragon Clan bloodline. Dragon Clan members were known to be able to heal their wounds quickly. As expected, Yang Kai reappeared half a month later. Just like the Black Ink Clan had speculated, he appeared in a neighboring territory lord's territory of the Black Ink Nest that he previously destroyed. Although over 100 feudal lords were already waiting there, and they had set up a restrictive spirit array with the help of the Black Ink disciples, they still couldn't ward off the 30,000-meter-long Grand Dragon. Just like what happened previously, the Grand Dragon destroyed the black ink nest and shattered the universe world it sat on. Although he was badly injured, he still managed to break through the siege and escape. Another territory lord's black ink nest was gone for good. This caused the Black Ink clansmen to be furious. The destruction of the Black Ink nests united all these Black Ink clansmen as the feudal lords swore that they would kill Xianxia for the humiliation he had inflicted upon them. The Black Ink clan intensified their search for Xianxia, which made it hard for him to recuperate in peace. Despite their best efforts though, a mid-rank Black Ink nest would be destroyed by Xianxia every half a month. Faced with the ferocious Grand Dragon, these Black Ink clansmen didn't have a solution as there were no powerful masters among them who could confront the enemy head-on. One day, when Xianxia transformed into a Grand Dragon and arrived at a territory lord's direct territory, he saw nearly 200 feudal lords charging towards him. After an intense battle, he managed to kill quite a number of them, but their defense line held, so he was unable to get close to the Black Ink nest. Faced with so many feudal lords, he wouldn't dare to be reckless, otherwise he would most likely be killed. Left with no choice, he fled for now. It had been about half a year since Xianxia destroyed the first territory lord's Black Ink nest. During this period of time, he had destroyed 10 territory lords' Black Ink nests. In the past, the feudal lords were unable to stave him off regardless of how hard they tried, but this time, they managed to force him to withdraw without achieving his goal. Seeing that the Grand Dragon turned around to flee, the feudal lords became high-spirited and cheered in ecstasy. Some of the bold feudal lords even chased after Xianxia, but they eventually lost track of him. Although the feudal lords were unable to make Xianxia stay, it was the first time they gained a victory against this opponent. With their hard work and perseverance, they saved a territory lord's Black Ink nest that Xianxia had targeted. This was a meaningful victory for all the Black Ink clansmen that was worth celebrating. Unlike how joyful the Black Ink clansmen were, Xianxia was extremely vexed. He had repeatedly made a move recently, and even though he had made a huge contribution by destroying quite a number of territory lord Black Ink nests and killing a lot of feudal lords, he came to the realization that, as time passed, he faced increasingly strong resistance. One thing he had noticed was that the number of feudal lords he had to face increased each time he arrived at a new Black Ink nest. Furthermore, he found many of the feudal lords familiar. In other words, he had seen them before. After giving it a thought, he soon realized that those familiar-looking feudal lords came from the other territories to help. His target was clear, which was to destroy territory lord Black Ink nests. Usually, a territory where a territory lord's Black Ink nest was located would have 100 or so feudal lords inhabiting it. Once he managed to destroy the nest though, these feudal lords would head to the neighboring Black Ink nests to provide reinforcements. That was the reason he came across so many feudal lords on this day, and many of them looked familiar to him. It was apparent that he faced them before. In that case, as he destroyed more Black Ink nests, he would face stiffer resistance. Xianxia was unable to achieve his goal on this day as nearly 200 feudal lords went all out to protect the Black Ink nest. Although he had turned into a Grand Dragon, he was still unable to break through their defenses and instead, he was terribly injured. It seemed that he had to stop this game at this point. If he still recklessly continued, an accident was likely to happen. Fortunately, he had already destroyed a lot of territory lord Black Ink nests, thus dealing a heavy blow to the Black Ink clan. He had also snatched vast amounts of resources from several territory lords' territories and killed countless Black Ink clansmen. It could be said that he had made a huge contribution. Despite his reluctance, Xianxia still decided to end his actions here. He believed that after the chaos he raised this time, the foundation of the Black Ink clan in Mu Guang's royal domain had been severely damaged. It would take them several hundred to 1,000 years to fully recover. The Black Ink clan must be extremely vexed that 10 territory lord Black Ink nests had been destroyed, which resulted in several dozen more feudal lord Black Ink nests withering as well. Since he had made up his mind, Xianxia found a remote place to recuperate in peace. It was destined that his journey back home wouldn't be smooth sailing though. Other than the fact that he would run into a lot of Black Ink clansmen along the way, he would also have to deal with the Black Ink clan army besieging Yinyang Pass. Several days later, Yang Kai, who was recuperating, suddenly thought of something. He turned into a soul avatar and appeared in his small universe. This was a place with lush mountains and clear rivers. The 300 artifact refiners that Yang Kai had kept inside his small universe were settled down here. In any case, other than recuperating in such a serene place, there was nothing else they could do. This was Yang Kai's small universe, after all. If they activated their world forces as they pleased, it would cause a burden on Yang Kai. They might even damage or contaminate Yang Kai's small universe. With that in mind, they had been doing nothing recently, which was why they were quite bored. However, after such a long time, they still had no idea what was going on in the outside world, and Yang Kai didn't seem to have the intention of releasing them. It was expected that Wu Xinghe and the others were worried about Yang Kai, and they wanted to ask him what was going on. Therefore, the moment Yang Kai's soul avatar appeared, they promptly surrounded him. "What's wrong, senior brothers?" Yang Kai asked. Wu Xinghe said, "Junior brother Yang, haven't we returned to the inner sanctum?" Yang Kai shook his head. "Not yet. There's been an accident. We're still inside the Black Ink clan's territory." "We're still in enemy territory?" Guan Ning was astounded. Wang Sibo asked with concern, "What kind of accident? Is there anything we can help you with?" Yang Kai shook his head. "The Black Ink clan's territory is filled with Black Ink clouds and Black Ink strength, so it's best you stay here lest you become corrupted again." Wu Xinghe and the other Grandmaster artifact refiners had cut off large sections of their small universes, causing them to drop to the 6th order from the 7th order open heaven realm so that Yang Kai could easily keep them inside his own small universe. Now that their orders had dropped and their small universes were incomplete, they would easily be invaded by Black Ink strength. The other artifact refiners were unable to help either because they were only in the 5th order and 6th order open heaven realm. As for what accident occurred, it's no big deal. Recently, I've been destroying some Black Ink nests. Yang Kai briefly told them what he had been up to. It wasn't that he wanted to brag, but he understood that these artifact refiners were apprehensive as they had been staying in his small universe and unable to find out what was going on in the outside world. Therefore, he decided to tell them what he had done to let them know that it wasn't that he was unable to return to the inner sanctum. He just didn't want to go back without dealing a heavy blow to the Black Ink clan first. Upon hearing that Yang Kai had single-handedly destroyed so many Territory Lord Black Ink nests and killed countless Black Ink clansmen, these artifact refiners were dumbfounded. They couldn't really believe what they had just heard. After all, Yang Kai was just a 7th order open heaven realm master. Although most of the strongest Black Ink clansmen had left the royal domain, even an 8th order division commander would be unable to pull off such a feat. However, they knew that it wasn't necessary for Yang Kai to lie to them. In other words, such things had really happened. Wu Xinghe and the others were astonished as admiration was written all over their faces. A moment later, Wu Xinghe came to his senses and asked, "Junior brother, you mean, after a Territory Lord's Black Ink nest is destroyed, all of the subnests that originated from that Black Ink nest will wither as well?" Yang Kai nodded. "That's right." Wu Xinghe quickly ran the numbers in his mind. A Territory Lord's Black Ink nest is connected to several dozen Feudal Lord Black Ink nests. In other words, hundreds of Feudal Lord Black Ink nests have been destroyed as a result. "I think so." All of them gasped. Wang Sibo said in a shaking voice, "You've also injured He Yuan." Yang Kai nodded. "He wanted to fight me using only our souls, but he had no idea that I possessed the soul-warming lotus. He basically found the wrong opponent. Unfortunately, even though I've managed to wound his soul, I have no idea where he is now. I've failed in my attempts to find him, otherwise, I could seize this chance and end his life." The soul-warming lotus, Wu Xinghe muttered under his breath. He had certainly heard of this supreme treasure before, but it never crossed his mind that such a valuable item was in Yang Kai's possession. With the soul-warming lotus protecting Yang Kai's soul, It was expected that He Yuan would lose in such a contest. Anyway, the Black Ink clan have suffered immense losses recently. However, the feudal lords who are still around have gathered together around the surviving territory Lord Black Ink nests, so I'm no longer able to keep attacking. It's time we went home. Upon hearing that, Wu Xing nodded. You'd better keep yourself safe, junior brother. You're just a 7th order master now, but you've managed to make such a huge contribution. When you ascend to the 8th order in the future, you'll be a pillar of strength for the human race. You must prioritize your safety at all times. Yang Kai replied humbly, Many thanks for your compliment, senior brother. How confident are you that you can kill He Yuan if you find him? Wang Sibo suddenly asked. After pondering on it for a moment, Yang Kai shook his head. I have no idea. However, since He Yuan's soul is damaged, he must be significantly weakened now. If I run into him, I'll stand a chance to end his life. Why do you ask, senior brother Wang? A hint of hesitation flashed through Wang Sibo's face. Realizing something, Yang Kai asked, Do you have a way to locate He Yuan? Wang Sibo remained silent. Nevertheless, his silence meant that he definitely had a way to find He Yuan. Yang Kai promptly said, Senior brother Wang, if you have a solution, why don't you tell me about it? Although I've destroyed a lot of mid-rank Black Ink nests and severely damaged their foundation, Black Ink nests can still be hatched again. It will just take them some time and energy to nurture these Black Ink nests. However, it will be different if we have a chance to kill He Yuan, who is one of the top 5 territory lords serving Muguang. Killing He Yuan will deal much longer-lasting damage than destroying 10 territory lord Black Ink nests. His death will be a severe blow to the Black Ink clan. After a sigh, Wang Sibo said, I wouldn't dare to say that I can definitely find him, but I can give it a try. Yang Kai's eyes brightened. I'm all ears. Wang Sibo went on to say, He Yuan has a defensive artifact that was made by me. Martial Peak, Chapter 5113, Why is he here again? After giving it some thought, Yang Kai soon realized what the other man was talking about, that arm ring. Certainly, he was aware that there was an arm ring on He Yuan's right arm. After all, he had frequently come into contact with him. Although Yang Kai knew that it was an artifact made by a human artifact refiner, it never crossed his mind that it was crafted by Wang Sibo. As expected, Wang Sibo nodded. Indeed. It was an arm ring. Back then, He Yuan found me and told me to make a defensive artifact for him. Therefore, I specifically made the arm ring for him. Although the defensive artifact isn't very strong, it's not weak either. It might save his life at a critical moment. Since you've seen it before, it means that he's still wearing it. Yang Kai nodded, and it will be easy, then. Wang Sibo put on a smile. Junior brother, you're an artifact refiner yourself, so you know that we have a habit of leaving unique marks on the artifacts we make to show that they are our works. Certainly, Yang Kai was aware of this custom. Just like Wang Sibo had said, many artifact refiners had a habit of leaving their unique mark on the artifacts they refined. Of course, they wouldn't leave a mark on every artifact they crafted, only the special and unique ones. The reason artifact refiners did such a thing was that they wanted to make a name for themselves. On the other hand, an artifact with a unique mark of an artifact refining grandmaster would be costly. The marks could either be conspicuous or hidden. It was fully at the artifact refiner's discretion. In fact, Yang Kai had done such a thing as well. However, he didn't leave a unique mark but instead a kind of hidden restriction. He left such a restriction in every artifact he refined for the feudal lords. When he dealt with Xiagu, he activated the corresponding restrictions, disrupting the flow of energy in the artifacts on Xiagu's body, rendering them brittle and useless. That was how he managed to kill him with one strike back then. Therefore, he could easily understand what Wang Sibo was talking about at this moment. Did you leave a mark in that arm ring? Wang Sibo nodded. There was no doubt that the arm ring he made for He Yuan was valuable, which was why he left his unique mark on it. I can make something to trace that mark. Perhaps it will allow you to find He Yuan. However, if he's hiding in a sealed world or if he's too far away, it won't work. If He Yuan was hiding in a sealed wood, he couldn't be traced as the signal from the mark couldn't be traced across a world barrier. On the other hand, if he was too far away, they simply would be able to connect to the mark. With that said, it was worth giving it a try, and Yang Kai promptly said, "In that case, please do what you can, Senior Brother Wang. It would be best if we can seize this chance to kill He Yuan, but if that's not possible, we can just return to the inner sanctum." Certainly, Wang Sibo wouldn't turn him down. However, he wasn't able to freely use his power in Yang Kai's small universe. Left with no choice, Yang Kai could only look for a safe place first. Fortunately, there were a lot of sealed worlds within the Black Ink clan's territory. While Yang Kai was raising chaos, he discovered a lot of hidden portals to sealed worlds, but he didn't have time to explore them, hence, it wasn't hard for him to find a sealed world now. It only took him a day to locate a sealed world, and after opening the portal, he entered and let Wang Sibo out from his small universe. He had already prepared all the materials needed for artifact refining. It wasn't difficult to craft a tracker, but it would still most likely take Wang Sibo several days. Yang Kai thus released Wu Xinghe and the others so that they could protect Wang Sibo while he searched around the sealed world for any potential dangers. By doing so, he could explore this place as well. If there were any rare spirit herbs or profound in-spirit fruits, he could pick them. As he explored the sealed world, Yang Kai pondered on where He Yuan was hiding. Although Wang Sibo could craft a tracker, it wouldn't be useful if He Yuan was too far away. Therefore, Yang Kai had to speculate where He Yuan was so that they could make better use of the tracker. Since He Yuan's soul had been badly injured, he must be recuperating now. A black ink nest would be the best choice if a black ink clansman wanted to recuperate. As a territory lord, He Yuan certainly had to go into a territory lord rank black ink nest to properly heal. However, Yang Kai was causing a storm in Mu Guang's royal domain, targeting mid-rank black ink nests. Hence, He Yuan might not have the guts to enter one. If he was cornered by Yang Kai in a black ink nest, he would be in hot water. Hence, Yang Kai was 80% sure that He Yuan wasn't in any black ink nest. He believed that He Yuan would be hiding in a region where those territory lords' black ink nest had already been destroyed. That was because there were no longer black ink nests in such a place. Judging from what Yang Kai had been doing, he wouldn't revisit such a place. Thus, it would be considered a safe zone for He Yuan. He might even be hiding in his own territory to fool his opponent. A few days later, Yang Kai returned from the depths of the sealed world. There were no valuable items in this sealed world. He had picked a few herbs, but there were no profound in-spirit fruits. During this period of time, Wang Sibo had finished making the tracker. Seeing Yang Kai, he passed something that looked like a compass to him and explained, "With the help of this thing, you'll be able to detect the arm ring as long as it's within range. You should find He Yuan when you detect the arm ring's presence." Got it? Yang Kai nodded. Be cautious, junior brother. Although He Yuan has been weakened, he's still a territory lord. Run away if you can't defeat him, Wang Sibo said with concern. Yang Kai replied, "Don't worry, senior brother. I have to bring all of you back to the inner sanctum, so I won't take any big risks." After moving Wang Sibo and the others back inside his small universe, Yang Kai left the sealed world. Upon identifying the direction with the help of his universe chart, he headed straight towards He Yuan's territory. Yang Kai held the compass in his hand, and he would take a look at it from time to time. Nevertheless, it didn't react along the way. Whenever he ran into a group of black ink clansmen, he would directly kill them all. There wasn't even a single feudal lord among the black ink clansmen that he came across, so how were they supposed to stop him? It seemed that his speculation was right. All the feudal lords had headed to the neighboring mid-rank black ink nest to help and waited for Yang Kai to arrive. Therefore, there wasn't a single feudal lord among the black ink clansmen on patrol. Yang Kai went on a killing spree for the next 7 to 8 days before he arrived at He Yuan's territory. He headed straight to He Yuan's home territory, since he speculated that He Yuan was trying to deceive him by hiding in the least likely spot for him to look. This place also made sense for He Yuan though, as this was where his foundation was. If he wanted to recuperate without relying on a black ink nest, this place would be the best choice. However, when Yang Kai arrived at the universe fragment and took a look at the compass, he realized that there was no reaction. Is He Yuan not here? Yang Kai frowned. He certainly had trust in the thing Wang Xibo crafted. This compass wasn't a complicated artifact, and Wang Xibo was an artifact refining grandmaster, so the items he refined couldn't possibly be useless. Since the compass didn't react, it suggested that He Yuan wasn't here. It seemed that Yang Kai's speculation was wrong, so he was disappointed. Nevertheless, since he was already here, he wouldn't want to go back without achieving anything. As he took a glance at the shattered universe fragment, he activated the power of his dragon vein and roared. The next instant, he turned into a 30,000-meter-long dragon. Life hadn't been peaceful for the Black Ink clansmen living on this universe fragment. When the human named Yang Kai appeared as a grand dragon previously, not only did he destroy the mid-rank Black Ink nest and kill a lot of Black Ink clansmen, but he also shattered the universe fragment. As a result, the city was ruined, and a lot of the resources in the shops were stolen. There was originally a mid-rank Black Ink nest that continuously produced Black Ink strength here, which was the foundation that the Black Ink clansmen relied on to survive. Now that the Black Ink nest was destroyed, the Black Ink strength around the universe fragment became thinner and thinner. A long time had passed, but the injured Black Ink clansmen still hadn't managed to recover. It was imaginable that the remaining Black Ink strength would be gone for good in no time. When that happened, the situation here would only exacerbate. On the other hand, He Yuan was missing. Initially, there were still some feudal lords in this area, but they had left soon after. It seemed that they had headed out to protect other mid-rank Black Ink nests. The Black Ink clansmen living on the universe fragment were apprehensive about their future. Although some high-rank clansmen assured them that He Yuan wouldn't abandon them, and that he would get another Black Ink nest to rebuild their foundation, their efforts did little to assuage these fears. Just as the Black Ink clansmen on the universe fragment were lost in their own anxiety, they heard a dragon roar coming from the distance, and it sounded familiar. The Black Ink clansmen looked up and saw that there was a colossal grand dragon with a golden glow descending from the sky, shaking its head and flicking its tail as it swam towards them. Why is he here again? The Black Ink clansmen on the universe fragment were stunned. It was said that this grand dragon had been targeting territory lord rank Black Ink nests, but since the Black Ink nest in this place had been destroyed, why was he here now? Before they could figure out the reason, the grand dragon was upon them. Wherever he went, Black Ink clansmen would die. When Yang Kai arrived at this place as a grand dragon previously, he faced resistance from a lot of feudal lords. However, this time, the most powerful opponents were just high-rank Black Ink clansmen. Faced with Yang Kai's intense dragon pressure, these Black Ink clansmen were so terrified they ran away at first sight, not daring to clash with him. The grand dragon destroyed everything in sight as though there was no one else in this place. As he breathed out his dragon breath, the Black Ink clansmen screamed in terror and pain. When Yang Kai left 2 hours later, the entire universe fragment was thoroughly shattered. Countless Black Ink clansmen had lost their lives during the carnage. It was estimated that over 100,000 Black Ink clansmen had perished. Although there wasn't a feudal lord among them, these high-rank and low-rank Black Ink clansmen were still part of the Black Ink clan's foundation. Their deaths could potentially affect the Black Ink clan's survival as a whole. What's more, all the resources in all the shops had been snatched up. Although Yang Kai had previously looted several shops, he didn't obtain everything as he was in a hurry. This time, he could pillage without any worries, so he picked the Black Ink clan clean. The entire universe was shattered, and innumerable Black Ink clansmen had lost their lives. It could be said that He Yuan's home territory was thoroughly destroyed. This was probably the first territory lord territory to be completely wiped out by a human in history. Martial Peak, Chapter 5114, Wearing Out Iron Shoes While Seeking One's Feet. Unfortunately, He Yuan wasn't here. He Yuan's soul had been damaged, so if Yang Kai could find him here, he had the confidence to kill him. However, the void was expansive, so young Kai wasn't even sure where to start looking for him. Nevertheless, there was nothing he could do at this point. It was time he returned to Yinyang Pass. The Black Ink clan's army was currently besieging the Great Pass, but young Kai had no idea about the specifics over there. Since he had made up his mind, he headed straight towards Yinyang Pass. As space principles flared, his figure flickered. There weren't any obstacles along the way. Perhaps the Black Ink clansmen were too terrified of him now, so they wouldn't dare to wander about. Half a day later, just as he was about to leave He Yuan's territory and enter another territory lord's domain, the compass in his hand shook a little all of a sudden. Although he didn't find He Yuan in his home territory, young Kai still held out hope. Perhaps he might find a trace that would lead him to He Yuan on his way back, so he kept the compass made by Wang Sibo on his person the whole time. Hence, he was pleasantly surprised that it finally reacted. The vibration was weak. However, Yang Kai was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and he had been hoping to find He Yuan, so he had been paying close attention to the compass. Therefore, the moment the compass vibrated, he immediately noticed it. Yang Kai abruptly stopped in his tracks and looked down, only to see that the pointer was slightly swaying as it pointed in a particular direction. His eyes brightened. Since the compass was reacting, it suggested that it had detected the arm ring's presence. He Yuan was always wearing the arm ring on his right arm, so wherever it was, He Yuan should be hiding there. The reason the pointer was swaying was that He Yuan was still far away. It was barely within the range where the compass could detect the arm ring, so it could only roughly point out a direction. That was enough though. Yang Kai was ecstatic. He initially thought that he would miss the chance to kill He Yuan, so he was surprised at the turn of events. He immediately concealed his aura and charged in the direction that the compass had pointed. There was no doubt that He Yuan was recuperating. Although his soul had been injured, he was still a territory lord. Therefore, it wouldn't be easy to take him down. Yang Kai reckoned that his best hope was to launch a sneak attack on him. As he got closer, the pointer gradually stabilized and eventually stopped swaying. Half a day later, Yang Kai hid inside a black ink cloud and silently examined the universe fragment in front of him. The universe fragment was pretty huge as it was left behind from a shattered universe world. Such universe fragments were innumerable on the Black Ink battlefield, especially inside the Black Ink clan's territory. Many feudal lords and territory lords built their bases on such universe fragments. He Yuan's home territory was also built on a universe fragment. As Yang Kai observed this place, he realized that there were no Black Ink clansmen moving around on the universe fragment. He Yuan was nowhere in sight, nor could he detect his aura. However, the compass was pointing in this direction. In other words, He Yuan must be hiding in this universe fragment. After observing for a bit, he still couldn't find He Yuan. Yang Kai frowned and dashed out of the Black Ink cloud before charging towards the universe fragment. Since he had no idea where He Yuan was, he could only search for him. He did his best to conceal himself as he moved around the universe fragment like a ghost. Initially, Yang Kai was worried that his whereabouts would be exposed. After all, regardless of how well he could conceal his aura, He Yuan might detect his presence in such close proximity. However, after he searched around most of the universe fragment, there was still no reaction from He Yuan. It was only then that Yang Kai set his mind at ease. It seemed that He Yuan was indeed badly injured. When a Black Ink clansman was horribly injured, the best way to recuperate was to enter an unconscious state. In other words, He Yuan was probably hibernating somewhere on this universe fragment. That would allow Yang Kai to make a move with ease. However, after inspecting most of the places on the universe fragment, he still couldn't find He Yuan. Fortunately, there came a moment when a hint of Black Ink's strength caught his attention. In the Black Ink clan's territory, Black Ink's strength was practically omnipresent. Some of it had even formed into Black Ink clouds. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't pay attention to this wisp of Black Ink strength initially. It wasn't until he realized there was something off about this particular patch of Black Ink strength that he decided to examine it. A moment later, he noticed that the source of the Black Ink strength was inside the universe fragment. In other words, He Yuan was hiding within the universe fragment. It was no wonder that Yang Kai was unable to find him even after such a long time. With that thought in mind, he traced the black ink strength and soon found a cave that led to the depths of the universe fragment. As he held his breath, Yang Kai snuck into the cave and descended for quite some time. The deeper he went, the thicker the black ink strength was. This led him to believe that his judgment was right. There came a moment when he saw light at the other end of the cave. There was a huge empty space in the center of the universe fragment, and as he looked up, Yang Kai couldn't help but narrow his eyes. That was because there was a several dozen meter tall black ink nest in the center of this universe fragment. Just like the other black ink nests that Yang Kai had seen before, this one looked like a dark flower bud, and as it breathed, the entire black ink nest pulsated like a heart. He was surprised that there was a black ink nest in this place. One had to know that he had destroyed He Yuan's black ink nest, so supposedly, all the subnests bred from it should have withered by now. Why was there still a black ink nest here? The only possibility was that this black ink nest wasn't a subnest of He Yuan's black ink nest, nor was it a subnest of any of the mid-rank black ink nests Yang Kai had destroyed. This might even be another mid-rank black ink nest, otherwise, it couldn't possibly have survived. However, its scale wasn't even comparable to the low-rank black ink nests. He Yuan must have hatched it in a hurry to help him recuperate, so he didn't have time to grow it yet. As Yang Kai looked down at the compass, the pointer was pointing at the black ink nest. Found you. Yang Kai stored the compass and examined the black ink nest in front of him. The entire black ink nest had been sealed up, so it was impossible for him to sneak inside without alerting He Yuan. Nevertheless, He Yuan still didn't react even though Yang Kai was in such close proximity. It seemed that he was really in a state of deep sleep. Yang Kai took a deep breath and reached out his hand, summoning the Azure Dragon Spear into his grip. The next instant he madly pushed the power of his small universe. As a golden crow cawed, a great sun leapt up from behind Yang Kai. Fixing the great sun at the tip of his spear, he hurled it towards the black ink nest. At the same time, space principles flared, turning the local space viscous, giving He Yuan no chance to flee. Under the great sun, the several dozen meter tall black ink nest was blown away. Right then, a roar with a hint of fury reverberated across the space. The next instant, a golden light dazzled Yang Kai's eyes as a ring-shaped light shield appeared and blocked his attack. It was the arm ring refined by Wuxia. Yang Kai long ago realized that the arm ring was a defensive artifact that He Yuan wore on his right arm. Although he had been sound asleep, he, as a territory lord, still instinctively reacted to the danger the moment Yang Kai launched the attack, and the arm ring's shield was instantly activated. Wuxia was an artifact refining grandmaster, so the defensive artifact with his unique mark that he had personally refined certainly wouldn't be weak when it came to its defense. However, it wasn't enough to withstand Yang Kai's attack either. After all, he was significantly more powerful than an average 7th Order master. Furthermore, Golden Crow casts the sun was a divine manifestation, so ordinary secret techniques were not comparable to it. Under the great sun, the golden defense shattered and Yang Kai directly thrust his Azure Dragon Spear towards He Yuan's chest. It was expected that He Yuan was in a terrible mood as he was faced with such an attack right after he awakened. As his power burst forth, he forcefully threw out his fist. In an instant, the ground cracked and rocks flew around. The universe fragment, which had been drifting around the void in silence over countless years, was subject to a violent clash, and in the next instant, it exploded into pieces. Two figures shot out of it. While in midair, Yang Kai sprayed out a mouthful of blood, his face as pale as a sheet. He almost couldn't bear He Yuan's all-out attack. Some of his ribs were broken and his 5 viscera and 6 organs were throbbing. Just like what Wuxia had said, even though He Yuan had been weakened, he was still a territory lord. Yang Kai stabilized himself and lifted his gaze, only to see that He Yuan was looking furious. There was a hint of puzzlement behind his eyes, as it was apparent that he hadn't figured out what was going on yet. The arm ring on his right arm had turned dim with cracks all over it. Most of its spirituality had been lost. It was only thanks to this arm ring that blocked Yang Kai's golden crow casts the sun at the critical moment that his life was saved. Otherwise, he could have been killed by Yang Kai in that sneak attack. Even so, blood was still streaming from his chest at this moment as the blow had still hurt him. A short while later, He Yuan figured out what was going on. As he looked up and made out the person who launched a sneak attack on him, he said through clenched teeth, "It's you." Yang Kai spat out the blood in his mouth and sneered, "You're pretty lucky." It was thanks to the arm ring that Wang Sibo had made for He Yuan that Yang Kai could find He Yuan. Nevertheless, it was also because of the arm ring that his strike was rendered ineffective. His success and failure were all because of Wang Sibo. With that said, he had found He Yuan at the very least, and the battle had just started. "How did you know that I was here?" He Yuan was both surprised and shocked as he couldn't figure it out. The void was vast, and he was hiding inside an empty universe fragment to recuperate. How did Yang Kai discover him? One had to know that he randomly chose this place to settle down for the time being. No one else was aware of his whereabouts. Despite that, Yang Kai had still accurately located him and launched a sneak attack on him, which was inconceivable. "Is it hard to find you?" Yang Kai sneered as he wielded his spear. "I can smell the stench coming from your body even if we're billions of kilometers apart. So, don't even think about hiding from me. Wherever you are, I can find you and kill you." Martial Peak, Chapter 51:15, You Can't Run Away. He Yuan's expression darkened. "Do you think you're capable of doing it?" "You'll soon find out if I'm capable or not." Yang Kai snorted, looking high-spirited as he pointed his spear at his opponent. "Don't even think about running away, as today, either you die, or I perish. There is no third possibility." "Run." He Yuan was so furious that he started laughing as his territory lord aura rose. Black ink strength swirled around his burly figure as he roared, "How dare a trivial ant like you challenge this lord? You court death." As his horrifying pressure burst forth, space started contorting. Under the influence of his fury, He Yuan's robust figure expanded and became even more intimidating. Standing in front of He Yuan, Yang Kai was so petite that it was as though he was really just an ant. In the next instant, a huge fist came at Yang Kai. Faced with such an imposing attack, Yang Kai had never been more solemn, because wherever the fist went, space would shatter apart. This showed how powerful a territory lord truly was, and the situation was quite unlike what Yang Kai had imagined. The damage to He Yuan's soul didn't seem to affect his strength at all. This reality surprised Yang Kai, but he didn't have time to ponder on it. Faced with He Yuan's punch, he didn't hesitate to cover himself in spear light and charge towards his opponent. As he infused his 7th Order Open Heaven Realm World Force into the Azure Dragon Spear, he was determined to pierce through whatever stood in front of him. As the violent forces clashed, Yang Kai felt an immense power sweeping across his figure. He almost lost grip of his spear as the force easily shattered all of his defenses, causing him to see stars as he was sent flying backwards while spraying out a mouthful of blood in midair. If not for the fact that he had the World Tree's clone, his small universe would have turned upside down because of this one attack. Once a cultivator's small universe was shaken, his power would severely weaken. When that happened, his life or death would be controlled by his opponent. Despite the fact that Yang Kai's small universe was robust, he couldn't make up for the gap between their powers. A relentless He Yuan was determined to capture Yang Kai and charged forward, throwing out his fist again. Yang Kai raised his spear to intercept the attack, but his attempt was futile and he was sent flying away again. Hong hong hong. A violent force swept across the void with every attack that He Yuan launched. Despite being defiant, Yang Kai was powerless to counterattack, as though he was a mere sandbag. Barely a moment later, he was covered in blood, looking completely battered. Struck by He Yuan's fist again, Yang Kai flew out several hundred kilometers and crashed into a universe fragment and remained there, unmoving. He Yuan strode towards Yang Kai, and with every step he took, he crossed several dozen kilometers. It only took him a moment to reach Yang Kai, and as he looked down at him, he spoke in a voice so loud that it reverberated across the void. Have you lost all hope, Aunt? Don't worry. I won't kill you, for you are still useful to the royal lord. I initially had no idea where to look for you, but since you've delivered yourself right to me, I'll not let you go. Upon finishing his words, he extended his hand towards Yang Kai. Stop shamelessly boasting, Yang Kai sneered as he stood straight up without a warning, the blood on his face giving him a hideous look. Do you seriously think I'm unable to fight back? I was just trying to ascertain the gap between our strengths. As he spoke, He Yuan managed to grasp him. Yang Kai was stuck in the huge hand and was restrained by thick black ink strength. Aware that Yang Kai was a master in the Tao of space, He Yuan ensured that his opponent wouldn't be able to flee. The calm expression on Yang Kai's face made He Yuan even more furious though, and he exerted more force with his grip, resulting in the sounds of bones cracking. He lifted Yang Kai and said grimly, "Have you ascertained the gap between us now?" Yang Kai let out a breath, and you're not as powerful as I thought. Now who is boasting shamelessly? He Yuan growled, "You're in my grasp now. I can squeeze you to death if I feel like it." Yang Kai just grinned at him though, and in the next instant, an invisible force condensed into a spike and stabbed into He Yuan's forehead. An unsuspecting He Yuan felt that a stake had penetrated his head. He was instantly overwhelmed by excruciating pain, which caused him to flail and groan in agony. Yang Kai, who was right in front of him, gripped his spear and stabbed it into He Yuan's left eye, directly destroying it. Black ink strength and dark blood gushed out of the now empty eye socket and dyed Yang Kai black. He Yuan roared even louder as he staggered backwards. In excruciating pain, he instinctually tightened his grip in an attempt to kill Yang Kai. Certainly, Yang Kai wouldn't let that happen. As he roared, he transformed into a 30,000-meter-long gigantic creature and effortlessly broke free from He Yuan's grip. Yang Kai next directly struck He Yuan with his dragon tail and sent him flying away like an arrow. He Yuan only managed to stabilize himself with difficulty after flying across several thousand kilometers. As he covered his wounded eye with one hand, he sported a grim expression, dark blood streaming through the gaps between his fingers. Yang Kai had turned back into his human form, and with the azure dragon spear in hand, he sauntered towards He Yuan. Although he still looked battered, he wasn't dispirited at all. Instead, he appeared condescending. As the human drew closer, He Yuan couldn't help but step backwards, his only remaining eye filled with horror. Yang Kai said impassively, "Do you think you can intimidate me just by showing your strength? Such a display only proves how weak you are. I guess it's really hard to heal the damage in your soul. Am I right, Sir He Yuan?" "You knew from the start," He Yuan said through clenched teeth. Yang Kai snorted, "Of course I knew. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have looked for you in the first place. This place will be your grave. Are you ready to die, He Yuan?" Upon finishing his words, he lifted his spear and vanished into thin air. When he reappeared, he was already right in front of He Yuan. In an overbearing manner, Yang Kai thrust his azure dragon spear towards his enemy's other eye. A flustered He Yuan extended his fist in a hurry in an attempt to intercept this attack, but in that instant, Yang Kai pushed his spiritual energy again and launched another attack on He Yuan's soul. Instantly, He Yuan growled, feeling as though someone had stuck a knife into his head. The pain caused his figure to shudder. Just like Yang Kai had said, it wasn't easy to heal the damage to one's soul, and He Yuan's was badly injured during their previous confrontation in that special space. It was now a fatal weakness which Yang Kai could use against him. If he were at his peak, Yang Kai couldn't have easily attacked his soul. However, given the state he was in, He Yuan couldn't possibly fend off Yang Kai's attack on his soul. His injured soul was attacked once again, which caused his defense to slip, and Yang Kai easily bypassed it with his spear. At the critical moment, He Yuan tilted his head and saved his remaining eye from being gouged out. Although there was now a wound on his head, physically he was still fine. Just as Yang Kai was ready to push out his spear again, He Yuan swung his arm out and swept him away. The next moment he turned around and ran away at full speed. Yang Kai couldn't believe that his opponent had fled just like this. He had been targeting the damage in He Yuan's soul, so the latter was completely powerless to go against him. If He Yuan hadn't fled, he would be doomed. Since he didn't want to die though, He Yuan could only run away. As Yang Kai stared at his opponent's back, he slightly lowered his head. "No one can flee from me. Don't even dream about it, He Yuan." Saying so, he manipulated space principles. Instantly, He Yuan's movements became sluggish, as though he was stuck in a quagmire. But soon, a powerful force burst from his figure, which allowed him to struggle out of the constraint. Yang Kai frowned in surprise, for this was the first time he saw that someone able to break through his space principles restraint with such ease. However, He Yuan was still a territory lord while Yang Kai was just a 7th-order master, so the raw power difference between them was still quite large. It wasn't surprising that He Yuan could do this. Based on Yang Kai's observation, He Yuan was still able to fully utilize his strength as long as his soul wasn't attacked. But when his soul was targeted, his power would drop considerably. Initially, Yang Kai wanted to settle this issue quickly, but now it seemed that he had to act carefully. It would be terrible if He Yuan became desperate and went all out against him without caring for his own life. Yang Kai still remembered vividly that when he joined forces with Bai Yi to deal with the wounded Zhu Feng back then, they were almost killed despite the territory lord being terribly wounded. At the thought of this, Yang Kai chased after his opponent and shouted, "You can't run, He Yuan." At the same time, he struck with his spear and manipulated space principles to restrict He Yuan's movements. Noticing the danger coming from behind, He Yuan turned around and roared before pushing out his fist. A well-prepared Yang Kai used the same trick by sending out a spiritual energy attack. Instantly, He Yuan staggered, and his punch was significantly weakened. While enduring the attack, Yang Kai jabbed his spear into the side of He Yuan's belly and madly surged his world force. A hole was formed in He Yuan's abdomen as a result. The two of them traded injuries, and seeing how Yang Kai was forced back, He Yuan quickly turned around and fled. Soon, Yang Kai caught up though and repeated the process. Barely half a year ago, Yang Kai had been running away from He Yuan for such a long time that the world force in his small universe had almost dried up. Now, the prey had become the hunter. He was the one pursuing He Yuan. It seemed that He Yuan had run out of luck. He Yuan knew that he was unable to flee from Yang Kai as the latter was a master of the Tao of space. However, he didn't lose hope. Every time Yang Kai attacked him, he would be injured as well. As they kept wounding each other, He Yuan hoped that Yang Kai would be the one who could no longer persevere. Only then would he stand a chance to escape. Unfortunately for He Yuan, he wasn't aware that this was the situation Yang Kai had deliberately created. In fact, Yang Kai wasn't unable to dodge He Yuan's counterattacks at all. There were several times when he could have completely evaded such attacks, but he still chose to clash with He Yuan despite knowing that he would be wounded as well. Martial Peak, Chapter 51:16. Why are you here? Yang Kai wanted to give the prey in front of him the illusion that he could still survive and escape. Yang Kai's cultivation may not be as high as He Yuan's, but in terms of restorative abilities, He Yuan was far inferior to him. Trading injuries put Yang Kai at an advantage. He Yuan was destined to grow weaker over the course of this chase, and at the right time, perhaps He Yuan would die from exhaustion even without his intervention. Nonetheless, He Yuan was not an idiot. He might not know what Yang Kai was planning, but he was still trying his very best to escape from his pursuit. He repeatedly fled to the fiefs of a few feudal lords, hoping to use the Black Ink clansmen in those territories to stop Yang Kai. However, the remaining Black Ink clansmen in those feudal lord fiefs were basically just the low and high-rank clansmen with no feudal lords at all. How could they possibly stop Yang Kai? They might delay him for a few breaths, but it was impossible for He Yuan to completely escape. The chase continued across billions of kilometers and He Yuan's injuries became more and more severe. He was riddled with wounds now, and not a single part of his body was left unbloodied. The fury and grievance boiling in his heart could not be expressed in words. He was far stronger than Yang Kai in terms of raw power, but Yang Kai kept deliberately targeting his heavily injured soul, rendering him unable to display the strength of a territory lord. Otherwise, why would he be in such a miserable condition? Several times, He Yuan had an urge to turn around and fight to the death with Yang Kai, but in the end, he didn't have the courage to do so. In his current state, he would not survive if he truly tried to fight to the death with Yang Kai. He wasn't even sure that he could take Yang Kai down with him at this point. His desire to survive pushed him to constantly flee, hoping for some miracle to happen which would help him overcome his current crisis. Suddenly, a variable indeed appeared. At some point, He Yuan suddenly felt a few familiar and powerful auras rapidly approaching him. Obviously, they were other territory lords, existences like him. He could even ascertain the identities of these people from the auras. He Yuan was overjoyed. Currently, most of the territory lords in Mu Guang's royal domain had basically led their respective armies to fight against the humans from Yinyang Pass. Only a few territory lords remained to guard critical areas like the royal city. However, He Yuan also knew that the territory lords in the royal city had been assisting the royal lord in besieging the human old ancestor. He Yuan had been recuperating recently, so he had no idea about the current situation of the battlefield. Since he could sense the auras of these territory lords appearing in the distance though, it meant that the battle between the old ancestor and the royal lord had come to an end. Regardless of what the final outcome of the battle was, these territory lords could provide some assistance at the front lines. And judging by the direction they were heading, it seemed that they were heading in that direction. Running into them here was truly a stroke of luck. He Yuan immediately flew in the direction of the territory lords without a moment of hesitation. So long as he met up with them, Yang Kai, who was chasing after him, would definitely have to act cautiously. He could even team up with the other territory lords and find a way to capture Yang Kai. With their help, even if Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, he might not be able to escape. At this moment, He Yuan couldn't help but recall a saying passed down in the human race: every cloud has a silver lining. But right then, a petite figure appeared in his sight all of a sudden. He Yuan suddenly felt so cold, it was like he had been frozen solid. When He Yuan sensed the auras of these territory lords, Yang Kai also noticed them. Even from a great distance, the monstrous auras of these territory lords were as clear as the bright moon in the night sky. Yang Kai immediately became anxious. He had originally planned to slowly exhaust He Yuan to death as, no matter how weakened, the latter was still a territory lord. If he was forced into a corner, Yang Kai had no idea what kind of methods He Yuan could pull out in desperation. However, the sudden appearances of other territory lords had thrown his plans off entirely. He could sense Mie Qiong and Qing Lei among these auras, and apart from those two, he also sensed the aura of another unfamiliar territory lord. In other words, there were 3 territory lords up ahead. What are they doing here? According to the information Yang Kai had received, a few territory lords were assisting Mu Guang in besieging the old ancestor. That was why, when he had severely wounded He Yuan's soul, Yang Kai had been able to continue acting freely within the Black Ink clan's territory. After all, there was no other territory lord present to stop him. But now, 3 of them had appeared all of a sudden. Has the battle between the old ancestor and the royal lord ended? Who won? Yang Kai had no time to give it another thought though, as he only hesitated for a moment before immediately activating his space principles and disappearing like a ghost. The next moment he appeared, he was not too far behind He Yuan. He promptly manipulated the local space principles to seal the surrounding space and thrust out his Azure Dragon Spear. At the same time, he fired a blast of his spiritual energy straight at He Yuan's head while shouting, "He Yuan, suffer death." The 3 territory lords were still some distance away, so Yang Kai figured he still had enough time to escape after killing He Yuan. Yang Kai was already prepared to defend against He Yuan's final counterattack, But He Yuan appeared as if he was completely oblivious to the danger even when this fearsome spear thrust was upon him. Rather, all his attention was focused on something in front of him. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashed by as a petite figure, holding a long sword, flew past He Yuan. The long sword was devoid of even a stain of black blood and just so happened to collide with Yang Kai's spear. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out of their sockets at the sight of this figure, and he frantically retracted his spear, but the powerful impact still caused his vitality to tumble in his chest. The petite figure rushed to Yang Kai and asked in surprise, "Why are you here?" Yang Kai was also stunned as he asked in a dumbfounded voice, "Old ancestor?" He had not expected to run into the Yinyang Pass old ancestor here. Yang Kai had been wondering about the battle between the old ancestor and the royal lord when he felt the auras of Nie Qiong and the other territory lords up ahead. Nonetheless, it never crossed his mind that the old ancestor would suddenly appear before him the next moment. Does this mean that the old ancestor was fighting Mu Guang for an entire half a year? Astonishing. However, now was obviously not the time to reminisce about such things. The three territory lords behind the old ancestor were relentlessly chasing after her and would be here soon. So, after the old ancestor finished asking, she mustered her world force, wrapped Yang Kai in it, and shouted, "Let's get out of here first." Yang Kai could only allow himself to be dragged along by the old ancestor, flying forward as fast as lightning. While escaping, he took a quick look back and saw He Yuan's huge body collapse into countless pieces all of a sudden. Apparently, in the brief moment the old ancestor passed him by, she had ruthlessly attacked him. He Yuan was already on his last legs and had no strength to take on an attack from an old ancestor. A load had been taken off Yang Kai's mind when he saw this. He Yuan might not have died at his hands, but in the end he didn't escape. "Didn't I tell you to meet up with the army? Why are you still here?" the old ancestor curiously asked as she led Yang Kai away. Yang Kai respectfully replied, "Mu Guang's army moved to engage the army from Yinyang Pass. At first, the huge army was blocking my path, so it was difficult for me to break through alone. I wasn't able to join up with the others. Later, something happened, so I stayed here." "You might be young, but your courage isn't small," the old ancestor indifferently stated. Who knows whether she was mocking him or praising him? She then suddenly asked, "Were you the one who injured that guy?" "He Yuan." Yang Kai nodded, "Yes, it was me." "No wonder he didn't have any strength to resist my attack," the old ancestor instantly understood. "If he was at his peak, I might not have been able to kill him in my current state." Yang Kai was taken aback after hearing this and immediately took a closer look at the old ancestor's face. "Are you injured?" The old ancestor gloomily nodded, "My injuries aren't light." But the next moment, she suddenly sneered, "Don't worry, that old hag's injuries are even worse. She's currently unconscious inside her black ink nest." Yang Kai's heart was shaken. He knew that the old hag she was referring to should be Mu Guang. Both of them had fought countless times since they had taken command of this war zone, so a deep blood feud had already been forged between the two. Both were supreme masters of their respective race, and they had always been on par with each other. Since the old ancestor had suffered heavy injuries, Mu Guang would not have fared any better either. Otherwise, not just these territory lords would be chasing after the old ancestor. Just now, Yang Kai had been wondering why someone like the old ancestor was even being chased by a few territory lords, but now he knew the answer. Apparently, her injuries were quite serious. However, there was one thing that piqued Yang Kai's curiosity. "Old ancestor, those territory lords don't seem to be injured at all." The old ancestor pursed her lips in disdain. "These cowards were just hovering around in the background while I was fighting with that old hag. They didn't dare to interfere, so why would they be injured? However, when I broke through the encirclement, I killed one of them. Otherwise, the ones chasing after me would have been 4 territory lords. Heh, I'm pretty awesome, aren't I?" Saying so, she even winked at Yang Kai. At that moment, Yang Kai couldn't remain calm and the corners of his mouth twitched as he praised, old ancestor is truly too amazing and awesome. Your might is simply boundless. The old ancestor seemed to be quite happy to hear the praise, no matter how obviously forced it was. Quickly composing herself though, she asked, "I'm quite curious, how did you injure a territory lord to the point you could chase him down? You're only in the 7th order, right?" If all the 7th order Open Heaven Realm Masters were so powerful, the Black Ink clan would have long been wiped out. Yang Kai explained, He Yuan dug his own grave. Afterwards, he briefly explained what he had done so far and how He Yuan had worked together with many others to set up a trap, waiting for Yang Kai to fall into it. In the end, He Yuan only lifted a rock just to drop it on his own foot. He failed to do anything to Yang Kai's consciousness in that strange space and instead was badly wounded. With the help of the compass refined by Wang Sibo, Yang Kai coincidentally found He Yuan's location and engaged in a fierce battle with him before pursuing him. The old ancestor's eyes lit up as she listened. Their black ink nests actually have such a connection? Did old ancestor really not know? The old ancestor explained, shaking her head, the human race actually knows very little about the Black Ink clan. Because of the Black Ink strength, we are unable to explore the depths of the Black Ink clan's territory, let alone their Black Ink nests. What's more, Black Ink nests are the foundation of the Black Ink clan, so they naturally do not reveal secrets about them. If it weren't for you, we wouldn't have been able to obtain this intel at all. Having said so, a solemn look appeared on her face before she continued. According to what you said, each Black Ink nest can be counted as a sub-nest of a higher-grade Black Ink nest. If a territory lord's Black Ink nest is destroyed, all of its sub-nest will wither as well. If that old hag's Black Ink nest were destroyed, wouldn't all of the territory lord Black Ink nests also wither, thereby affecting all the feudal lord Black Ink nests as well? Yang Kai agreed with a nod. That should be the case. Martial Peak, Chapter 5117, Revert back to a child again. The old ancestor asked again, Then whose nest bred the royal lord Black Ink nests? Yang Kai shook his head, I don't know either. According to the Black Ink clan, a royal lord Black Ink nest is the highest grade Black Ink nest. The old ancestor remained silent for a long time before finally adding, There must be a source. If we can find this source, perhaps we can eliminate the Black Ink clan once and for all. Yang Kai asked worriedly, If that's the case, doesn't it mean there's an even stronger Black Ink clansman, stronger than even the royal lords? Since that source could give birth to a high-rank Black Ink nest owned by a royal lord, it would naturally be guarded by an even stronger Black Ink clansman. That was quite a terrifying prospect. The royal lords were already on par with the old ancestors. If there really was someone even stronger, what kind of strength could they display? Perhaps. The old ancestor couldn't explain it either. Right now, our understanding of the Black Ink clan is still too limited. While speaking, she turned her head to look and saw that the 3 territory lords were still hot on their tails. More importantly, instead of opening up a gap, the distance between them had actually gotten shorter. A trace of murderous intent flashed across the old ancestor's eyes as she muttered, These 3 stalkers are a bit troublesome. I'm afraid we won't be able to escape unless we take care of them. Do you have any good ideas? Yang Kai decisively shook his head. I'm unable to take on a territory lord, but if it's just escaping, it shouldn't be a problem. That's my forte. The old ancestor glanced at him before realization dawned upon her. Right, you're proficient in the Tao of space, I forgot about that. But I want to kill them. Yang Kai promised upon hearing this, I'll help out however I can. The old ancestor nodded her acknowledgement as she stated, We'll act according to the situation, don't force it. Yes. Yang Kai replied firmly. Right then, they spotted an average-sized universe fragment floating up ahead. Who knows how long it had been drifting through the void? In the cover of the universe fragment, the old ancestor turned around and landed straight on the universe fragment. The next moment, she thrust her long sword out repeatedly while forming a set of hand seals with her free hand. Yang Kai couldn't understand what she was doing, but he knew that the old ancestor was probably setting up some kind of array or trap. She was done in the blink of an eye. Afterwards, the old ancestor bit her fingertip before flicking a drop of gemstone-like blood essence into the void. Immediately after doing this, she quickly concealed her aura. Yang Kai understood the gist of what she was planning and hurriedly concealed his aura as well. Of course, since his cultivation was lacking compared to the old ancestors, his concealment wasn't as effective. Although the old ancestor was standing in front of him right now, if one didn't use their naked eyes to observe her, they wouldn't be able to perceive her at all. This showed just how exquisite her concealing technique was. Of course, this also had to do with her fantastic strength. Just as she was finished, the 3 pursuing territory lords flew across the universe fragment. They failed to spot the old ancestor ahead, however. They seemed to have noticed the universe fragment from the corner of their eyes and felt that there was something strange about it. Xianxia, who was leading the group, turned his head. The next moment, he saw the old ancestor dressed in white standing alone on the universe fragment with her sword pointed at them with a solemn expression on her face. Xianxia's hair stood on end. He might not have any idea as to what the old ancestor was planning, but judging by her posture, he could tell that it was not anything good for them. At the same time, Qing Lei and the other territory lord whom Yang Kai didn't recognize also noticed this peculiarity. The 3 territory lords had never imagined that the human race's old ancestor, who they had been chasing all this time, would actually stop here and ambush them. They had thought that the old ancestor was too seriously injured and unable to contend with the 3 of them, which was why they had chased after her so aggressively. All along the way, the 3 territory lords had been fantasizing about killing an old ancestor. After all, the death of such a powerhouse was a rare opportunity. They would have made an enormous contribution to the war if they really did kill her. It wasn't until this moment that the 3 territory lords realized that things were different from what they had imagined. The human old ancestor wasn't completely powerless. Before they could react, a torrential world force erupted from the old ancestor as she swung her sword. The universe fragment exploded and was reduced to dust as a giant yin-yang fish pattern appeared in the void, enveloping the 3 territory lords. The yin-yang fish was filled with endless murderous intent and, as it rotated, it seemed to transform into a giant millstone that crushed everything in its range. The 3 territory lords who were enveloped by it immediately began to bleed profusely as they howled in pain and anguish. Immediately after, a surge of black ink strength erupted from the territory lords. Naturally, they wouldn't just sit back and wait for death. Each of them released a powerful burst of energy in an attempt to break free. While they were struggling though, the old ancestor arrived before the 3 territory lords with her sword in hand. No one saw when she had attacked, not even Yang Kai who was standing right next to her. It wasn't until a cold light flashed in front of the territory Lord Yang Kai didn't recognize and his giant head flew up into the void that Yang Kai came to his senses. The old ancestor had decapitated a territory lord with one swing of her blade. The old ancestor had already made her move, so how could Yang Kai stand idly by? His figure instantly teleported in front of Xianxia and attacked. At this moment, Xianxia was preoccupied with resisting the grinding force of the yin-yang fish, and his entire body was covered in blood as his aura had greatly weakened in this short span. When Yang Kai attacked Xianxia with his spear, the latter was unable to react and was stabbed through the chest by the Azure Dragon Spear. Although this injury was not light, it wasn't enough to take his life. On the other hand, the old ancestor swung her sword towards Qing Lei after killing the first territory lord. Qing Lei wasn't weak though and managed to dodge the oncoming attack, preserving his life. Be that as it may, the sword light cut off one of his arms as a fountain of black blood spurted from his wound, causing him to stagger back, howling in pain. But his howl was abruptly cut off as the old ancestor slashed again. This time, Qing Lei was unable to dodge and his huge body was split in two. At the same time Qing Lei was killed, Yang Kai was also sent flying by Xianxia's fist, breaking many of his bones. Yang Kai somehow managed to stabilize himself and grit his teeth as he madly mobilized space principles, wrapping himself in spear light as he shot towards his enemy. Xiong let out a furious roar and ruthlessly thrust out palm. As the palm and spear clashed, Yang Kai felt as if he was struck by lightning and he could see stars circling around his eyes. Right then, a look of horror flashed across Xiong's eyes. Yang Kai also spotted the old ancestor silently appearing behind Xiong like a ghost. Immediately after, she swung her sword, sending a shocking sword wave down at Xiong. When the brilliant sword wave disappeared, the frozen Xiong fell to pieces, literally, and scattered in all directions. Yang Kai stared ahead in a daze, his face covered in blood and filth. Dead. 3 territory lords had died in less than 10 breaths. He might have participated in the battle, but his contribution was minuscule. He had only been able to restrain Xiong for a moment and had even been struck hard by the latter's counterattack. It wasn't wrong to say that these 3 territory lords had all died at the hands of the old ancestor. The fearsome territory lords, against whom Yang Kai was completely helpless, were like common chickens in front of the old ancestor, unable to fight back or even resist, easily killed in an instant. Yang Kai got to witness the true strength of an old ancestor up close today. Be that as it may, he was greatly puzzled by the current situation before him and immediately turned to the old ancestor. The old ancestor put away her long sword and turned to him, worriedly asking after seeing his state, "How are your injuries?" Yang Kai lightly coughed before replying, shaking his head, "It's nothing serious, I can recover after a few days of rest, but old ancestor, I don't understand something." The old ancestor indifferently asked, "You want to know why I let them chase me since I could have killed them at any point I wished?" Yang Kai nodded his affirmation. The old ancestor replied, "Because I only had this much strength left. If I killed them before, I wouldn't have been able to return, but since I met you, I'll be relying on you to take me back." An earnest and serious expression took over Yang Kai's face. "I will not fail in the duty I have been entrusted with." The old ancestor suddenly clucked her tongue. "Damn it, I'm about to revert back into a child again." Yang Kai was confused. "Huh?" The moment he was finished speaking, the old ancestor suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood as her aura rapidly weakened like a deflating balloon. Only then did Yang Kai suddenly come to his senses. The old ancestor was wounded, and her injuries were not light either. Furthermore, the old ancestor began to shrink with the weakening of her aura. Originally, the old ancestor looked like a young woman in her early 20s, but under Yang Kai's dumbfounded gaze, this young woman seemed to regress into a 7- or 8-year-old kid in less than 20 breaths. Her white clothes also shrank along with her figure, sticking close to her body. Obviously, this was not an ordinary piece of clothing, but a specially refined artifact. Yang Kai's eyes almost popped out, looking at the little girl the old ancestor had transformed into. He was not just shocked by the old ancestor's transformation, but also by her little girl persona. It was the same little girl who had been pestering him in Yinyang Pass Marketplace. It was this little girl who had given him that ancient coin. When he first met the old ancestor, Yang Kai found her a bit familiar, but he couldn't remember where he had seen her before. Now he finally understood that the old ancestor's appearance was somewhat similar to that little girl's. He had never imagined that the old ancestor herself was that little girl. Suddenly, everything that Yang Kai had encountered back then which he failed to understand made sense to him. Previously, he had been wondering why the old ancestor of Yinyang Pass hadn't summoned him or given him any instructions before sending him on such an important mission to infiltrate the depths of the Black Ink clan's territory and find the Black Ink disciple artifact refiners. It wasn't that the old ancestor hadn't summoned him, but rather that she had been at his side the whole time. The ancient coin's origins also made sense now. How could a little girl who wasn't even in the open heaven realm steal such a precious thing from the old ancestor? At the time, Yang Kai had assumed the old ancestor had given it to her, but now it seemed that was not the case. At this moment, Yang Kai couldn't sense any trace of cultivation from this little girl. She was like an ordinary mortal who had never cultivated before. If Yang Kai hadn't witnessed her transformation with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed that this person in front of him was actually the Yin Pass old ancestor. What the hell? Yang Kai was more than a little confused. Don't just stand there gawking, hurry up and run. Who knows when more Black Ink clansmen might arrive to investigate. The old ancestor's face was pale and a bit of blood was trickling from the corner of her lips. Her bright eyes had gone gray and lost their shine, and she looked extremely tired with her eyelids already starting to droop. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5118, Ancestor has issued a decree. Having prompted Yang Kai, her small body staggered forward. Yang Kai immediately reached out to support her. I'm a bit tired. The little girl rubbed her eyes with her white, small and chubby baby hand, yawning. Hurry back to the pass and be careful on the way. Saying so, she closed her eyes. Yang Kai called out to her twice but didn't receive any response. After he carefully examined the little girl in front of him, he found that she had really fallen asleep. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He was left with no choice but to pick up the little girl by the waist and make a beeline towards Yin Pass. He might not have played a big role in the last battle, but he was still injured by Mie Qiong while he was holding him back. However, this kind of injury wasn't a big problem for Yang Kai. Even if he didn't take rest, he could still recover. He looked down at the little girl in his arms, who was curled up and sound asleep, and couldn't help noticing her extremely pale complexion. No one would have ever thought that such a small girl would be able to kill 3 territory lords in an instant. Her tiny body actually carried within it the apex strength of the human race. When Yang Kai first met her, he had only felt the aura of an Origin King realm cultivator from her. At that time, he could not help but wonder how such a little girl could exist in Yin Pass. She had lied to him at the time, claiming to have been born in Yin Pass, and Yang Kai believed her. But at this moment, Yang Kai could not even feel the slightest trace of a cultivator's aura from her. She was like an ordinary mortal now. Yang Kai had never encountered such a situation before, but he suspected that it had something to do with the old ancestor's secret art. Perhaps when she was seriously injured, she would return to her youth to recover. He tried to place the little girl in his arms into his small universe, but he found that he was unable to do so. Even if the old ancestor was showing no signs of cultivation right now, her 9th Order Open Heaven Realm Foundation was still present, so his small universe was unable to contain her. Since he couldn't put her in his small universe, he could only remain on guard and try to avoid any conflicts with the Black Ink clan along the way as he physically carried her. Furthermore, Yang Kai did not dare to use instantaneous movement unless absolutely necessary. Firstly, it would consume too much of his energy. It would have been extremely convenient for him to use instantaneous movement if he was alone, but bringing someone along with him would increase his consumption several times over. Secondly, the old ancestor's condition really was not good, and Yang Kai had no idea if instantaneous movement would negatively affect her. Fortunately, Yang Kai's cultivation was not low and his speed was not slow. Even if he flew all the way back to Yin Pass, it would only take him a month or 2. Along the way, Yang Kai avoided the scattered Black Ink clansmen and the journey remained uneventful for the time being. 3 days later, Yang Kai suddenly felt the small figure in his arms move. Looking down, he saw the old ancestor rubbing her eyes and slowly waking up. Yang Kai was overjoyed. Old ancestor, you're awake? The old ancestor's complexion was still pale, but it had improved compared to before, albeit only slightly. The old ancestor let out a muffled groan as she shifted into a more comfortable position in Yang Kai's embrace. Having done so, she indifferently asked, "Where are we?" Yang Kai replied, "We're still in the Black Ink clan's territory, about a month away from the Yin Pass." So slow, the old ancestor looked displeased. Yang Kai suddenly felt a bit awkward. "Why don't you sleep a little longer? Perhaps we'll arrive the next time you wake up." The old ancestor deliberately widened her eyes, shaking her head. "I'm not tired, I'm not sleeping." Perhaps it was because it was uncomfortable in Yang Kai's arms. Her small body adjusted and changed to other positions a few times, but she was still not satisfied. Finally, she grabbed Yang Kai's arm, flipped her body over, and straddled his neck, finally stopping. Yang Kai suddenly felt uncomfortable. It wouldn't matter if a real 7- or 8-year-old little girl was riding on his shoulders, but the issue was that she wasn't a little girl, she was the old ancestor of Yinyang Pass. The high and mighty old ancestor was riding on his shoulders like this, putting him in an awkward position. It would be quite embarrassing if someone from Yinyang Pass saw this. The old ancestor, on the other hand, seemed quite happy. Her 2 little legs dangling over Yang Kai's chest rocked back and forth as she looked around with interest, as if she was enjoying the picturesque scenery. However, there was naturally no picturesque scenery in the Black Ink clan's hinterland, so after staring for a while, the old ancestor grew bored and patted Yang Kai's head. "I'm hungry." "Ah." Yang Kai thought he misheard her. "I'm hungry." The little girl bent over and shouted in Yang Kai's ear, "I want to eat some hot steamed stuffed buns." Yang Kai's eyes widened in shock. Where would I get steamed stuffed buns here? There were naturally no shops in this vast void. Yang Kai had a nagging feeling that the old ancestor's temperament had greatly changed after turning into a kid. "I don't care, I want to eat steamed stuffed buns. Right now, right this instant." The little girl kept shouting, throwing a tantrum like a real child. Yang Kai was just about to refuse her and say that he couldn't do anything, but he suddenly remembered that while other open heaven realm cultivators might not be able to accommodate this request, he was raising a large number of humans in his small universe. He could get whatever he wanted from them. Using his divine sense, he immediately found a steamed stuffed bun shop in a bustling city in his small universe. The next moment, a tray of steamed stuffed buns appeared with a flip of his hand before he handed it to her. "Take it." The little girl immediately smiled happily. She grabbed a steamed stuffed bun and took a bite, but the next moment, she suddenly spat it out as a furrow appeared on her brow. "Yuck, this tastes like poop, I want to eat delicious steamed stuffed buns." Yang Kai immediately had a huge headache. He suddenly understood why those 7th and 8th order open heaven realm masters in Yinyang Pass didn't have the demeanor of masters in the marketplace, and why each and every one of them was extremely unscrupulous with their business dealings. The people of Yinyang Pass had to work hard in order to serve an old ancestor like her. Yang Kai's small universe, inside the main conference hall of 7 Stars sect. A meeting of the higher-ups was taking place. Since the last time Yang Kai had borrowed the strength of the Emperor Realm Masters of 7 Stars sect to kill Zhu Feng, they had gained some understanding of what was above the Emperor Realm. Yang Kai also taught them the method to condense their Dao seals and gave them some resources to cultivate with. Recently, the higher-ups of the 7 Stars sect had been working hard to break through to the open heaven realm, but their aptitudes came up short. Even if they managed to break through to the open heaven realm in the future, their order would be extremely limited. They wouldn't be of much help in the Black Ink battlefield. Only Miao Fei Ping had a chance of reaching the 6th order. At this moment, the Emperor Realm Masters were discussing their own cultivation insights with the sect master, Shangguanji, as the leader. Although Yang Kai had taught them the method to condense their Dao seal, they naturally had many questions as they had never come into contact with such things before. They wanted to ask Yang Kai for some advice, but their ancestor, Yang Kai, had always remained elusive. They were unable to find him, so left with no options, they could only try to learn by discussing with each other. Just as everyone in the hall was locked in a heated discussion though, Shangguanji suddenly jolted as he stood up straight as an attentive look appeared on his face, apparently listening to something. His strange actions puzzled many of the higher-ups and they all focused their attention on him. After a short while, Shangguanji bowed and solemnly stated, "This junior will obey." As soon as he said this, all of the Emperor Realm Masters present became excited. Elder Guan Qianxing even asking, "Sect Master, does the ancestor have any instructions?" In the entire void world, the only person who could make Shangguanji act so respectfully was the ancestor. As he had expected, Shangguanji solemnly nodded his affirmation. "Just now, the ancestor issued a decree for my 7 Stars sect to carry out." Guan Xianxia and the others stood up together, perking up their ears. Shang Guanji swept his eyes over the crowd and sonorously declared, "The ancestor wants to eat steamed stuffed buns." Everyone was dumbstruck. Guan Xianxia thought he had heard wrong and skeptically asked, "Sect master, what does the ancestor want to do?" Shang Guanji stared at him with a serious look on his face, reiterating, "The ancestor wants to eat steamed stuffed buns, delicious steamed stuffed buns." 7 Stars sect's gears suddenly started fiercely turning as the Emperor Realm Masters flew about. The disciples below didn't know what was happening and thought that something big had happened, but soon they found out that one of the 7 Stars sect's precious spirit beasts had been killed by Elder Guan Xianxia. The disciples were all shocked. It had to be known that Elder Guan Xianxia had spent a great deal of effort to capture this spirit beast in the past. It was quite strong and intelligent. Coupled with its beautiful appearance, many of the disciples were quite fond of it. Although it had a bad temper and would occasionally injure others, when the spirit beast was killed, many of the female disciples broke into tears. They felt that Elder Guan Xianxia was simply inhumane. How could he kill such a beautiful spirit beast? Rather than calling him Guan Xianxia, we should just call him Butcher Guan. The disciples didn't know why the spirit beast was killed, but the elders did. The ancestor wanted to eat steamed stuffed buns, delicious steamed stuffed buns. Martial Peak, Chapter 5119, Ancestor is coaxing a child. Ancestor wants to eat pancakes. Ancestor wants to drink tea. Ancestor wants. Almost every other day, a new decree would be issued, sending the entire 7 Stars sect into a flurry of activity. The sect master, Shang Guanji, was in charge of coordinating their response, leading the various Emperor Realm elders to work together. Every time a decree was issued, all of the sect's manpower would be mobilized, completing the request in the shortest time possible no matter what the ancestor demanded. After completing several of Ancestor's decrees, an Emperor Realm elder suddenly asked, "Sect Master, what is the ancestor doing?" Shang Guanji's expression turned solemn. "How can we understand the ancestor's thoughts? Don't think too much about it. Meticulously completing every task is more important." The elder nodded repeatedly in agreement. "Naturally, we can't fathom the ancestor's thoughts. It's just that, I think that the requests ancestor has raised aren't something he needs personally." Shang Guanji glanced at him, immersing deep into his thoughts. "You mean?" The elder continued, "Sect Master, you must be aware that I became a grandfather a few years ago. My grandson is now 6 years old and is very playful and gluttonous. When I'm free, he makes all kinds of requests, similar to the decrees issued by the ancestor. If this old master may make a bold presumption, I think that the ancestor is doing the same thing as this old master, coaxing a child." As soon as these words left his mouth, it resonated with many of the elders' hearts as a few even nodded in agreement. To be honest, many decrees had been passed down over the last few days, so everyone had been able to infer some things from them. Nonetheless, none of them had the courage to ask questions or make any assumptions until this elder boldly spoke. Shang Guanji raised his brow upon hearing this. "Coaxing a child? You might be right, but does that mean the ancestor has an heir? This is joyous news." The elder replied, "Of course, it's joyous news, but if he's really coaxing a child, we can be more proactive in supporting him. It's extremely hard to fathom a child's temperament, but as long as they are happy, they will become obedient." "What plan do you have?" Shang Guanji asked. The elder stroked his beard before replying, "If it's regarding eating, we've already prepared a lot of snacks for the ancestor, so the direction we should be focusing now should be entertainment. To tell you the truth, my grandson is very fond of a certain toy, and he enjoys playing with it quite a lot. If we can give a similar object to the ancestor, perhaps we can resolve the ancestor's predicament." "Oh." Shang Guanji became interested. "What is it?" The elder stroked his beard with a smile before giving its name. Shang Guanji lightly nodded his acknowledgement. "An interesting proposal. In that case, We should quickly make one and hand it over to the ancestor. The elder readily accepted the order. After the time it takes to boil a cup of tea, Xianxia suddenly reached out as something appeared in his hand, handing it to the old ancestor on his neck. Here, this is for you. The old ancestor glanced at it before smacking Xianxia's head and angrily asking, "Do you think I'm a child?" Xianxia's neck shrank back. Be that as it may, the old ancestor took the object in his hand with a light snort before she started shaking it in satisfaction. It was a rattledrum. After they gifted Xianxia the rattledrum that day, the frequency with which the ancestor issued new decrees greatly decreased. Although they still needed to prepare some food from time to time, it was not as frequent as before. After the initial hustle and bustle, 7 Stars sect was able to quickly and effectively complete the ancestor's orders. The ancestor was obviously very satisfied with their performance, even bestowing them with some materials and many insights about condensing their Tao seals. The 7 Stars sect's higher-ups were naturally very grateful. A month passed in the blink of an eye. After traveling non-stop, Xianxia was already close to Yinyang Pass. He didn't run into many Black Ink clansmen on the way, so the journey was quite smooth and uneventful. On this day, Xianxia saw the towering Yinyang Pass from afar, but just as he had expected, it was surrounded by the Black Ink clan's army. It had been over half a year since the Black Ink clan's army had engaged Yinyang Pass army. During this time, both sides must have clashed on quite a few occasions already. When Xianxia arrived, both sides were in a heightened state of tension, but not much fighting was happening. This also made sense. Every time the Black Ink clan army besieged a great pass, the battle would last for an extremely long time, ranging from a decade or two to a century. During this time, the Black Ink clan army would constantly replenish their own forces until their casualties were too many for them to bear. When the Black Ink clan army retreated, the humans would finally have some precious time to rest and recover. Yinyang Pass was right ahead, and if Xianxia was alone, he could have used the universe transference law to return directly. Every great pass had 4 purifying Black Ink battleships, and all of them had a universe array that Xianxia had personally installed, so it was only natural that he had left his imprint on them. But as he also had the old ancestor with him, he was unable to use the universe transference law. The old ancestor's cultivation had been completely exhausted, so if she were to encounter any danger, she would be powerless to defend herself. If he wanted to return to the inner sanctum, he would have to plan his every step very carefully. The old ancestor, on the other hand, seemed to want nothing more than to see the world plunge into chaos. She urged Xianxia to press on. According to her, if Xianxia were to appear, the soldiers of Yinyang Pass would definitely come to support him. At that time, they might find a chance to safely return to the inner sanctum by working together, especially since Xianxia was proficient in the Tao of space. Xianxia decisively refused the old ancestor's proposal. The child version of the old ancestor was too reckless. Although her proposal did have a chance of success, it carried a huge risk. As it concerned the safety of the old ancestor, Xianxia didn't dare to be careless. "Then what do you suggest we do?" Having her proposal rejected, the old ancestor was obviously upset. "Let's wait. It's impossible for the two sides to continue staring at each other peacefully. When the fighting really starts, we'll find a place with weak defenses and break through." It was not the first time Xianxia had done something like this, but the last time he did it, he had hundreds of others accompanying him. This time, he could only rely on himself. Having made his decision, Xianxia immediately found a universe fragment and settled down. This universe fragment wasn't very big, and there were traces of mining on it. Possibly, Yinyang Pass had used void Yinyang mirrors to transport a universe world back here, mined it, and then discarded the leftovers. The Black Ink clan probably didn't expect any humans to stop over in such a place, so they did not have any intention of investigating it. For the next few days, although the two races clashed with each other, it was only some small skirmishes, nothing too big. Xianxia patiently waited. Finally, after half a month, Xianxia, who was cultivating, suddenly felt powerful energy fluctuations coming from the direction of Yinyang Pass. When he looked up, he saw the Black Ink Clan army attacking Yinyang Pass in a frenzy. The entire battlefield was shrouded in rich black ink strength, and he could see countless black ink clouds of all sizes spanning over the entire battlefield. This was his chance. Yang Kai stood up and started paying close attention to the battle. The old ancestor also climbed onto his shoulder and sat down in her special seat, staring at the battle with widened eyes. Facing the frenzied attacks of the Black Ink Clan, the humans basically left everything to Yinyang Pass' strong defenses. So long as Yinyang Pass remained standing, the Black Ink Clan was basically unable to do anything to the human race. All of their attacks were just a waste of energy. On the other hand, the spirit arrays and artifacts set up around Yinyang Pass could effectively kill the incoming Black Ink Clan. This assault lasted for 3 full days before the Black Ink Clan's momentum weakened all of a sudden. At that moment, warships suddenly appeared from the gates of Yinyang Pass one by one. Immediately after, figures charged straight at them one after another, attacking them. The soldiers of the two races were instantly locked into another heated confrontation on this massive battlefield. Countless Black Ink Clansmen instantly lost their lives, whereas many human race warships were reduced to shambles. "Let's go!" Yang Kai shouted and rushed towards Yinyang Pass. Riding on his shoulders, the old ancestor tightly gripped his hair with one hand, while pointing ahead with the other, looking all excited as she shouted, "Charge!" In the chaotic battlefield, no one on either side noticed a pair of figures charging towards them from the rear, until a dragon roar reverberated across the battlefield and a golden glow flashed, followed by the majestic appearance of a 30,000-meter-long dragon. There was a giant spear no smaller than its body in one of the Grand Dragon's claws, and the moment it appeared, it swept this spear out along the battlefield, cleaving through the unsuspecting Black Ink Clansmen just like a violent gust of wind sweeping away fallen leaves. The Black Ink Clan suffered massive casualties in the blink of an eye, and when the Grand Dragon whipped its tail, countless more perished. On such a battlefield, the destruction a Grand Dragon could cause was simply unimaginable, not to mention the long spear held in its dragon claw. Many of the Black Ink Clansmen turned pale in fright and tried to dodge, but it was still difficult for them to avoid the oncoming death. Soon, the appearance of the Grand Dragon attracted the attention of both sides. The masters of both races quickly converged. One side wanted to intercept the dragon, while the other wanted to rescue it, which naturally resulted in a fierce clash. The resulting battle shook the universe and caused the void to collapse. The old ancestor's small figure stood atop Yang Kai's dragon head, rocking along the Grand Dragon's movements. She was surrounded by intense murderous intents, storming from every possible direction, but she still remained steadfast. Suddenly, a burly figure broke through the rows and rows of enemies and landed on the dragon head, bowing and cupping his fist. "Welcome back, old ancestor." The old ancestor lightly nodded. "You've worked hard." The person who had arrived was none other than the Southern Army commander, Wuxia. In the entire Yinyang Pass, he was the strongest open heaven realm master besides the old ancestor. He also possessed one of the 4 universe pillars and was a future hope of the human race, as rumor had it that he was not far from advancing to the 9th Order. If he could really break through to the 9th Order one day, the human race would have another old ancestor. Along with Wu Qing's arrival, many Open Heaven Realm Masters soon gathered around the Grand Dragon. Even a few 8th Order Division commanders had arrived, escorted by numerous warships. Surrounded by the elites of the human race, Yang Kai and the old ancestor were escorted back to Yinyang Pass. The Black Ink Clan had obviously also discovered the situation here. Although they didn't quite understand why the humans were defending the Grand Dragon so heavily, since the enemy was paying so much attention to it, it must be important. As such, the Black Ink Clan rushed in, but no matter how many of them tried, they failed to block the humans' advance. A moment later, Yang Kai and the old ancestor were brought to one of Yinyang Pass's main gates under Wu Qing's lead. Wu Qing summoned his strength and wrapped it around the old ancestor before quickly entering the inner sanctum, while Yang Kai turned around and joined up with the army to fight back against the Black Ink clan. Martial Peak, Chapter 5120, Battle Outside Yinyang Pass. This battle lasted for several days, and by the end, Yang Kai couldn't maintain his dragon form and had no choice but to fight in his human form. After a few days, both sides withdrew. The battlefield entered a rare brief period of peace. The armies on both sides focused on recuperating, but so long as the Black Ink clan did not retreat, Yinyang Pass could not really rest. Fortunately, the old ancestor had returned. Although the old ancestor had been seriously injured once again and had inevitably returned to her younger self, the news she brought back greatly boosted the morale of Yinyang Pass. Mu Guang was seriously wounded in her fight with the old ancestor and was currently sleeping in her Black Ink nest. In other words, Mu Guang would not appear in this battle. More importantly, the old ancestor had eliminated 5 territory lords. This was an unimaginable loss for the Black Ink clan. On top of that, Yang Kai had single-handedly destroyed almost 10 mid-rank Black Ink nests, along with hundreds of low-rank Black Ink nests. After such heavy losses, the Black Ink clan was in a state of chaos. A large number of feudal lords had gathered around the remaining mid-rank Black Ink nests to protect them and thus could not be deployed as reinforcements. Such casualties had shaken the foundation of the Black Ink clan. In the past, the reason why the Black Ink clan was able to besiege the Great Pass for so long was because they could constantly send reinforcements from the rear. But now that Yang Kai had dealt so much damage, the number of troops they could send would be greatly reduced. It could even be said that the Black Ink clan would not be sending many soldiers at all in order to guard against any future problems. In that case, the current war would end soon. Without reinforcements, how could the Black Ink clan resist the humans when they suffered so many casualties in battle? The Black Ink clan would have to retreat once the situation on the battlefield became untenable. Thus, after hearing this news, those from Yinyang Pass were all extremely excited. What's more, Yang Kai had ventured deep into the Black Ink clan's territory alone, destroying many Black Ink nests, and rescued more than 300 artifact refiners, including 3 grandmasters. He had made an enormous contribution to the human race. Yang Kai had already let out Wu Xinghe and the others from his small universe, and they were now assigned to the refining hall to repair the warships damaged in the battle. Wu Xinghe and the others were originally 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but in order to assist Yang Kai, their cultivations had regressed to the 6th Order so that they could enter the latter's small universe. Be that as it may, it wasn't too big a deal. As long as they had a profound in-spirit fruit, they could slowly regain their original cultivation. The war between the two races was in full swing, with several dozen small skirmishes breaking out between the two armies almost every day, with a big battle occurring every 10 to 15 days. Strictly speaking, this was Yang Kai's first time officially participating in a battle outside a Great Pass. Although he had participated in the battle at Blue Sky Pass last time, he had not been officially registered to Blue Sky Pass at the time. Likewise, he had been assisting in perfecting the purifying Black Ink battleships during the early stages of that war. When he finally managed to sneak out and participate in the fighting, it was not long before he coincidentally discovered the location of the Royal Lord, which ultimately resulted in a decisive battle breaking out. The Black Ink clan army had suffered heavy losses because of him, giving Blue Sky Pass the chance to capitalize on the situation. It was different this time. Without so many twists and coincidences, although the battle was still leaning in Yinyang Pass' favor, they were still a long way from completely repelling the Black Ink clan. Fortunately, the Royal Lord was not present on the battlefield, so the Black Ink clan army seemed to be a bit sluggish either from lack of coordination or morale. Many territory lords simply lead their own armies to fight on their own, making it difficult to form an effective strategy. Those from Yinyang Pass would often gain a great advantage on the battlefield using this weak point. The entire Yinyang Pass had essentially transformed into a giant meat grinder. Every time a big battle broke out, the Black Ink clan would lose countless masters. Although the humans would also suffer heavy casualties, the losses were still within an acceptable range because of the protection of the warships. As Yang Kai was a soldier from Blue Sky Pass, he didn't have an official position here. However, Tang Qiu had decided to temporarily place him in Su Linggong's squad. As they fought, Yang Kai got to taste how truly cruel the battlefield was, though it was not like this was his first time on such a battlefield. When the great demon god had wreaked havoc in the star boundary, all the cultivators of the star boundary were pulled into the turmoil. That battle almost caused the star boundary to shatter and billions upon billions of lives were lost. In the end, the great emperor stepped forward and finally put an end to the great demon god's rampage. Be that as it may, Yang Kai always found it brutal, like it was the first time, no matter how many times he experienced this kind of battle. Yang Kai's addition to Su Linggong's squad had helped them slaughter countless enemies, earning them a massive amount of military merits in every battle they fought. After a long period of killing and fighting, every human came to possess a thick killing intent. Once this killing intent broke out on the battlefield, it would often deter the weaker Black Ink clansmen. Fighting, recuperating, fighting, recuperating. The process was repeated over and over again. Yang Kai had almost lost track of time as all his focus was on making use of every opportunity he could find to either heal himself or kill his enemies. Every time he fought, he would always stand at the forefront, and every time he did so, his body would be covered in wounds. Nevertheless, as long as his injuries weren't fatal, no matter how serious they were, he would be able to recover in short order thanks to his dragon vein and wood element. His efforts had brought a significant boost in power and safety to Su Linggong's squad, and even after fighting for so long, they had not lost a single member. Furthermore, most of the time, no one would even be injured other than Yang Kai. Their squad was performing 10 times better than the other ordinary squads. Tang Qiu once came looking for him, taking time out of his busy schedule, and told him that he could return to Blue Sky Pass at any time he wished. Although he could be considered half a disciple of Yin Cave Heaven, he was still formally a soldier of the Blue Sky Pass on this Black Ink battlefield. Yin Pass had transferred him here mainly to gather information about the Black Ink clan's worship program and the artifact refiners who were behind it. Now that Yang Kai had completed this task perfectly, the battle at Yin Pass technically had nothing to do with him. If Yang Kai wanted to leave, Yin Pass naturally would not hold him back. Of course, Yang Kai had no intention of leaving. Compared to returning to Blue Sky Pass where he would have nothing to do but cultivate in retreat, he was more than willing to stay here and kill more Black Ink clansmen. Although the strength of a single person was meager, as long as everyone killed a few more, the Black Ink clan would be exterminated sooner. The battlefield fell into turmoil again. Surges of world force and Black Ink strength came and went as the human warships and Black Ink army fought each other. A large-scale battle had broken out once more and the 4 armies of Yin Pass charged to blunt the Black Ink clan's momentum. Yang Kai, Su Linggong, and another 7th Order Open Heaven Master, Ji Miao Tong, wandered through the battlefield in a triangle formation. Ji Miao Tong was the vice squad leader of Su Linggong's squad and a woman. Yang Kai had met her when he was escorted by Su Linggong's squad to intercept He Yuan's retreating army. Although they weren't close acquaintances, a bit of friendship had blossomed between the two after fighting together for so long. Ji Miao Tong was extremely impressed by Yang Kai's courage and strength, and she even praised him in private. Between the 3 of them was Su Linggong's squad's warship, which had some 5th Order and 6th Order masters operating it. Su Linggong's disciples, Qin Kuei and Su Yingshui, were among them. The 3 7th Order masters maintained a triangle formation, protecting the warship while also borrowing its power to kill their enemies. Furthermore, if they got tired or exhausted their strength, they could even temporarily hide inside the warship to recover. The human race relied on this method in order to preserve their strength. The human race would not have been able to defend these great passes without these warships. This was also the reason why the humans was so concerned by the appearance of the Black Ink clan's warship. If the Black Ink clan even the battlefield, the human race really wouldn't know how to resist in the future. It had been half a day already since the battle broke out, and Yang Kai and the others had been fighting non-stop since it began. Yang Kai's condition was still good, but Su Linggong and Ji Miaotong both were clearly unable to continue. Although they had taken many spirit pills to keep their strength up, their high rate of consumption had made it difficult for them to replenish their small universe's world force. Regardless, the human armies should be withdrawing their forces soon, and at that time, they could naturally return to the inner sanctum to rest and recover. After such a long, fierce battle, the Black Ink Clan soldiers had greatly decreased, and the resistance they faced was no longer as intense as before. The 8th Order Division commanders had basically been keeping a close watch on the territory lords, so as long as everyone was careful on the battlefield, there wouldn't be any major problems. At a certain point, Yang Kai thrust his spear, exploding a feudal lord charging at him into mist, and the thick black blood splashed all over his face. It wasn't that Yang Kai couldn't protect his face, it was just that he was too lazy to waste his strength to do so. In any case, Black Ink's strength had no effect on him. With the World Tree clone in his possession, he wouldn't be corrupted even if he was soaked in this black blood. As Yang Kai was pulling back his spear, something caught his eye and he looked in a certain direction. In his sight, the humans and the Black Ink clansmen were locked in a heated battle when suddenly a nimble figure entered his sight, but it disappeared soon after. Yang Kai raised his brow slightly, wondering whether his eyes were playing tricks on him. Nonetheless, he found this figure a little familiar. Before he could give it another thought, another squad of Black Ink clansmen attacked from the side. Yang Kai quickly collected his thoughts and raised his spear to meet them, leaving a mountain of corpses in his wake. As expected, an order to withdraw came from Yinyang Pass soon after. Following Su Linggong's command, the warship turned around and flew towards the inner sanctum. Although the Black Ink clan pursued them, it was difficult for them to penetrate the defenses of the 3 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters. Thus, they no longer dared to continue after chasing for a while. Not long after, squads flew back into the inner sanctum, leaving countless Black Ink clan corpses behind on the hellish battlefield. Get some rest and be ready to fight at any moment. I'll go get the warship repaired, Su Linggong ordered before storing the huge warship in his small universe and heading towards the refining hall. Although the members of the squad weren't injured, their warship had suffered damage in many places and needed to be repaired by the artifact refiners of the refining hall. To a certain extent, the Great Evolution Indestructible Bloodlight scripture was similar to Wu Kuang's heaven-devouring battle law. Both used external forces for their own gain, but in comparison, the Great Evolution Indestructible Bloodlight scripture only consumed blood essence, while Wu Kuang's heaven-devouring battle law could devour anything. Which was superior was obvious. In the past, Yang Kai had been curious about who would devour whom if Wu Kuang were to meet with Blood Crow. However, this was only a thought experiment as these two had never met. When he was hiding in the Shattered Heaven, Black Crow had changed his name to Blood Crow. Yang Kai had fought with him several times before in the Blood Monster Cave Heaven. If Yang Kai hadn't ruined his plans, he would have closed the Blood Monster Cave Heaven long ago, and everyone who had entered at the time to train would have become his food and nourishment for his growth. The Blood Monster Cave Heaven also had various resources left behind by its previous master over his lifetime. Once Blood Crow absorbed all of these resources, he might be able to reappear in the world as a divine monarch. By then, even the cave heavens and paradises might not be able to do anything to him. Later, Yang Kai once again encountered him and fought him in the Shattered Heaven. At that time, Yang Kai was a 6th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, the same as Blood Crow. Relying on his superior 8th Order foundation and knowledge, Blood Crow hadn't taken Yang Kai seriously and wanted to take him down in one fell swoop. However, Yang Kai's cow punch had made him greatly suffer. In the end, Blood Crow was captured by an elder from Bright King Cave Heaven. Afterwards, Yang Kai ventured into the depths of the Shattered Heaven, where he encountered Xia Linlang and obtained the World Spring by chance. Later, Qing Yang chased him until he entered the divine spirit ancestral land. Since then, Yang Kai had not heard any news about Blood Crow and presumed he had been imprisoned in Bright King Cave Heaven, unable to free himself. Therefore, Yang Kai was extremely surprised to see Blood Crow in Yinyang Pass. In a place like the Black Ink battlefield, all battles were against the Black Ink clan and past grievances between people had long been forgotten. Yang Kai would never have been so calm and cordial if he had encountered Blood Crow in the 3,000 worlds. He would have immediately thought that he had escaped from Bright King Heaven and was about to commit something atrocious again. But it was different here. Every human on the Black Ink battlefield was a comrade they could fight side by side with and depend on. It could be said that Yang Kai didn't have any great enmity towards Blood Crow, and this was something Blood Crow could clearly feel. However, considering what had happened to him, Blood Crow definitely held some resentment towards him. All of this was because Yang Kai had ruined his grand plan in Blood Monster Cave Heaven. Seeing him remain silent, Yang Kai asked, "Brother Blood Crow, why did you come to the Black Ink battlefield?" Blood Crow angrily snapped, "What? Can I come here?" Yang Kai patted him on the shoulder. "Calm down, let's talk things out. The Black Ink battlefield is a dangerous place after all." Blood Crow stepped aside and coldly snorted, rebuking, "Do you think I wanted to come to this damned place? Do you think I had a choice? Between being imprisoned in a dark and damp cell forever and coming to the Black Ink battlefield to fight the Black Ink clan, which one would you choose?" Yang Kai finally understood after hearing this. Blood Crow was a 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Master, and with an 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Foundation at that. He had quite a good chance of breaking through to the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm in the future. With such potential and strength, instead of leaving him to rot in prison, it would be better to send Blood Crow here to kill the enemy. It was obvious that Bright King Heaven had such considerations before sending Blood Crow here. No matter how twisted Blood Crow's temperament was, it was impossible for him to have any treacherous thoughts in a place like this, unless he was willing to be corrupted and become a Black Ink disciple. However, Black Ink disciples had their minds warped by Black Ink's strength and essentially became slaves, so if he really got corrupted by Black Ink's strength, he would no longer be himself, an intolerable fate for almost anyone. "Brother Blood Crow, you've had it hard," Yang Kai sympathized. "All thanks to you." Blood Crow became extremely annoyed. Yang Kai chuckled, "Now you can finally act openly, it's better than sneaking around and hiding." Blood Crow snorted and glanced at him. "I didn't expect you to also reach the 7th Order so quickly." "I was just lucky." Yang Kai smiled. "It can't compare to Brother Blood Crow's deep foundation." "Don't even think about it. This king has a belly full of rage whenever I see you." Blood Crow snorted before flicking his sleeve and leaving. Yang Kai stroked his chin as a pondering look appeared on his face, watching him leave. At this moment, a figure suddenly landed beside him. It was Tang Qiu. Yang Kai greeted him with a bow. "Senior." "Follow me." As Tang Qiu spoke, he mobilized his strength and wrapped Yang Kai in it before quickly disappearing. Soon, they arrived at the marketplace, but the bustling scene Yang Kai had first seen was now completely deserted. There was not a single person in sight. After giving it a thought, he did not find it strange either. The marketplace was crowded in the past because there had been no ongoing battles. Now that the Black Ink clan had surrounded Yinyang Pass and they were all busy fighting, who would they come here? Nonetheless, it wasn't as if there wasn't anyone here. At Lin's steamed bun restaurant, a small figure was sitting at a table while supporting her chin with one hand while playing with her hair with the other. She looked extremely bored. Spotting the figure, Yang Kai promptly stepped forward and bowed. "Old ancestor." Ever since he had escorted the old ancestor back, he had been fighting against the Black Ink clan and had not seen her again. He had no idea why Tang Qiu had brought him here. The old ancestor lightly nodded before stretching out her hand. "Sit." Yang Kai was just about to sit down when he suddenly felt a sharp gaze on his back. Looking back, he saw Tang Qiu glaring at him and immediately straightened up. "Junior wouldn't dare. What can I do for the old ancestor?" The old ancestor glanced at Tang Qiu but didn't say anything. Rather, she just asked Yang Kai, "Do you know why this marketplace exists in Yinyang Pass?" The secret order Miao Fei Ping had received was to take good care of this little girl and not let her suffer any injustice, while not letting his whereabouts be exposed. At first, he could not understand why someone like the ancestor would care so much about a little mortal girl and even ask him to personally keep an eye on her, but when he saw the rattle drum in the little girl's hand, Miao Fei Ping suddenly understood. He recognized this rattle drum as it had been personally crafted by an emperor realm elder of his sect. He had been next to him when that elder had made this rattle drum. This little girl is the ancestor's descendant. The ancestor had given a series of decrees back then, asking for steamed stuffed buns and candied fruits, all to coax this little girl. Having understood this point, Miao Fei Ping immediately felt a heavy weight on his shoulders. He felt extremely honored that the ancestor gave him such an important task. Because of this, Miao Fei Ping had been secretly following the little girl and protecting her at all times. After observing her for a while, Miao Fei Ping discovered that she was particularly interested in snacks, but she did not seem to have any money on her. Every time she saw someone eat something, she would always start drooling, making her look extremely pitiful. Several times, Miao Fei Ping couldn't bear to watch and almost offered his assistance. At these times, he couldn't help feeling a little puzzled. Since this little girl was the ancestor's descendant, why didn't the ancestor give her any money so she could buy the things she wanted? Obtaining mundane coins should be a breeze for the ancestor. But since the ancestor had not done so, he must have had his reasons. So, Miao Fei Ping couldn't rashly intervene either. Martial Peak, Chapter 5123, Full Force. Nonetheless, after seeing the same thing over and over again so many times, Miao Fei Ping really couldn't bear to sit back and watch any longer, but neither could he expose himself. Ultimately, he gave some coins to the others and asked them to buy some things for the little girl. The little girl happily ate from then on. When the night arrived, the little girl had no place to sleep. So, she found a random alley and spent the night sleeping there, curled up. Every night, Miao Fei Ping would secretly protect her from the cold. Originally, Miao Fei Ping had thought that his days would pass by peacefully, but contrary to his expectations, something did happen. The little girl's rattle drum was stolen. If it was just an ordinary toy, no one would have paid any attention to it, but the material used to make this rattle drum was not ordinary, it was a rare piece of blue water wood. It was a toy for the ancestor's descendant, so the Seven Stars sect elders had put in a lot of effort to craft this rattle drum, and it just so happened that the one who ultimately refined it had a suitable piece of blue water wood on hand at the time. Blue water wood was extremely precious as it could be used to refine emperor artifacts. It was particularly rare in this world and could be said to be priceless. A few weak cultivators noticed that the rattle drum in the little girl's hand was extraordinary. So, they threw some coins at the little girl and snatched the rattle drum from her in a half-buying and half-threatening manner. These cultivators weren't very strong, and as such, they failed to recognize the blue water wood, but they could still tell that the material of this rattle drum was expensive at a glance. The little girl looked extremely sad after losing the rattle drum and tears welled up in her eyes. She tried to snatch her toy back, but how could a 7-year-old little girl catch up to even the weakest of cultivators? The thieves disappeared in the blink of an eye. The little girl fell to the ground, wailing in grief as dirt smeared her cute face. Enraged, Miao Fei Ping stopped those cultivators in an alley, beat them up, and took back the rattle drum. After that, he found the little girl who was silently crying in a deserted place and quietly returned the rattle drum. Seeing the little girl smiling once more, Miao Fei Ping let out a sigh of relief. Originally, he had thought that this matter would end there, but no one had expected that it was just the beginning. Among the few cultivators he had beaten up, One of them was actually the son of Purple Phoenix Palace's Vice Palace Master. The son of the Vice Palace Master was beaten up in Purple Phoenix City. How could Purple Phoenix Palace let the matter rest just like that? Purple Phoenix Palace cultivators started searching the city for the perpetrator and soon found Miao Fei Ping. A conflict naturally broke out between the two sides, but Miao Fei Ping was a third-order Emperor Realm Master, so how could these weaklings do anything to him? Naturally, he taught them a lesson and sent them packing. When Purple Phoenix Palace's higher-ups received the news, they were enraged and deployed some of their masters. In the blink of an eye, the entire Purple Phoenix City was engulfed in a secret battle. After suffering several losses, Purple Phoenix Palace finally figured out the identity of the perpetrator. To their astonishment, it was actually 7 Stars Sect's Miao Fei Ping. This shocked Purple Phoenix Palace greatly. It had to be known that the 7 Stars sect was the most powerful sect in Void World. Not only did they have the largest number of Emperor Realm Masters, but they also had an ancestor who was shrouded in a veil of mystery. Rumor had it that the ancestor's strength had already surpassed the Emperor Realm, but no one knew what his exact cultivation was. The elder shook his head, stating, "It's just a guess, I can't say for sure." Martial Peak, Chapter 5124, Army Attacks. In Purple Phoenix City, 7 Stars sect disciples could be seen everywhere. Fortunately, these people really did not cause any trouble in Purple Phoenix City, just as Shang Guanji had said. Purple Phoenix Palace's higher-ups were both happy and puzzled. Could it be that 7 Stars sect really only sent their entire sect here to gain life experience? But what they could not understand was why they chose Purple Phoenix City. Nonetheless, Purple Phoenix Palace finally reached one conclusion after numerous investigations, and that was that the Emperor Realm Masters of 7 Stars sect were attaching a lot of importance to a certain little girl who was wandering around Purple Phoenix City. At any given moment, at least 2 to 3 emperors would be secretly watching over her. However, they only monitored her from a distance and never exposed their whereabouts nor interfered with her life. They simply let her wander the city as she pleased. Purple Phoenix Palace finally realized that this little girl was the cause of the entire incident. Purple Phoenix Palace failed to understand why 7 Stars sect placed so much importance on this little girl. They tried to investigate her background, but even after a thorough investigation, they came to a shocking conclusion. No one knew which family this little girl was from or when she had arrived in Purple Phoenix City. There was no record of her entering the city through the city gates. It was as if she had appeared in Purple Phoenix City out of thin air. They might have not understood the origins of this little girl, but they finally understood 7 Stars sect's intentions, allowing Purple Phoenix Palace to breathe a sigh of relief. Since this little girl was so important, Purple Phoenix Palace didn't dare to be negligent either. The higher-ups immediately ordered everyone in the city to open their doors wide for this little girl, catering to her every need. Since then, the little girl's life in Purple Phoenix City had become much more comfortable. She did not need to pay for anything she ate, and when night fell, the owner of a nearby inn would always invite her inside to sleep in a warm bed. All this while, Yang Kai was sitting cross-legged inside the marketplace, silently refining cultivation materials. He had his small universe spread out, allowing the old ancestor to recuperate, but this did not affect his cultivation in any way. The people of Purple Phoenix Palace and 7 Stars sect all thought that the old ancestor was just an ordinary mortal who had never cultivated before, but as the master of the small universe, Yang Kai could clearly feel some intangible force constantly pouring into the old ancestor's body. This mysterious energy seemed to be the essence of the mundane world. The baptism of this mysterious energy was the basis of the old ancestor's healing technique, but even Yang Kai was unable to understand its properties. Yin Yang Pass went into a full defensive stance while the old ancestor was recuperating. They did nothing even when the Black Ink Clan army taunted and provoked them. Only when the Black Ink clan approached too close to Yinyang Pass did they use the various spirit arrays and artifacts to repel the enemy. Just like that, half a year passed in the blink of an eye. Just like every other day, Yang Kai was focused on refining cultivation materials when he suddenly sensed something. He promptly focused his divine sense towards a certain place in Purple Phoenix City. Miao Fei Ping was diligently carrying out the ancestors' secret order in Purple Phoenix City, keeping an eye on the ancestors' descendant at almost every moment. Fortunately, Purple Phoenix Palace seemed to have realized that this little girl's identity was special after the previous incident, so no one dared to seek trouble with her, which saved Miao Fei Ping a lot of effort. His task was to escort the old ancestor back to the Great Pass. After recuperating for 2 years in his small universe, the old ancestor had only managed to recover enough strength to kill 3 territory lords. The old ancestor was no longer able to continue after killing the 3rd territory lord. Even if the Black Ink clan didn't retreat, it would have been impossible for the old ancestor to attack again. Be that as it may, the Black Ink clan territory lords were completely terrified by the appearance of the old ancestor, so how could they dare to remain after sensing her presence? This gave the humans an opportunity to pursue and slaughter. In the battle between 2 races, this was the best opportunity to increase one's military merits. Many 8th Order Division commanders deeply understood this principle, so how could they let this chance pass? Nonetheless, the humans didn't dare to pursue the enemy too far and began to withdraw their forces and return to the pass after 10 days. The Black Ink clan army had suffered heavy losses in this battle, and it would take them at least 100 years to replenish their forces. If the territory lords' casualties and the consequences of the Black Ink nest destruction were factored in on top of that, it would probably take several hundred to 1,000 years for the Black Ink clan in Yinyang Theater to recover. This battle could be considered a great victory. The morale of Yinyang Pass soldiers was still pretty high after the battle. The battle between the 2 races had resulted in casualties on the human race's side too, but their casualties were within acceptable limits compared to the losses suffered by the Black Ink clan. After calculating the military merits, Yang Kai naturally received the highest reward. Leaving aside the fact that he infiltrated the Black Ink clan's domain, ruined their grand plan, and rescued 300 artifact refiners, just the destruction of the 10 mid-rank Black Ink nest was something no one could compare to. Not only did he discover many secrets about the Black Ink clan, he had also brought the old ancestor back to the Great Pass. Each of these feats was of great merit. Yang Kai might have belonged to Blue Sky Pass, but his contributions this time were not small. Furthermore, Yinyang Pass had also made an exception to record his military merits. Yang Kai could exchange them for anything he wanted from Yinyang Pass War Materials Palace with his military merits. However, he had looted a huge number of resources from the Black Ink clan already, so he didn't need to worry about his own cultivation and naturally didn't need to exchange for anything at the moment. After the battle ended, Yang Kai did not immediately return to Blue Sky Pass. Instead, he opened the portals to the Universe Paradises and Universe Cave Heavens in the periphery of the pass at the behest of Tang Qiu and the other army commanders. Miao Fei Ping pondered for a moment before replying. The purpose of the Void Dao Temple is to teach the 3,000 Grand Daos. As the Temple Master, I am responsible for guiding the Dao Temple's disciples' cultivation. And where will these disciples come from? As long as one's aptitude is sufficiently high, anyone can enter the Dao Temple to cultivate, regardless of their cultivation. Even a child who has never cultivated before may gain entrance if their aptitude is sufficient. While speaking, Miao Fei Ping cupped his fist. Sect masters, elders, if you have any disciples with outstanding aptitude in mind, please send them to the Dao Temple. If they can pass the test of the Dao Temple, they may enter and comprehend the mysteries of the Grand Dao. The Emperor Realm sect masters and elders all looked at each other in dismay upon hearing this. Finally, one of the sect masters sneered, "In that case, this humble one understands. Void Dao Temple, I'll take my leave now." Saying so, he turned and left, followed by the Emperor Realm elders under him. With someone taking the lead, the others quickly left as well. Some even sneered before leaving. "Brother Shangguan, if Seven Stars sect wants to take in all the geniuses in the world, there's no need to use such a clumsy method. This void world is not that small, and a single Seven Stars sect cannot swallow it all. Brother Shangguan, please take care of yourself." Shangguanji slightly furrowed his brow but didn't try to explain. Right now, he also had no idea what this was all about. He vaguely felt that this Void Dao Temple was related to the ancestor, but it was not appropriate to ask with so many people around. The sects that left first were all top sects in Void World. These sects were not weak, so they naturally regarded the strongest, Seven Stars sect, as their competitor, hoping that one day their sect's strength would surpass them and become the overlord of Void World. After listening to Miao Fei Ping's explanation, everyone thought that this Void Dao Temple was created by the Seven Stars sect to attract talents from all over the world. If they let all the good seedlings be taken away by the Seven Stars sect, they would not have any successors. Perhaps Seven Stars sect would really be able to dominate Void World in less than 100 years if they could accomplish this plot. Since the Emperor Realm masters of the top sects had taken their leaves, the small and intermediate sects didn't stay any longer and quickly took their leave as well. When only the higher-ups of the Seven Stars sect remained, Guan Qianxing finally spoke. "Fei Ping, this Void Dao Temple." Shang Guanji immediately interrupted him, "Let us return first." Guan Qianxing understood that Shang Guanji stopped him because he was afraid that someone was trying to spy on them, so he didn't ask any further. Martial Peak, Chapter 5128, The Descent of Multicolored Beams. Southern Star Palace, one of the top sects of Void World. At this moment, all of the higher-ups present, including Palace Master Wu Dongxing, were looking up at the strange phenomenon occurring at the Void Dao Temple, watching the beams descending straight down on Seven Stars sect, each of them then bringing a Seven Stars sect disciple into the Dao Temple. This sight was clearly seen by all. They might have no idea what was going on, but it worried them. Since such a strange event had suddenly occurred in Void World, Southern Star Palace naturally wanted to find out if this Void Dao Temple really was the work of the Seven Stars sect or not. Originally, all of them had thought that this was the case, but now it seemed that it wasn't so. The phenomenon that appeared from the Void Dao Temple had far exceeded the scope of what Emperor Realm Masters could accomplish. Although the Seven Stars sect had many Emperor Realm Masters, they did not have such ability. Just as they were wondering what was happening, a beam of multicolored light suddenly descended from the Void Dao Temple, not towards the Seven Stars sect but towards the Southern Star Palace. It was a seven-colored beam. Wu Dongxing immediately looked in the direction of the light beam and saw a disciple wearing a Southern Star Palace uniform slowly rising into the sky towards the Void Dao Temple. The disciple's behavior could be considered quite calm, just curiously looking around with a confused expression. "Who is that disciple?" Wu Dongxing hurriedly asked. Southern Star Palace had many disciples, so it was practically impossible for the palace master to know all of them. Furthermore, this disciple's cultivation appeared to be extremely low, so he should have just entered the sect recently. "It's Xue Fei." One of the higher-ups recognized this disciple. Wu Dongxing's expression changed, the genius disciple who joined just 3 years ago. He didn't know Xue Fei personally, but he had heard of him. Among the new batch of disciples 3 years ago, some of them had extremely outstanding aptitudes and could be said to be the most outstanding since Southern Star Palace's founding. One of those supreme talents was Xuefei. What's going on? How did Xuefei get taken away by the beam of light from the Void Dao Temple? Wu Dongxing shouted without giving it another thought. Stop him! Naturally, the genius disciples of their own sect should remain with them. How could they let them be taken away by the Void Dao Temple? As soon as he issued the order, the Emperor Realm Masters rose into the air, trying to pull Xuefei out of the beam. Be that as it may, they were unable to break through the light barrier no matter how hard they tried. All they could do was watch Xuefei fly further away until he disappeared into the Void Dao Temple. This was not the end of it though. Following Xuefei, several more beams descended from the Void Dao Temple, taking away more disciples. Various elders identified all these disciples as outstanding geniuses. Their time in the sect was short, and their cultivation was not high. This was not just happening to Southern Star Palace. Similar things were happening to many disciples of various sects across all of Void World. Even some children who had never entered a sect or cultivated before had been taken in by the Void Dao Temple. Without exception, all of these people who had been taken away by the multicolored beams were extremely talented. After this, various sects couldn't sit still. Although the cultivation environment of Void World had been improving over the past few years and good seedlings had been popping up every now and then, they still couldn't stand them being taken away by the Void Dao Temple. All of these secret arts were extremely precious and could be read by anyone without any restrictions. The Dao Temple didn't even restrict them from teaching them to outsiders. In other words, they could freely pass on any secret art and secret technique inside the Dao Temple to their own sect. There were also visions in the Dao Temple, demonstrating the mysteries above the Emperor Realm. Now, the Emperor Realm Masters of Void World knew that there was an open heaven realm above the Emperor Realm, and if one wanted to reach the open heaven realm, they would first need to condense a Dao seal. Then, if they wanted to complete their Dao seal, they would need to refine cultivation materials of appropriate elements and orders. What was most shocking was that these materials were all readily available in the Dao Temple, but they could not be taken at will. It needed a certain amount of contributions to the Dao Temple. As for how to gain contribution, the deacons were unable to figure this out because their time in the Dao Temple was too short. Only one thing was clear: if a sect's disciple was chosen by the Dao Temple, they would be able to obtain a certain amount of contribution points. The more disciples were chosen, the more the contribution points they would receive, and these contribution points could be exchanged for resources in the Dao Temple. After the revelations from various deacons, the great sects no longer held any doubts about the Void Dao Temple. They had originally thought that it was the Seven Stars sect's handiwork, but now it seemed that it was indeed a miracle bestowed on them by the world, the heavenly way guiding them in their cultivation. Everyone had already understood the requirements to enter the Dao Temple. Apart from the chosen deacons who were freely allowed to enter and exit, entrance to the Dao Temple depended on one's aptitude. If one's aptitude was outstanding enough, a dazzling beam would naturally descend from the Dao Temple as long as they presented themselves to it for an incense stick worth of time. Truly, the profundities of the heavenly way were endless and not something that could be fathomed by ordinary people. At this point, the sects no longer had any objections to the Void Dao Temple, and all of them ordered their disciples to pay their respects to it. After all, their sect could gain contribution points and exchange them for resources as long as their disciples were selected. Although these genius disciples were the foundation of the sect's future prosperity, cultivating them would require a great deal of time and effort. How could they be compared to the temptation of exploring a higher martial Dao on their own? What's more, the disciples who had been taken in by the Dao Temple still had their names registered under their original sect, and their connection to it had not yet been severed. If these disciples were willing, they could travel between the Dao Temple and the sect at any time. The entire Void World was bustling with noise and excitement. Since the appearance of the Void Dao Temple a month ago, multicolored beams would appear, taking away individuals with extraordinary aptitudes each day. After the Dao Temple Master Miao Fei Ping and the many Emperor Realm deacons entered, the Void Dao Temple officially began operating. In just a short month, the Dao Temple had taken in over 500 disciples, each of them a genius who would be carefully cultivated by any sect. Now that Miao Fei Ping and the other deacons were taking care of them though, Yang Kai didn't need to intervene until they had advanced to the Emperor Realm. The Dao Temple disciples would definitely increase over time, and when these disciples had broken through to the Open Heaven Realm in the future, they would become a force that would help the human race resist the Black Ink clan. The power of the World Tree clone was beginning to show. Martial Peak, Chapter 5129, Choice. Miao Fei Ping's temperament was undoubtedly firm and steady. He did not falter even in this situation. Until he suddenly heard the ancestor's voice. Logically speaking, if one were to be disturbed at such a critical moment, their mind would definitely be shaken. In the best-case scenario, they would suffer from cultivation dissonance, and in the worst-case scenario, they might even die on the spot. Nonetheless, this did not happen to Miao Fei Ping, because at the same time the ancestor's voice was transmitted to him, a gentle force stabilized his state of mind, allowing him to avoid this calamity. Even the berserk Emperor Qi in his body calmed down. When he opened his eyes, Miao Fei Ping saw a smiling man standing in front of him. It was none other than the ancestor. Miao Fei Ping hurriedly stood up and respectfully bowed. "Disciple greets ancestor." Yang Kai lightly nodded. At this moment, he was nothing more than a soul avatar, just like when he traveled across his small universe all those years ago. Nonetheless, the soul avatar in Miao Fei Ping's eyes was equivalent to the arrival of the ancestor's true body. He didn't dare to show any disrespect. "It's been hard on you all these years." Only 20 years had passed in the outside world since the establishment of the Void Dao Temple, so 80 years had passed in the small universe. Over the past 80 years, the number of disciples the Void Dao Temple had accepted had reached over 2,000, each and every one of them a dragon among men. With Miao Fei Ping acting as the temple master, the deacons chosen by the Dao Temple all diligently guided these disciples. He had truly worked hard over these years. After all, the cultivation of these chosen disciples wasn't high. Many of them were children who had never cultivated before. Taking care of them was indeed a daunting task. There were many benefits to managing various affairs of the Dao Temple, the most direct of which was that one could obtain a fixed amount of contribution points every month, and these contribution points could be exchanged for cultivation resources in the Dao Temple, but the downside was that it delayed one's cultivation. If not for this, Miao Fei Ping would not have taken a century to finally reach this point with his aptitude. Disciple is honored by ancestors' concern, but it was not difficult at all, Miao Fei Ping replied respectfully. Yang Kai nodded his acknowledgement. "Right now, you're just a step away from the Open Heaven Realm, but if you want to reach it, you must make a choice." "A choice?" Miao Fei Ping was puzzled. "Ancestor, please explain." Yang Kai continued, "With your aptitude and current foundation, it may be a bit risky to break through to the Sixth Order, but the risks aren't that great. Do you know why you still haven't been able to break through even after being in a retreat for so long?" Miao Fei Ping shook his head. "Perhaps this disciple is slow-witted. Perhaps I will not be able to comprehend the fleeting opportunity to break through even if I put in all my effort. But ancestor can rest assured, this disciple will definitely redouble his efforts in cultivating so as not to disappoint you." Yang Kai chuckled. "If you can be considered slow-witted, then there aren't many smart people in Void World." Miao Fei Ping humbly replied, "Ancestor is too kind. The reason you can't break through is not because your comprehension or aptitude is lacking, but because of the environment. As long as you remain in Void World, you will never be able to break through the shackles of the Emperor Realm and advance to the Open Heaven Realm." "Why is that?" Miao Fei Ping looked confused. Yang Kai replied, looking at him with a smile, "Because Void World is my small universe." Miao Fei Ping was rooted to the spot, stunned. Yang Kai continued, when Emperor Realm cultivators condense their Tao seals and gather the powers of Yin, Yang and 5 elements, they will be able to form a small universe world inside their body, thus advancing to the open heaven realm. The open heaven realm is divided into 9 orders. 1st to 3rd order is the low rank, 4th to 6th order is the mid rank, 7th order and above is high rank. Low rank and mid rank open heaven realm masters' small universes are immaterial and illusory, while high rank open heaven realm masters' small universes are solid and tangible, just like this void world. Every open heaven realm cultivator has their own small universe, and the world force of that small universe is the foundation of the open heaven realm strength. Even if 2 people cultivate the same secret art and comprehend the same grand Tao, after they reach the open heaven realm, the world force in their small universes will naturally be different. This kind of difference is unique to every open heaven realm master. Other open heaven realm masters might be able to refine it for their own use to increase their strength, but if the difference is too great, it will instead become impurities that destroy their foundation. If you broke through to the open heaven realm inside my small universe, the world force you unconsciously release at the moment of ascension will contaminate my foundation and affect my cultivation, so I cannot allow you to break through in void world. This can be considered a restriction of the entire void world. Do you understand? It was not that hard for Miao Feiping to understand, but after learning that the world he had been living in was actually the ancestors' small universe, he was still shocked and couldn't recover for a long time. If you want to enter the open heaven realm, the only option is to leave my small universe and enter the vast outer universe. Yang Kai's eyes became solemn. However, the environment I am in right now is not safe. If you leave void world, your life will constantly be at risk, and you will have to fight against powerful enemies. Even with my strength, I may not be able to protect you. Miao Feiping muttered, "Is this the choice ancestors spoke of?" Yang Kai nodded his affirmation. That's right, whether to remain in void world as an emperor realm master, or take the risk and leave void world to achieve the open heaven realm is up to you. In the face of such a sudden choice, even an emperor realm master like Miao Feiping was a little hesitant. Yang Kai observed his expression and lightly nodded. You can take your time and inform me after you have made a decision. Saying so, his figure gradually started to fade as he prepared to leave. Before he could go though, Miao Feiping suddenly raised his head and asked, "Ancestor, are junior sister Xiaoya and senior brother Zhao Yi by still in void world?" Everyone had been working towards this goal all these years, but the fastest among them had only refined 3 materials and was still far from breaking through. When they suddenly heard Temple Master Miao Feiping say that he was about to break through, they were naturally extremely envious. Although they were envious, they still congratulated him. After making some arrangements, Miao Feiping made a trip back to the 7 Stars sect to inform the sect master Shangguanji and the elders that he was about to enter retreat to break through. Soon, all of the Emperor Realm masters in Void World knew that Miao Feiping was about to break the Emperor Realm's shackles. The Emperor Realm masters were naturally looking forward to it. It had to be known that this was the first time in the entire history of Void World that someone was about to rise above the Emperor Realm. Whether he succeeded or failed would affect the future development of the entire world's martial Tao, so it naturally garnered a lot of attention. Furthermore, personally witnessing this breakthrough would be greatly beneficial to them in the future. Miao Feiping soon went into the retreat. All the top sects were constantly trying to find out whether Miao Feiping had succeeded or failed in his retreat, but none of the deacons knew, because after Miao Feiping went into seclusion, they had received no word from him. No one even knew if he was alive or dead. On a certain day after about a month, Void World suddenly shook as dazzling multicolored lights filled the sky and a powerful aura suddenly overflowed from the Void Dao Temple. This aura clearly surpassed the Emperor Realm. The higher-ups of the various great sects were beside themselves and immediately turned their eyes towards the Void Dao Temple. Under everyone's gaze, a figure suddenly stepped out from the Void Dao Temple. It was none other than the first temple master, Miao Fei Ping. But at this moment, Miao Fei Ping was surrounded by a dazzling glow, making him look like a deity descending from the heavens. The aura emanating from his body made all the emperors yearn to achieve the same. Blue Sky Pass had many places for the soldiers to live though, and many of these were unoccupied, so this was not an issue. After Miao Fei Ping asked about Yang Kai's residence, he chose a place nearby, not minding anything else. In any case, he was still a newcomer. He didn't have any military merits to speak of, and because he had just advanced, he needed time and resources to consolidate his cultivation. Without military merits, he did not have anything to exchange for cultivation resources. Fortunately, Yang Kai had a lot of resources on hand, so he gave him a few and told him to go back and cultivate. Miao Fei Ping naturally didn't dare disobey his orders. On the way back, Miao Fei Ping uneasily asked, "Martial uncle, the show I put on before I left looked quite spectacular, but if someone else were to break through to the open heaven realm, wouldn't it be exposed?" Yang Kai explained with a smile, "In the current void world, who else do you think has a chance to break through to the open heaven realm besides you?" Miao Fei Ping answered, "There are many of them, and although they're all completing the powers in their Dao seals right now, a few will reach that realm someday or the other. There is quite a good chance of that happening." "Yes, there are many of them, but they are different from you. You can leave Void World and come to Blue Sky Pass, but others cannot." "Why?" Yang Kai pointed around and asked, "Look carefully, what's common about everyone here?" Miao Fei Ping observed them for a moment before replying, "All of them are 5th Order Masters and above. Even 5th Order Masters are rare. Basically all of them are 6th Order and above." "That's right, basically everyone here is a 6th Order Master or higher because this is the Black Ink battlefield where we are fighting against the Black Ink clan. If their order is too low, they won't be of much help here. In fact, even the 5th Order Masters you're seeing are only in that realm because their cultivations regressed from the 6th Order." Miao Fei Ping pondered for a moment before asking, "Does Martial Uncle mean that those who cannot break through directly to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm are not qualified to come here?" "Precisely." Disciple understands. Understanding suddenly dawned upon Miao Fei Ping. Martial Peak, Chapter 5131, Scouting. Yang Kai had opened Void World and brought him to the Black Ink battlefield as Miao Fei Ping's aptitude was enough to advance to the 6th Order Open Heaven realm directly. Although there were many Emperor Realm Masters in Void World, according to what he knew, there was not a single one who could refine 6th Order material except him. There were a few who could refine 5th Order materials, but they had obviously not met Yang Kai's requirements. As such, they would probably never be able to leave Void World. Only the disciples chosen by the Void Dao Temple would be able to leave Void World in the future and advance to the Open Heaven realm because all of them had outstanding aptitudes. The order of the Open Heaven realm they could reach would definitely be higher, so most of them should be able to meet Yang Kai's requirements. Miao Fei Ping's strength had greatly increased after entering the Open Heaven realm. Also, he had suddenly arrived at an unfamiliar and dangerous place like the Black Ink battlefield. He had many things he needed to learn, but the most important thing right now was to stabilize his cultivation. After parting ways with Yang Kai, he returned to his new residence and began refining resources. Recently, the Black Ink clan was a little restless. It had been almost a century since the last war between the two races concluded in the Blue Sky Theater. The Black Ink clan had recovered its strength after so many years, so they were obviously looking to start another war. The Black Ink clan was not afraid of their loss in strength, but the lives of every human were extremely precious. So, the Black Ink clan had been employing the strategy of sending an army to besiege the Great Passes as long as they had the strength to fight for countless years. Nonetheless, they failed to conquer it after so many attempts. The human race might not have many soldiers, but each and every one of them was an elite. They were able to rout the Black Ink clan every single time, relying on their warships and the unique advantages of the Great Pass. After countless cycles of offense and defense, countless millennia had gone by. Now that the war was about to begin again, Blue Sky Pass was preparing. Blue Sky Pass was bustling with the activities of the Open Heaven Realm Masters. All those who were in retreat all year round were undoubtedly preparing for war. Blue Sky Pass had no clue where and when the Black Ink clan army would strike, and it had always been like this. Mostly, the initiative of the war was in the hands of the Black Ink clan while the human race could only passively defend. Of course, there were times when the humans also attacked. For instance, the soldiers of Blue Sky Pass attacked the Black Ink clan's territory last time under the leadership of their old ancestor, which resulted in the Black Ink clan's retaliation and a war breaking out. If it weren't for that war, Xianxia wouldn't have been able to escape the Black Ink clan so easily and arrive at Blue Sky Pass. Another example was the recent battle at Yinyang Pass, where the humans were the first to attack, but that was mainly to coordinate with Xianxia's actions. Most of the time, the human race's situation was quite passive. Although they were forced into a passive position, Blue Sky Pass was still trying to gain the upper hand. At the very least, they needed to understand the timing and direction of the Black Ink clan's attack. One squad after another was sent out to serve as scouts to investigate the movements of the Black Ink clan army and obtain intelligence on them. In the past, Blue Sky Pass had also taken similar measures, but the scope of the scouting party's movements were limited because they didn't have the universe arrays as a safeguard. The corruption of Black Ink's strength had always been a thorn in the human race's side that could never be removed before Xianxia came to Blue Sky Pass. Xianxia's appearance had brought the purifying light that could dispel Black Ink's strength, which had played a huge role in the last war against the Black Ink clan, greatly reducing the human race's casualties. Be that as it may, the purifying light was sealed inside the purifying Black Ink battleships, so it was necessary to use the universe transference law to return to the purifying Black Ink battleships to be treated. Because of the importance of the purifying Black Ink battleships, they were usually placed inside the pass or in the rear of the battlefield. As such, once one used the universe transference law to return to a purifying Black Ink battleship, they would need to travel a great distance to return to the battlefield. Furthermore, when they used the universe transference law, they couldn't be disturbed for several breaths. But the purifying Black Ink pill was different. They could take the pill even if they were locked in battle against a Black Ink clansman. Thus, they would not need to disengage and find a safe spot or rush back to the battlefield after they were treated. It could be said that the purifying Black Ink pill and purifying light both had their own pros and cons. With the combination of both, though, the problem of the Black Ink's strength corruption had been almost completely solved, allowing the humans to relax and fight against the Black Ink clan without restraint. After ensuring that every member of the squad was given their purifying Black Ink pills, Xianxia raised his hand and ordered, "Move out." Ordering so, he took the lead and flew out, closely followed by the rest. When Xianxia led his squad to the west gate of Blue Sky Pass, hundreds of other Open Heaven Realm Masters were already gathered here in groups of 10 or so. Clearly, all of them were members of squads. Seeing Xianxia's arrival, many people came up to greet him. These people had either received Xianxia's life-saving grace or had heard of him. Xianxia naturally responded and greeted them one by one. There were also some arrogant fellows who nitpicked at them from afar, but none of them came forward. The main reason was that Dawn's squad was too eye-catching. Compared to the dozen or so members of their squad, Dawn had over 30 people, 6 of whom were 7th Order Masters. Other squads only had 3 7th Order Masters at most. Dawn's squad's lineup made many squad leaders drool. A moment later, a figure descended from the sky. It was none other than the Western Army commander, Zhong Liang. Zhong Liang's dignified gaze swept over them before he spoke. The mission this time is to gather intelligence. If you are outnumbered or think you can't defeat the enemy, avoid engaging the Black Ink clan. Suddenly, one of the squad leaders grinned and asked, What if we can? Zhong Liang glared at him, obviously blaming him for speaking out of turn, but he still responded, if you can wipe them out, you should naturally thrash those bastards. Everyone immediately burst into laughter, dispelling the tense atmosphere before the expedition. Zhong Liang continued, the Black Ink clan also has scouts, so be careful and avoid them. If you find any traces of the Black Ink clan army, report back immediately. After he was finished speaking, he raised his hand and shouted, open the gates. At the West Gate Spirit Array barrier, the Array Masters changed their hand seals and opened a gap. A solemn expression took over Zhong Liang's face as he cupped his fist and shouted, this Zhong wishes all of you a prosperous martial Dao and a triumphant return. Hundreds of soldiers cupped their fists in return before rushing out of the exit under the leadership of their squad leaders, painting a spectacular scene. He decisively let go of the sword and rushed forward like a madman, punching at Yang Kai, fist images blotting out the void before he even reached his target. Yang Kai simply waved his hand and the fist shadows filling the void disappeared like the moon's reflection in the water. Surprisingly, Miao Fei Ping had disappeared from Yang Kai's sight. He had already fled into the distance the moment he swung his fists. His speed was extremely fast. It appeared his fierce attack was just a cover for his escape. Yang Kai grinned and muttered, smart choice. Be that as it may, trying to escape from him was destined to be futile. Yang Kai used his space principles, and under the effects of near-distant horizon, Miao Fei Ping suddenly froze in place, seemingly unable to escape even half a step further. Yang Kai slowly strolled over to Miao Fei Ping's back. His palms glowed with two different colors before he brought them together, releasing a burst of purifying light. Under the purifying light, the black ink strength started dispersing with sizzling sounds as Miao Fei Ping's expression changed from pain to calm. When the black ink strength was finally dispersed completely and Miao Fei Ping regained his sanity, he found that his clothes were drenched in sweat. How do you feel? Yang Kai asked. Miao Fei Ping had a look of lingering fear on his face, like I've awoken from a bad dream. Yang Kai nodded. Every black ink disciple says so when they wake up. Remember this feeling, this is what it's like to be corrupted by black ink strength. In the black ink disciples' hearts, the Black Ink clan is supreme, and the human race is nothing to them. Miao Fei Ping broke into a cold sweat. Disciple will remember this lesson well. In the future, I will definitely not let myself be corrupted into a Black Ink disciple and become a slave to the Black Ink clan. Pausing for a moment, he apologized. Disciple was disrespectful to martial uncle just now, please forgive me. Yang Kai waved off in response, it would have been stranger if you hadn't attacked me. When he attacked with the Azure Dragon Spear, space around it froze, making it impossible to avoid. This was the biggest reason why the two feudal lords were so vulnerable. His comprehension of his own grand daos allowed Yang Kai's combat strength to rise to a whole new level. Once the two feudal lords who had remained behind in the fief died, the remaining Black Ink clansmen fell into a panic. Although there were still some who were attacking Miao Fei Ping, most of the Black Ink clansmen were now fleeing as fast as they could, afraid that they would be buried together with the feudal lords if they were too slow. Yang Kai casually killed some of them who were in his way, but didn't pursue the ones who fled. These lower Black Ink clansmen were simply too massive in number, so he could not kill them all in short order. There was no need to waste time here. His goal was the low-rank Black Ink nest. The Void Dao Temple had already been founded for over 100 years, and all of the talented seedlings in Void World had been sent there to cultivate. In the future, these people would definitely be able to break through to the open heaven realm and become a force that would resist the Black Ink clan. Miao Fei Ping's performance was undoubtedly excellent. Although he had only come into contact with the Black Ink clan for a short time, he had become familiar with how to fight them after killing the previous 2 high-rank Black Ink clansmen and was now chasing after the fleeing low-rank Black Ink clansmen. However, circumstances and environment affected one's temperament greatly. Perhaps the disciples of the Void Dao Temple were talented in terms of cultivation, but if they really faced the Black Ink clan, it was difficult to say how each of them would fare. Perhaps many people would be intimidated when they first came face to face with this kind of fiendish and hostile alien race. So, how could they have the courage to fight them? Yang Kai wanted to let them familiarize themselves with how to fight the Black Ink clan while they were still in their early growth period, so that when they advanced to the open heaven realm, they could directly enter the war on the Black Ink battlefield. The right time, right place, and right conditions made it possible for Yang Kai to act recklessly in Mu Guang's royal domain without anyone to stop him. If even one point was different, he would not have been able to act so brazenly. Even so, in the end, he was unable to destroy more than 10 mid-rank Black Ink nest. In the Blue Sky Theater, the Black Ink clan army was currently gathering, so there were definitely territory lords guarding this place. If Yang Kai tried to wreak havoc, he would attract the attention of those territory lords. Not many territory lords needed to take action, just 2 would be enough to threaten him. Once 2 territory lords came at him, even if Yang Kai was proficient in the Tao of space, he might not be able to escape unscathed. Yang Kai could not bear such a risk, therefore he didn't insist on sticking to his plan of plundering a Black Ink nest after this attempt failed. There was still time before the young talents in his small universe matured, so he was in no rush for now. It wouldn't be too late to think of a solution later. Miao Fei Ping had already returned with his body covered in multiple wounds. Apparently, he had killed many Black Ink clansmen in this short period of time. His appearance might have been miserable, but he was still filled with zeal and vigor. Furthermore, because of the purifying Black Ink pill, he didn't have to worry about being corrupted by Black Ink's strength for a short time. Martial Uncle, since the Black Ink clan has fled, should we pursue them? Miao Fei Ping asked eagerly. Obviously, he still did not have enough of the slaughter. There's no need for that, they're all low-rank Black Ink clansmen. It's useless to kill them, we will only be wasting time, Yang Kai indifferently replied. Oh, then where are we going? Yang Kai pondered for a moment before turning his eyes in the direction they had come from. You should return to Dawning Light to rest. What about Martial Uncle? Miao Fei Ping asked. Yang Kai replied with a smile, I'm going fishing. Fishing? Miao Fei Ping was puzzled. Nonetheless, Yang Kai didn't pay any heed to it and just stuffed something into his hand. Take this with you, don't put it into your space ring. Miao Fei Ping grabbed it and found that it was a bead, but he had no idea what it was for. So he asked, Martial Uncle, what is this? A space beacon. With this bead, I can send messages back to you at any time. Miao Fei Ping nodded before carefully pocketing the space beacon. Go. Yang Kai waved at him. Miao Fei Ping stated, cupping his fist, Disciple will go now, Martial Uncle. Please be careful. While speaking, he activated the universe transference law. The next moment, a giant spirit array glowed beneath his feet before his figure disappeared with a blinding flash. By the time he reappeared, Miao Fei Ping had already returned to Dawning Light. Walking out of the universe array, Bai Yi, who had already sensed the movements, immediately came forward to meet him. However, after seeing Miao Fei Ping alone, she couldn't help but ask curiously, Where's squad leader? Miao Fei Ping scratched his head. Martial uncle said he was going fishing. Fishing? Bai Yi was puzzled. Fishing for what? Miao Fei Ping shook his head. I don't know either. Martial uncle didn't explain in detail and only told me to return here. Bai Yi slightly furrowed her brow. She faintly felt that Yang Kai was going to cause trouble again. However, since Yang Kai didn't say anything, he probably had his own considerations. Seeing Miao Fei Ping's miserable appearance, she couldn't help but ask, "Did you run into the Black Ink clan?" Miao Fei Ping immediately replied in an excited tone, "Martial uncle brought me to take a low-rank Black Ink nest." Speaking of this, he was quite enthused. Many Black Ink clansmen on the universe fragment saw this scene from afar, but most of them remained indifferent, while a few of them even sneered. In their opinion, things were not going to end well for the human cultivator who had rashly ventured here alone. However, what surprised them was that the seemingly lost human cultivator once again flew towards them after half an hour or so, leaving a dazzling trail as he cut through the void. It was quite eye-catching. On the other hand, the several hundred Black Ink clansmen who had chased after him were nowhere to be seen. This shocked the Black Ink clansmen who witnessed this scene. They were unable to understand how this human had managed to escape unscathed. And where did their fellow clansmen who had pursued him go? What was even more hateful was that when the human came over, he would first fly straight and then saunter left and right like he was enjoying the view. His movements had a thick sense of provocation. How could they tolerate this? In the blink of an eye, an army of several hundred Black Ink clansmen surrounded the human under the leadership of their respective feudal lords. Just like before, the human fled, while several Black Ink clan teams gave chase, gradually disappearing into the distance. At a certain spot on the universe fragment, a territory lord stared deeply in the direction Yang Kai had fled in. The human race must have set up some kind of ambush over there. These idiots are probably dead. The territory lords weren't fools. Yang Kai had tried to provoke them at close range twice, so how could they not see through his intentions? Another territory lord coldly snorted, "The humans have become quite bold recently. They wouldn't have acted like this in the past. What gives them the confidence to dare come here and provoke us like this?" Another territory lord added, "Regardless of the reason, the humans seem to have undergone great changes in the last 100 years. You should have heard the news of what happened at Mu Guang's royal domain, right?" A territory lord agreed with a nod. "I heard that the human race has developed something called purifying Black Ink pills that can dispel the corrosion of Black Ink strength. That is not good news. However, this also explains why there haven't been any new Black Ink disciples for so long. Although the human race's purifying Black Ink pills are troublesome, their disadvantage in numbers will never change. For the human race to dare set up an ambush so far outside their pass in these conditions is extremely stupid." "You mean," one of the territory lords thoughtfully looked at him. The territory lord who had just spoken chuckled, "Unlike my Black Ink clan, if any of the human cultivators were to die, the humans would feel the loss. Since they dared to set up an ambush outside the pass, we might as well beat them at their own game and try to eat them up." Every time he thrust out, the lives of several Black Ink clansmen would be reaped. At this rate, it would only be a matter of time before he had finished all of them. This person is definitely an elite among elites of the human race. For a moment, the territory lord couldn't help but have an intent to kill. This human couldn't be allowed to grow anymore. He was already so strong in the 7th order, so if broke through to the 8th order, none of the territory lords could resist him. But just as he was about to act, he couldn't help but recall his mission. He still had not discovered the location and number of the human race ambushers, and rashly attacking this human would only alert the enemy. Furthermore, he could not figure out what was going on in this human's mind. Since he had lured out a few feudal lord troops, why was he fighting them alone instead of surrounding them? Does he think that he alone can take care of this, so he decided not to lure the enemy any further? With this thought in mind, the territory lord withdrew his killing intent and turned his eyes towards the distance. A moment later, he silently retreated just as he had silently arrived. On the battlefield, Yang Kai's spear was dancing like a dragon. Suddenly, he relaxed as the feeling of being secretly observed by someone finally disappeared. In the blink of an eye, an earth-shattering battle had broken out, and the shockwaves from the clash instantly killed many of the nearby Black Ink clansmen. Immediately after the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters engaged the enemy, the warships began firing dazzling beams of light straight into the Black Ink clan camp. Each beam warped space along its path, and every Black Ink clansman that was even close to the attacks were either reduced to mist or severely injured. In the blink of an eye, the Black Ink clan had suffered huge losses. Wu Ying was in an extremely tight spot as he suddenly found himself fighting 3 Eighth Order human masters by himself. He was already not an opponent of Zhong Liang alone, but now there were 2 others with Zhong Liang. He fell into mortal danger after just a few breaths. There was not that big of a gap in the strength between the average Eighth Order master and an ordinary territory lord. Even if an Eighth Order master was slightly stronger than a territory lord, this gap was still limited. Only a selected few had the prowess to kill a territory lord alone. These people were all top Eighth Order masters. Originally, the number of territory lords was about the same as the number of Eighth Order masters on the human race side, with the Black Ink clan generally having a few more. But the Black Ink clan army of 200,000 had split into 3 groups in order to completely surround this universe fragment. Correspondingly, the dozen or so territory lords had split into 3 groups, leaving just 5 or 6 territory lords in each. They mainly did this to prevent the humans from escaping. But contrary to their expectations, the distribution of their forces had become the biggest flaw in their encirclement, giving the humans an opportunity to take them down one by one. The Western Army had convened its entire force and commenced the attack without warning. Wu Ying's group was the first to bear the brunt of this assault, and it was already in full swing before the other 2 groups could even react. Right now, the Western Army was facing only 70,000 or so Black Ink clan soldiers. Although the other 2 groups of Black Ink clansmen were rapidly moving to assist, it would still take them some time to arrive. The Western Army was clearly planning to slaughter as many as possible in this short time where they held the absolute advantage. All the territory lords were fighting one against many battles, and Wu Ying's situation wasn't even the worst, fighting 3 Eighth Order masters. For instance, the one who was standing beside him just now was actually fighting 5 Eighth Order masters alone. For a moment, Wu Ying wondered whether he should be thankful that his luck wasn't the worst. Obviously, the humans had attacked with full force in order to finish off a few territory lords and decide the trend of the battle. The battle had already broken out, and naturally, this had not gone unnoticed from the other 2 Black Ink clan groups, but even though they responded immediately, it would still take them a dozen breaths to arrive and provide assistance. A dozen breaths was enough to decide life and death. Suddenly, one of the Black Ink clan territory lords' auras vanished. From the corner of his eye, Wu Ying watched the giant figure of his comrade, who was fighting 5 against 1, sway and fall. His head was nowhere to be seen and black blood was gushing out of his neck. His comrade may be dead, but he simply didn't have the time to grieve, because under the siege of the 3 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters led by Zhong Liang, he too was in imminent danger. In the distance, some of the territory lords who had a good relationship with Wu Ying were rushing over to try to help, their faces filled with anxiety and anger. Martial Peak, Chapter 5140, Black Ink Clan Siege. Dawning lights sailed through the battlefield. Yang Kai, Feng Ying, and several other 7th Order Masters floated around the warship, each of them using their respective divine abilities to kill the surrounding enemies. Bai Yi stood at the prow, shooting down feudal lords at will. From time to time, she would even harass the territory lords who were fighting with the 8th Order Masters, causing them great frustration. A 7th Order human who was proficient in archery was a great deterrent on the battlefield, especially for those territory lords who were caught in the heat of battle and had to divert some of their attention to guard against Bai Yi's sneak attacks. Their strength was already inferior to the 8th Order humans, and now they had an extra concern while locked in battle. Yang Kai did not try to hit the territory lords when they were down, instead focusing on the feudal lords, which gave him brilliant results. Which feudal lord could block his spear? Furthermore, Dawn's configuration was incomparable with any ordinary squads. Not only were there more 7th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters, but Dawning Light's capabilities were far superior to other squad rank warships. Wherever Dawning Light passed, it instantly emptied a large area of Black Ink clansmen. The great battle entered a fever pitch soon after it began. The Western Army wanted a quick, decisive victory, so they did not hold back in the slightest. Although they were far away from the support of Blue Sky Pass, the Black Ink Clan army was caught by surprise by the Western Army and was dealt a heavy initial blow that they were unable to recover from. It was obvious they could not hold out much longer. Even though the territory lords knew that a disorderly retreat at this time would increase their casualties, if they did not flee, there was a great possibility that the entire army would be destroyed. If they could sacrifice their 200,000 troops for some human lives, then it would not be considered a total loss. However, all the 5th and 6th Order humans were hiding in their warships and would remain safe until their warship was destroyed. Meanwhile, although there were some 7th Order Masters roaming the battlefield, they did not move far from the protection of their own warships and would retreat to safety as soon as things became dangerous. Many Black Ink clansmen were killed or wounded in a fierce battle that lasted half a day, while the casualties on the human side were quite low. In such a situation, the choice was clear. Since the Black Ink clan army had been defeated and was retreating, the humans naturally would not let this good opportunity go to waste. Under the leadership of the many 8th Order Masters, they began chasing down and eliminating as many Black Ink clansmen as possible. They did not stop until 2 days later. The result of the battle was spectacular, but it was impossible to know the exact numbers. The Black Ink clansmen who escaped shouldn't have numbered more than 50,000, which meant that at least 150,000 Black Ink clansmen were killed in this engagement. Although it was not a total annihilation, it was still an enormous success. Among the 150,000 Black Ink clan casualties, less than half were killed in the initial battle while the majority were slaughtered as they fled. 150,000 casualties was not a big deal for the Black Ink clan, though, as each time they laid siege to Blue Sky Pass with a huge army numbering in the millions. 150,000 troops worth of losses would not impact the overall situation much, only alleviate some of the pressure on the humans in the initial stages of the war. What was hard for the Black Ink clan to accept was that in this battle, they had lost 4 territory lords. Once they reached a certain distance, the low-rank Black Ink clansmen used their powers to attack Blue Sky Pass. However, their attacks were destined to be futile. The entire Blue Sky Pass could be considered a massive mobile palace artifact. Through the countless years of operation by the humans, there were countless shield and barrier spirit arrays arranged to deal with the Black Ink clan's attacks. This was not only true for Blue Sky Pass, but for every great pass. The walls of the Great Pass were unfazed by the low-rank Black Ink clan's secret techniques. The walls of Blue Sky Pass were protected by an outer layer light barrier, and the attacks only created ripples on its outer surface. The Black Ink clan was not discouraged and kept attacking. It took energy to maintain such a barrier, and one of the tasks of the low-rank Black Ink clansmen, who were just cannon fodder, was to consume the power of the humans. 100,000 kilometers. 80,000 kilometers. When the Black Ink clan was within 50,000 kilometers of Blue Sky Pass, huge pillars of energy suddenly surged from the walls. As those pillars of energy blasted into the low-rank Black Ink clansmen, it was like crushing dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, blasting out attacks of different shapes and sizes. Under the terrifying bombardment, large numbers of low-rank Black Ink clansmen instantly turned into dust. At 50,000 kilometers, they were basically right under the nose of Blue Sky Pass, and the secret techniques from any Fifth-Order Open Heaven Realm Master with the support of offensive arrays could reach such a distance. So every time the Black Ink clan cannon fodder attacked, many would be killed at this 50,000 kilometer line. They had an endless supply of cannon fodder and could sacrifice them without any concerns. Creating a favorable battlefield with the death of some cannon fodder was well worth it. Furthermore, in the days to come, the Black Ink clan would continue to send a steady stream of troops against Blue Sky Pass, including a large number of cannon fodder which had been sent from the Black Ink clan's territory as reinforcements. Such attacks would continue throughout the duration of the war. In between, it would be time for Black Ink clan's main forces to enter the battlefield. The void was silent as Black Ink strength accumulated and Black Ink clouds enveloped Blue Sky Pass. The movement of the Black Ink clan army was not visible from 100,000 kilometers away anymore. From past experience, the humans knew that the main force of the Black Ink clan had begun to move, but they could not track them as they were still too far away. The human soldiers gathered to prepare for the impending attack. Before they encountered the Black Ink clan main force, they would continue to use the artifacts on the walls to launch harassing attacks. They were not just for eliminating the Black Ink clan cannon fodder, but also a strong weapon to fight the Black Ink clan main force. A sense of anticipation permeated the entire Blue Sky Pass. At the west gate, squads were assembled, and Dawn was among them. Xianxia had left his position on the wall days ago, leaving others to operate and maintain the scattering feathers crossbows. As they waited, they suddenly felt a wave of energy surging in from all directions and the whole Blue Sky Pass hummed loudly. Blasts of light from array artifacts were constantly sent out in all directions from the walls. The battle had begun. Martial Peak, Chapter 5142, Snatching. Large-scale army combat was not new to Xianxia. He was once involved in a Blue Sky Pass battle 100 years ago, and more recently at Yinyang Pass. The key point was to work with one's own squad, as well as other squads, and try not to be surrounded by too many enemies. Fight and kill as many of the Black Ink clansmen while constantly remaining on the move and not charging out recklessly on your own. In terms of numbers alone, the humans were always at a disadvantage, but they could win by relying on their flexibility and their carefully designed warships. The foundation of the human race's ability to survive so long was that they knew how to advance and retreat when needed. This was the first attack by the main force of the Black Ink clan army, and the two sides engaged in a fierce melee in the 100,000 kilometer zone around Blue Sky Pass for half a month before respectively withdrawing. The Black Ink clan lost a lot of troops and retreated beyond the 100,000 kilometer mark to regroup, while the humans returned to the pass to rest and recover. The territory lords did not fight this time and only watched from afar. Likewise, the Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters did not participate. Each of these top masters had their own opponents, and if they rushed rashly into the battlefield, they would only give the enemy the opportunity to find an opening for a breakthrough. The two sides had fought for countless years and neither was stupid, which was why the previous ambush that killed 4 territory lords was a rare achievement for Blue Sky Pass. Throughout the void, 2 powerful wills were engaged in a heated confrontation. One from Blue Sky Pass and one hiding somewhere behind the Black Ink clan army. These 2 wills were from the Old Ancestor and the Royal Lord. The Royal Lord had naturally come to the battle. If he did not come, the Old Ancestor could act unconstrained and kill the territory lords at will. Thus, each time the Black Ink clan army surrounded the pass, the Royal Lord would sit at the back of the army and act to constrain the human Old Ancestor. These 2 were also old enemies who had fought each other numerous times, so they knew each other's methods very well. However, generally speaking, these 2 would not fight directly. Their respective presence only served as a deterrent. They only utilized their wills to confront one another while making their intent clear. If you dare to come out to the battlefield, there will be bloodshed. It was very rare that the 2 would actually engage in a bitter battle. At their cultivation realm, it was almost impossible that one could kill the other, so a battle would only result in both of them being severely injured. The higher one's cultivation, the more difficult it was for them to heal from injuries. Thus, they would rather sit back and face each other from afar. The first major attack on Blue Sky Pass did not have the desired effect. However, the Black Ink clan was not discouraged. They had learned of the resilience of the human race countless times. If it was really so easy to break through the human defenses, they would suspect that there would be some form of trap waiting for them. After recuperating for a while, the battle resumed. However, it was not as intense as the first battle. Only small groups of troops fought in minor skirmishes. After that, it was basically a small fight once every 5 days, then a big battle once a month. This gave the humans plenty of time to restore their strength. The squads who were not involved in the battles could rest and recuperate while holding their positions. Xianxia led Dawn out several times, participated in many battles with the Black Ink clan, and killed numerous enemies. 2 years later, the Black Ink strength and the Black Ink clouds outside of Blue Sky Pass began to diminish significantly. After all, no amount of Black Ink strength and Black Ink clouds could survive the clash of a large group of Open Heaven Realm Masters and powerful Black Ink clansmen. As usual, it would not take long for the Black Ink clan to send another large number of cannon fodder and reinforcements to repeat their previous actions. However, there would generally be a big clash before that happened. Blue Sky Pass had been waiting for this battle. Xianxia, the overall commander of the operation, summoned all the leaders to the main conference hall. All the division commanders, battalion commanders, and even squad leaders were gathered on his orders. With everyone's attention on him, Xianxia swept his gaze around as he spoke solemnly. In 3 to 5 days, or at the latest, half a month, the Black Ink clan will definitely launch a strong attack. We have waited for this battle at Blue Sky Pass for 2 years. This is the situation we painstakingly prepared for, and we must finish it in one decisive blow. Over the years, you must have heard many discussions that happened within the inner sanctum. Everything we've been arranging has been for this moment. If we win this battle, Blue Sky Pass will have 1,000 years of peace. It is incumbent on everyone to fight as hard as they can. Those who do not give their all, I will personally cut down. In this battle, the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters would handle the territory lords, while the battalion commanders and squad leaders would each provide support while clearing out the weaker opponents. Xianxia straightened his back and declared, "I expect everyone to follow my orders and not try to show off. Don't think that because you've killed 1 or 2 territory lords, they have suddenly become easy to kill." A group of people looked towards Xianxia. Xianxia awkwardly coughed. "Why are you looking at me?" He was standing among a group of squad leaders and wondered why Xianxia specifically mentioned this and targeted him. A squad leader next to him chuckled lightly. "Who else in the 7th Order Open Heaven Realm, besides you, has killed a territory lord?" Xianxia muttered, "I didn't intend to. There were circumstances, mixed with some opportunities that I just happened to grasp." Xianxia glared at him from above. "What did you say?" "Louder. My hearing is impaired." I can't hear clearly. Yang Kai braced himself and said loudly, Army Commander, I would like to ask, how can you be sure that the territory lords will act this time? For the past 2 years, they have been content to sit back and watch. Zhong Liang growled. It's exactly because they haven't done anything for the last 2 years that they are definitely going to fight this time. The royal lord sits as their absolute commander. Now that the Black Ink clan losses are significant, it is even more important for these territory lords to enter the battlefield, even if it is just for appearances. Otherwise, why would they even be here? For sightseeing? Junior understands, Yang Kai responded loudly. Shut up if you understand. Zhong Liang reached out and pointed at him. If I find out later that you jumped out to try to block a territory lord, I'll make sure you get the punishment you deserve. Yang Kai nodded obediently and shouted, Junior will obey your orders. Zhong Liang was satisfied with Yang Kai's response. He then raised a hand and rays of light shot out from it. One ray was sent to each squad leader and battalion commander. Each of you familiarize yourselves with these and make your preparations, but remember that the situation on the battlefield can change rapidly. Do not force yourselves if you can't do it. Even if you can't use this time, there will be a next time as long as you survive, understand? Yes. Everyone answered loudly and immediately dispersed to their respective homes. Zhong Liang distributed 2 items to the 7th Order leaders, a jade slip and a jade pendant. The jade slip was clearly marked with a location outside of Blue Sky Pass, while the jade pendant was a control jade. This was Blue Sky Pass special surprise for the Black Ink clan army. Zhong Liang was right when he said that if this operation was successful, Blue Sky Pass would not see a big war for the next 1,000 years. Thus, everyone took it very seriously. It took Yang Kai only 2 days to refine the control jade. Obviously, the other squad leaders and battalion commanders were not too far behind. Everything was ready for the Black Ink clan army to attack. The wait was torturous, but the situation was just as Zhong Liang had anticipated. 10 days later, the Black Ink clan came out in force, and this time, the territory lords who had been watching for more than 2 years now, finally joined the battle. They could not help it. In the 2 years of fighting, the Black Ink clan army suffered a lot of losses. The royal lord was still their commander and the territory lords could not continue to loiter in the rear. Even though they knew that they could not take down Blue Sky Pass with their current force, they still had to put in the effort to gain something from this. Naturally, they held no expectation to take Blue Sky Pass in this battle. They only aimed to inflict more damage to the humans, while the follow-up Black Ink clan reinforcements were on the way. It would not take long for their fallen troops to be replenished. Afterwards, they could continue to chip away at the humans' defenses and wear down their strength. The fighting was fierce and intense. However, this time the battle was obviously different than before. Previously, the squads of the Western Army did not have a fixed position on the battlefield and basically roamed around freely within a certain range. They would proceed to wherever there were more Black Ink clansmen to kill. This time was different though. On close observation, one could see that a squad was fixed in a certain area of the battlefield. They would not move out of their assigned region as they fought against the Black Ink clan army. Not only the squads, but also the 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters began to lure their opponents to specific areas. Yang Kai led Dawn to cut through the battlefield, using the Tao of Space to imprison the void and encircle a large area of space. In this area, there were at least 3,000 to 4,000 Black Ink clansmen, with the bulk of them being high-rank clansmen together with a number of feudal lords. These 3,000 to 4,000 Black Ink clansmen were much more experienced and stronger than the initial Black Ink clan cannon fodder. Marshall Peak, Chapter 5143, 100-Year Plan. How much longer can it last? Yang Kai asked. Miao Fei Ping immediately replied, 10 breaths at most. After 10 breaths, the protective array would be broken, and dawning light would have no protection at all. His more than 30 squad members would be exposed to the Black Ink Clan's attacks, and it was difficult to say if they could survive such an onslaught. Understood. Yang Kai replied, and instead of expanding the battle further, he quietly fished out the control jade, silently pushing his power in preparation to activate it. Yang Kai was not the only one who did this. All the other squad leaders did the same. Above the battlefield, the royal lord hid in a black ink cloud and looked down from above. As a royal lord, his senses were extremely sharp. He could sense that the human's behavior was a bit unusual. The other Black Ink clansmen may not have noticed it since they were too focused on their own fights, but he did. After all, he had an overview of the whole situation. The human squads seemed to be splitting the battlefield. Since the beginning of the battle, the humans avoided moving around and did not seem eager to kill the enemy. This was very different from previous battles. The humans must be up to something. The royal lord had a bad feeling about the situation and felt that the humans had some kind of scheme. Every Black Ink clansman had experienced how sly and cunning these humans were at some point in time. He was not worried about himself. Before absolute power, all plots and schemes were futile. However, he could not act at will. The aura of the old ghost from Blue Sky Pass was locked on him. If he struck out, he might show an opening and would be hit hard by that old ghost. At their realm, it would be a huge problem if that happened. Therefore, he could not give the human old ancestor this opportunity. Still, what are the humans up to? The answer would soon be revealed. Just as Dawning Light's shields were about to fail, a divine sense transmission in the battlefield exploded in the ears of every human. Now. It was Zhong Liang's voice. Yang Kai, who had been prepared for this, did not hesitate. He pushed the power of the jade in his hand, and it shone with a profound light. The light shot into empty space and dissipated. However, immediately afterwards, a huge black hole suddenly appeared and rapidly expanded. In that area, whether it was Dawn or the Black Ink clansmen, none of them had time to react. The black hole enveloped the surrounding area, and although the Black Ink clan noticed something bad was happening and wanted to get away, they could not overcome the powerful suction force. The black hole expanded to its limits in just 3 breaths of time. Then, as quickly as it appeared, it collapsed in on itself and disappeared. Also disappearing was Dawn's squad and the 3,000 or 4,000 Black Ink clansmen nearby. This not only happened to Dawn, but to every human squad on the entire battlefield outside Blue Sky Pass. Such scenes repeated one after another. Black holes appeared rapidly, expanded, and then disappeared with all the nearby humans and Black Ink clansmen. As soon as these black holes appeared, the royal lord knew exactly why he felt so uneasy. The humans actually laid a large number of traps outside Blue Sky Pass. The origin of these traps was the universe paradises and the universe cave heavens left behind after the death of the humans' open heaven realm masters over the years. The universe paradises and universe cave heavens expanded into huge black holes when they were suddenly opened, and perhaps because of spirit arrays, they collapsed back and sucked in all the nearby humans and Black Ink clansmen. The royal lord could never have imagined that something left behind by a dead person could still have such an effect. If the 4,000 Black Ink clansmen that were swept into this place could gather together, it would be difficult for the Dawning Light to deal with them. However, now that these Black Ink clansmen were scattered, even if some managed to regroup, there were not many of them. Thus, it was difficult for them to resist Dawn's assault. One by one, the Black Ink clan fell, with Dawning Light almost never stopping, simply killing as it flew around. This universe cave heaven was not small in area, but it only took Dawn an hour to ruthlessly slaughter all the Black Ink clansmen that were rounded up by Yang Kai. During this time, the auxiliary killing and trapping arrays that Blue Sky Pass had set up in advance in this universe cave heaven were not even used. Otherwise, it could have been even easier. After using the power of the control jade to search the entire universe cave heaven and ensure that there were no more Black Ink clansmen left, Yang Kai opened up the portal and led Dawn out. It was impossible for him to do the same, so he could not help but feel inferior. He was determined that after this battle, he would enter retreat and intensely cultivate. He knew that he could not reach Yang Kai's level of strength, but he should at least try not to fall too far behind. A member of his squad asked, "Squad leader, there should be a lot more Black Ink clansmen out there, right? Dawn is so powerful, why didn't you let them help us kill the enemy?" Squad leader glared at him and replied angrily, "If I did that, what would be the point of us being here? To pick up the crumbs they left behind?" Relying on his mastery over the Tao of space, Yang Kai was able to easily find the hidden portals on the battlefield. After all, he opened them all by himself and knew the century-old layout of Blue Sky Pass. However, not one team welcomed them, and they would often politely ask him to leave after an initial battle. Aboard Dawning Light, Miao Fei Ping was scratching his head as he asked, "Marshal Uncle, why are we being treated like pariahs? No one welcomes us." Chi Tai Chu slapped him on the back of his head. "You brat! Do you have to ask such an obvious question?" Yang Kai said with a grin, "Of course no one likes us robbing their military merits. The way the inner sanctum set up the traps ensures that all squads are able to handle the enemies that they sucked in. It does not matter if we help them or not. This is different from the previous battles and is a good opportunity for each squad to harvest military merits. Thus, they naturally don't want other squads to intervene. They also don't want people to think that they are not strong enough and be ridiculed for nothing." Miao Fei Ping suddenly realized and then asked, "So, do we continue?" "Of course we do," Yang Kai nodded. "We are not robbing military merits, we are just inspecting the battlefield. If they don't need our help, we will withdraw and go elsewhere. If they need our help, they will ask for it. Fei Ping, you have to remember that in this Black Ink battlefield, every battle-hardened soldier has their own pride. They can be ungrateful, but we can't just stand by and not help." Miao Fei Ping nodded and replied, "Junior understands." As he was talking, Yang Kai suddenly looked in a direction where there seemed to be an abnormal space principle fluctuation. He immediately pushed Dawning Light in that direction and soon arrived at a certain spot. He focused his eyes, only to see that the void in front of him was like a mirror with a crack in it. From the crack, there was actually the aura of a world flowing out. He reached out towards the crack and manipulated space principles, penetrating the world barrier to explore the details inside. Moments later, his expression changed and he shouted, "Brother Shin, stay here. If any 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Master appears, ask him to come here immediately to blockade this place. Everyone else, follow me inside." Shen Ao nodded and left Dawning Light to stand quietly in the void. Feng Ying asked hastily, "What is it?" Yang Kai opened the portal carefully using space principles, and said through gritted teeth, "There's a big fish inside." Everyone in Dawn looked astonished. The big fish that Yang Kai mentioned must be a territory lord. They never expected that there would be a territory lord inside. Blue Sky Pass had been arranging these traps for 100 years with the Great Pass at the center, splitting the battlefield into two distinct regions, the Inner Circle and Outer Circle. In the Inner Circle, there were Universe Paradises and Universe Cave Heavens which required one squad each to take control over. Furthermore, the control jades were used to pull only a certain number of Black Ink clansmen inside to be hunted. At the Inner Circle, there shouldn't have been any territory lords, so the safety of the squads could be assured. The Outer Circle of the battlefield was meant for 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters and Territory Lords. There were Universe Cave Heavens specially prepared for Territory Lords there as well, and the inside was arranged with very powerful spirit arrays that would be enough to threaten these enemy masters. No one had expected that a Territory Lord would slip into the Inner Circle. Yang Kai did not know which squad was so unlucky as to encounter this Territory Lord, but it was obvious they were not in a good situation. As they spoke, the portal was opened and Dawning Light entered like a streak of light. Yang Kai closed the portal again with a wave of his hand, but the cracks in the world barrier could not be smoothed out no matter what. In fact, the cracks were continuing to increase in size, a sign that the universe paradise would not hold up for long. As dawning light appeared in this universe paradise, it immediately became like a leaf in a violent storm under the violent surges of energy. The thick black ink strength rushed around them, and the protective barrier began to flash wildly. Martial Peak, Chapter 5145, Zhou Xing. Yang Kai stood at the bow of the ship and looked up, only to see a ragged warship in front of him fleeing in their direction. A huge black ink cloud was chasing after the failing warship, and it was rapidly closing in. The whole universe paradise was filled with a strong sense of foreboding. Inside the black ink cloud was a particularly fierce aura. It was obviously a territory lord and hundreds of black ink clansmen, including many feudal lords. A black ink clan secret technique blasted out from the cloud, hitting the fleeing warship in front of Dawn, causing great damage. Dawning Light arrived just in time to witness the territory lord attack. A huge palm emerged from the black ink cloud and tried to grab the fleeing warship. On the warship, the human cultivators struggled to counterattack, but with little effect. The difference in strength was so great that they were helpless to repel the territory lord's attack. Seeing that the big dark hand was about to grab the warship, a seventh-order open heaven standing at the stern of the warship suddenly roared, "Rise!" As he roared, a grand array was activated, and in an instant, it wrapped around the pursuing black ink clansmen. The warship did not stop, but ran straight towards the portal. The grand array could not trap a territory lord for long, but it might be enough to delay him long enough for the squad to escape this universe paradise. Then, they saw Dawning Light rapidly approaching. Feng Ying shouted, "Junior brother Zhou." The Seventh Order Open Heaven Realm Master, who had just activated the spirit array, looked at them and exclaimed in surprise, "Senior Sister Feng, what are you doing here?" Feng Ying said, "Junior brother Yang noticed something unusual here, so he brought us here to have a look. Why is there a territory lord here?" The junior brother Zhou looked annoyed as he replied. He was hiding in the Black Ink clan army, concealing his aura. Clearly, he had some ill intentions. He was caught unaware and pulled into this place before realizing what was happening. "Which territory lord is he?" Yang Kai asked. The junior brother Zhou replied, "If I'm not mistaken, he should be Zhou Xing." Regardless of which great past theater they were in, Eighth Order Masters and Territory Lords were rare, with there generally being several dozen on each side. The number of Territory Lords was always higher, but not by a wide margin. The two races had been fighting each other for so many years, so the identities and characteristics of the top masters had been exposed a long time ago. Thus, the humans had some knowledge of all the Territory Lords they faced. Yang Kai silently recalled all the information the Inner Sanctum had published on the Blue Sky Theater Territory Lords. Among all of them, Zhou Xing's strength was not the strongest. He was at most ranked in the middle somewhere, much worse than He Yuan for example. Zhou Xing's greatest skill was his ability to suppress his own aura. He could perfectly disguise himself as a feudal lord and hide within the regular Black Ink army. This skill allowed him to easily avoid the Eighth Order Master's eyes, and by doing so, he could seek opportunities to conduct sneak attacks on high-value targets. In all the years of war, several Eighth Order Open Heaven Realm Masters had been seriously injured by Zhou Xing's sneak attacks. This time, he hid in the Black Ink clan army, disguised as a feudal lord, obviously with malicious intentions, but ended up being trapped here by this squad. It was yet to be determined if it was his bad luck or the squad's misfortunes. Junior brother Zhao was killed by him. Subsequently, we relied on the various grand arrays to survive until now. Junior brother Zhou's face was full of grief. It was inevitable that they suffered losses when they encountered a territory lord. Junior brother Zhao was one of the two Seventh Order Masters of this squad. "How much time do we have?" Yang Kai asked. "Brother Yang, you know that the spirit arrays arranged in this universe paradise were not designed to deal with territory lords, not to mention that Zhou Xing has many helpers with him. The grand array will be broken in a dozen breaths at most, reported junior brother Zhou. Are there any other grand arrays available? No. Junior brother Zhou shook his head. We've used up all 3 spirit arrays. If not for those 3, I'm afraid none of us would have survived till now. Brother Yang, we need to go. Once Zhou Xing breaks free, it will be too late for us to escape. Yang Kai looked ahead and said firmly, when we came in, there were no 8th Order masters available outside, so they must all still be fighting with the other territory lords. If we leave now, Zhou Xing will surely follow us, and there will be no one to tie him down once we get outside. Junior brother Zhou asked, what does brother Yang intend to do? Yang Kai said as he summoned the Azure Dragon Spear, hold him back. Soon, there will be an 8th Order master available. Even if he ultimately manages to break free from here, there will be someone outside to take care of him. Junior brother Zhou did not hesitate and immediately agreed, good, we'll do as brother Yang suggests. He also knew that Yang Kai was powerful and Dawn's squad was very strong. His squad alone had no chance to win against a territory lord, but together with Dawn, though they might not be able to kill such a master, holding him down should not be too much of an issue. As they discussed, the grand array began to crack. Yang Kai shouted, leave Zhou Xing to me and take care of yourselves. There's no need to kill all of them, just delay them as long as you can. Immediately after, he lunged straight towards the enemy. The grand array shattered, and Zhou Xing roared angrily from within the black ink cloud. He was furious that a trivial human squad tried to toy with him with these few spirit arrays. The impudence! He resolved to kill these humans ruthlessly in order to soothe the rage within him. Since the humans now had purifying black ink pills, Zhou Xing knew that he could not corrupt them with black ink strength, thus he could only kill them. However, just as he was about to act, a dazzling light rushed towards him. Zhou Xing looked up and was momentarily bewildered. He began to wonder how this universe paradise suddenly had a small round sundae. Above the sun was a 3-legged bird squawking away. The small sun was even traveling towards him at a high speed. Behind the small sun, there seemed to be a figure that glowed with a dazzling light. Suddenly, he realized that it was not the sun, but some secret technique cast by a human. Even though their strength was greater than the Black Ink Clan territory lords, it was impossible to kill their opponents so quickly in a fair fight. However, Blue Sky Pass had arranged multiple spirit arrays in these universe cave heavens, which gave the 8 Order Masters a significant advantage. Those spirit arrays all cost an enormous amount of resources and were arranged by the array Great Grandmasters, so any territory lord who fell into them would see their strength suppressed. With their superior strength, geographical advantage, and the assistance of several spirit arrays, it was not surprising that Zhong Liang and the others killed their opponents in short order. The 3 of them had just emerged from their respective universe cave heavens when they were informed by Shen Ao of what had happened. The only reason they didn't force their way in was they weren't certain what kind of repercussions that would cause for those inside the universe paradise. When Dawning Light and Yang Kai appeared, followed by hundreds of Black Ink clansmen, the 3 army commanders swiftly slaughtered the mixed fish before turning their attention to Zhou Xing. The strength of this territory lord was considered average at best, so how could Zhou Xing be a match for the 3 army commanders? Zhong Liang and the other 2 of them did not even utter a word before using their respective secret techniques to attack Zhou Xing from all sides. Not far away, Yang Kai and others watched from afar aboard Dawning Light. Not only them, but many other squads, who had already cleaned up their opponents, observed the show. These squads had shown up one after another, surrounding the whole battlefield layer after layer. Zhou Xing is doomed, Feng Ying said softly. Under the combined attacks of 3 army commanders, even the strongest territory lords would not be able to survive, so Zhou Xing's fall was simply a matter of time. Yang Kai's attention was not on Zhou Xing and the three army commanders though, but instead focused on somewhere far away. Hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, powerful explosions were taking place. For him to be able to sense the shockwaves this far away meant that the strength of those fighting was overwhelming. Outside Blue Sky Pass, there were no forces close to where the battle was taking place. Thus, it was obvious the fight in the distance was between the old ancestor and the royal lord. It was unknown when and how the two began to fight. At least Yang Kai did not notice it before now. However, even 8th Order masters could not intervene easily in this kind of battle. Thus, Yang Kai also did not think of going to watch. The royal lord and old ancestor were old rivals, and this battle was likely to end in a mutual loss. Portals continued to open around them, and from those portals emerged the victorious squads. It seemed there was more than one person arriving, so he couldn't help wondering if there were any newcomers from the Star Boundary or Voidland among them. There were also a lot of Open Heaven Realm Masters on the Star Boundary and Voidland. Thus, it would be normal if some were assigned to the Black Ink battlefield. However, neither the Star Boundary nor Voidland were part of the Cave Heavens and Paradises. Thus, according to long-standing practice, they were not eligible to set foot onto the Black Ink battlefield. Although he had been in the Black Ink battlefield for over 100 years, and had also fought in 2 different theaters, even infiltrating the Black Ink clan's territory twice, Yang Kai still didn't know much about a variety of things. One such thing was how the 3,000 worlds assigned reinforcements to the Black Ink battlefield. Since there was nothing for him to do, Yang Kai decided to ask Zhong Liang. Zhong Liang explained, basically every 100 years, the Cave Heavens and Paradises will dispatch some people to reinforce the Great Passes. The number of people sent varies, as a lot can happen in 100 years. Even so, as you know, every time we fight against the Black Ink clan, it will always result in casualties. Though not many, they accumulate over time. Eventually, if there are too many casualties and few left to defend our lines, wouldn't the Great Passes fall? So, regular reinforcements from the Cave Heavens and Paradises are a necessity. This was also the reason why Yang Kai used to think that Cave Heavens and Paradises were not worthy of their reputations, as the forces they showcased in the 3,000 worlds did not seem as imposing as they should have been. One would expect the Cave Heavens and Paradises, with their extremely long histories and deep foundations, coupled with the long lifespans of cultivators in the Open Heaven realm, to slowly amass an enormous number of Open Heaven realm masters. However, when Yang Kai visited a few of them in the past, the number of Open Heaven realm masters he saw in the Cave Heavens and Paradises was not as numerous as he had anticipated. Now, everything made sense. After all, these top forces had been sending the vast majority of their strongest masters to the Black Ink battlefield over the years. The reinforcements will first be gathered at the no-return pass, then they will be dispatched from there to the various Great Passes. This is done to ensure the integrity of each Great Pass. The number of people dispatched to each pass will depend on the loss and demand of the Great Pass itself. Take this time as an example. Our Blue Sky Pass losses during the recent crusade were not small, so there should be more reinforcements who will be assigned to us. Furthermore, because of the forward base, there will be a need for many people with a variety of skill sets. This was the requirement of Blue Sky Pass, which we put forward to 3,000 worlds to meet. Well, I think news of what we have accomplished so far would make them feel gratified. Yang Kai nodded in understanding, thought for a while, and then asked, there should still be many 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters in each Cave Heaven and Paradise's headquarters. Since the 3,000 worlds are essentially stable, why not transfer more of them to the Black Ink battlefield? That way, we'll be able to overwhelm the territory lords with superior numbers. It should not be that difficult to do, right? Zhong Liang answered with a smile. It's not difficult, of course. The Cave Heavens and Paradises have strong foundations and heritages, so it certainly won't be a problem to get a few more 8th Order Masters assigned here, but have you thought through what that would mean? Would there be any decisive change if we really did as you said? There is currently no way to completely eradicate the Black Ink clan, so what is the use of this small advantage? Before you brought us the purifying light, the human race was basically powerless to resist the corrosion of Black Ink strength. Many had to sacrifice pieces of their small universes to protect themselves. We have fought against the Black Ink clan for so long, so what we want is not a small advantage to give us a more favorable position, but rather a way to completely eradicate the Black Ink clan. Before we find a way to do that, maintaining the current balance is the best option. Yang Kai pondered over what he said before nodding in agreement. Zhong Liang exhaled lightly. Our crusade this time was not only an experiment, but also a campaign to provide hope. If what we are doing works out well, in the next 100 to 1,000 years, we humans will be able to continue to reduce whatever available territory the Black Ink clan has. Eventually, we will be able to find a way to completely wipe them out. This is definitely a long-term goal, and it might even take several generations to accomplish. Even so, we will do it. Zhong Liang would have never said these things to other 7th Order Masters, but with Yang Kai, it was different. His arrival changed the whole landscape of Black Ink battlefield, and his contributions alone made him qualified to understand the plans of the higher-ups. When the day comes, all the top masters from the Cave Heavens and Paradises will be sent to the no-return pass. At that time, what do you think will happen to the Black Ink clan? Yang Kai imagined the scene, where the hidden masters of the Cave Heavens and Paradises all came out in force. The thought drew his imagination as he said, they'll be in for an unpleasant surprise. Inside the Grand Hall, where the hyperspace array was located, Yang Kai sat cross-legged as his heart started pounding. His conversation with Zhong Liang made him understand one thing. Since he was not in that high of a position, he failed to see the grand scheme of things. What he was thinking about was how to win the battles in front of him. Meanwhile, what those at the top were thinking about was how to win the war and completely annihilate the Black Ink clan. It was a distinct difference of perspective. It's not that he was short-sighted. After all, he was in the 7th Order Open Heaven realm. He was the leader of a squad, and had been in the Black Ink battlefield for more than 100 years, so he could not be called inexperienced. Even so, how could he possibly be compared to people like Zhong Liang and the others who had been fighting this war for thousands of years? Thus now it was made clear. It was not that the Cave Heavens and Paradises could not send more 8th Order Open Heaven Realm Masters to gain an advantage over the Black Ink clan. They were just accumulating strength, preparing to give Black Ink clan a fatal blow when the time came. Blue Sky Pass Expeditionary Force had taken a crucial step in that direction. Yang Kai smiled awkwardly, without defending himself as he took the jade slip. He scanned it using his divine sense and his expression gradually softened. There was nothing really special in the jade slip, just a few words from his loved ones. The first one was written by Yu Ru Meng, the charmed demon saint, then it was Xia Ningchang, Shui Yu, Ji Yao, Chu Huashang, and Tao Lingwan's turn. They each only wrote a sentence or two at most. Yu Ru Meng was as hot-tempered as ever as she snapped, "If you dare to die outside, I will take my sisters and have them all remarry." Little senior sister was much gentler. "Junior brother, you must take care of yourself when you are outside. The most important thing is to make sure you protect yourself." The seductress from Yinyang Cave Heaven was bold as usual. "If you are lonely outside, you can find a senior sister from Yinyang Heaven to discuss the Tao of Yin and Yang. Make sure you don't look for someone else from some other place, okay?" All this made Yang Kai smile and warm his heart. There were no messages from Su Yen, Zhu Qing and Shan Qing Luo in the jade slip. Obviously, they are still in the divine spirit ancestral land, and did not know much about what was happening in the outside world. After reading the jade slip over and over again, Yang Kai held it tightly to his chest and asked, "Great Master, how is the situation over in the 3,000 worlds?" Grandmaster Ma Fan casually remarked, "Things are as usual. Those who are unaware remain the same, calm and stagnant, but those in the know are all aware that there is currently a huge undercurrent surging under the seemingly calm surface. I don't really need to say much about other things, just the influence of your star boundary alone is huge. It is truly deserving of its reputation as an open heaven realm cradle. Countless geniuses have emerged from the star boundary over the years, and every cave heaven and paradise has gained a lot. In the eyes of those great forces not in the know, the top great forces are just expanding their influence and getting stronger. However, only those of us aware of the truth understand that everything is done in preparation for the war against the Black Ink clan. So, we need to cultivate more people with greater strength. Still, the one that gained the most is not the cave heavens and paradises, but your high heaven palace." Yang Kai suddenly became interested. "How so?" Grandmaster Ma Fan explained, "High Heaven Palace is the greatest native sect of the star boundary, and with how the great emperors there have turned the tide and saved the whole world not once, but twice, all natives of the star boundary recognize it. Many remain unaware, or simply cannot comprehend how great the cave heavens and paradises are, so in the end, High Heaven Palace is still the best place in their eyes, and many of them still choose to worship under its banner. With so many genius disciples having been taught by strong elders since birth, if this trend continues, after a few thousand years, your High Heaven Palace will be able to stand on equal footing with the cave heavens and paradises." Yang Kai smiled and said, "That's still a long way from now. Who can clearly say what will happen over such a great span of time?" Grandmaster Ma Fan nodded and said, "It is said that fate is full of uncertainties, and no one can say what will be until it is. If it was in the past, High Heaven Palace would definitely not be allowed to exist by the cave heavens and paradises. It's not that they are intolerant and greedy, but rather that so many excellent disciples could not be taken away by one sect. Each of them wants to cultivate more elite disciples to fight against the Black Ink clan. Even so, they will not move against your sect. After all, your wives are now direct disciples of various different powerful ancestors." Martial Peak, Chapter 51-53, Xianxia. Since the star boundary was well and good, and High Heaven Palace was thriving with strong momentum, what else could possibly worry Yang Kai? On the other hand, disciples of the cave heavens and paradises willingly shed their blood in the Black Ink battlefield as they waged war against the Black Ink clan for no other reason than a strong sense of responsibility to protect the 3,000 worlds. The situation of the star boundary and High Heaven Palace was enough to allow Yang Kai to rest easy. "Actually, I didn't expect to meet you so soon," Grandmaster Ma Fan sighed. I wanted to settle down in the black ink battlefield first, and then find out where you were. I didn't think that you would be here. Say, young boy, you are something like a half-disciple of Yinyang Cave Heaven, so why didn't you go to Yinyang Pass? Yang Kai shook his head and said, I didn't come here through the normal route, so Blue Sky Pass was the first great pass that I encountered. As a result, I settled here. Overall, against the Black Ink clan, it'll be the same no matter which great pass I go to. Grandmaster Ma Fan gave him a fixed look, then nodded, fair enough. Yang Kai suddenly remembered something and curiously asked, why did you come to the Black Ink battlefield, Grandmaster? You are a remnant of Great Evolution Paradise, so even if you've made it to the 8th Order Open Heaven realm, logically speaking, you didn't need to come here. Grandmaster Ma Fan snorted, I don't need to be part of the Cave Heavens and Paradises to fight against the Black Ink clan, right? As long as I have the heart, it is more than enough. Brat, what qualifications do you have to tell an old master like me that I need to be part of the Cave Heavens and Paradises to come here? Yang Kai scratched his head and could only laugh bitterly. Grandmaster, please calm yourself. Being asked to calm down only sent Grandmaster Ma Fan into a rage. Just because I was no longer part of the Cave Heavens and Paradises, this old master needed to ask their permission to come here. Great Evolution Paradise used to be one of them, and ever since I advanced to the 7th Order Open Heaven realm, I had repeatedly requested to be assigned to the Black Ink battlefield, but every single time they rejected me. Bastards! The Black Ink battlefield is not their backyard, so why not just let me come? Yang Kai didn't know how to answer. He wouldn't have known about it if Grandmaster Ma Fan hadn't mentioned it himself. However, he guessed that it was probably because of this very fact that Grandmaster Ma Fan always seemed unhappy with the Cave Heavens and Paradises. But from another standpoint, were the Cave Heavens and Paradises not trying to protect Grandmaster Ma Fan? After all, Great Evolution Paradise had fallen, and only this old man was still around, struggling to support it by himself. If he was sent to the Black Ink battlefield, then the whole legacy of Great Evolution Paradise would probably end with him. Even Grandmaster Ma Fan must have known how the Cave Heavens and Paradises felt about this situation. However, anger does not listen to rational explanations. If you weren't allowed to come before, why did they let you come this time? Yang Kai asked. Grandmaster Ma Fan explained, isn't Blue Sky Pass in dire need of artifact refiners? This old master may be sloppy, but artifact refining is my specialty. So, this time, a few of those old ghosts actually came to me and asked me to come and support this pass. Of course, I refused. Those bastards refused father here so many times in the past, yet they had the gall to ask me, their father, to come out here on a whim now? Who do they think I am, huh? How dare they? Yang Kai nodded like he was a chicken pecking rice and flattered, yes, that's how it should be, Grandmaster. It was right for you to refuse.